Good morning, friends.
Hi, everyone.
You all, everybody.
Wheezy got the belt today. Congratulations, Wheezy.
Oh, nice.
Baby. David, hello. Marcus, hello. Adam, hi. Michigan, what up? Russ Dog, what up? Tyler and Mrs. Mac, hello. Casey Tucker, hello. Jose, my guy. Salute. Appreciate you dropping in. David Jackson's here. Warren is up in here. Warren, one of 3 people that watch this on Twitch. Hello, Raving fans. You have been acknowledged. Hi, Dan. What's up, Germs? What's up, Johnny G? Somebody pulled up next to me at the coffee shop yesterday, and their dog had their head on the window like this, like kind of hanging out the window, just leaning up against the thing. And I wanted to take a photo of it, but I felt like that was weird. As they pulled up,
I would have taken the picture. Take the picture, Kyle. Take it.
What's up, Curtis? Yeah, you too, Tyler. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for coming in. What's up, Lance? Oh, we got game time.
On the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Oh, hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. That's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s.
Was in the neighborhood, thought I'd come hang out.
Got kicked out of the house.
Yeah, for good reasons, but
yeah. So appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. You could have just been like, I'm going to go get some breakfast. But you didn't. You pulled up to work, and you're working on our show. That's so nice of you.
Yeah, I was like, it's a good point. But I was like, where else am I going to go?
I just need to acknowledge.
This is kind of sad.
Yeah. I don't know. You can go sit at the coffee shop.
I was like, yeah, I think I'd rather be here than Denny's right now.
Yeah. A little solo Denny's trip.
Oh.
I think a solo Denny's trip gets sad after 10:15 a.m.
Yeah.
If you're in there before that, it's like, all right. Maybe that guy got kicked out of his apartment.
What does a solo Denny's trip look like from like midnight to like 4 a.m. though?
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Man, hash brown sounds
We've all been to Denny's at that point. We've all been with friends. And
yeah,
stuff.
no, that's a great point. If you're walking into a Denny's at 2 a.m., you're like, I just won.
Yeah.
Like, can you leave, please?
That you're weird. We're not comfortable with you being here by yourself.
Yeah. We would go, man. We went to their I have not driven down Howe Avenue, I think, since I left college. But there used to be a Denny's on Howe.
You talking about the Denny's next to the freeway?
No, that's the Denny's next to the Motel 6.
Yeah.
So
that's a tough one.
Our first night in college, we decided to stay up all night. It's me, my roommate, a couple people we met in the dorms. We drive over to that Denny's on what is that? Howe and Power Inn, I think. Howe and University, whatever it is. Anyways, so we pull up and they're like, "Oh, we're closed." It's probably like 1 a.m. Like, oh, I didn't know Denny's closed.
What kind of Michelin star restaurant are you trying to be?
Well, that's
crazy.
The running joke. Like, why does Denny's put locks on their doors when they're open 24/7, 365 days a year?
Right.
Why do you even have locks?
This Denny's was not. That's why that Denny's has locks.
Oh, that's weird.
So we drive down the street. There's another Denny's. We go in there. We ended up, salute to everybody who has ever worked in that Denny's. They were always so nice to us. They were so patient. We're just a bunch of punk kids going in there, having a grand slam at 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, nice.
Because I decided one semester that I'm going to do a 7 a.m. class, 7:30 a.m. class, whatever the earliest one is. Because I was like, I'm up anyway. I'm just usually awake around that time.
Yeah.
I'll wait till 4 a.m. I got to stay up a few more hours. Didn't work out for me at all.
Yeah, I made that mistake of having an early class my first year.
Yeah,
first semester. I was like, never doing that again.
Yeah, because you think it makes sense. You think, wow, I got up early for high school. I can just do it for college.
Why don't I just sleep in and go to class at 1 o'clock today?
But your life is very different in college. Pro tip to those of you who are in high school right now, and when you go to college, whether it's a 2-year or 4-year, don't think that you're gonna knock out that 8 a.m. class.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
real right there. Don't like, oh, I can do it. It's fine. Kyle and Jess.
can't.
No, I'm telling you right now,
You
you can't
can't.
handle it. You're not built for that yet.
Unless you're super buttoned up.
That's a good point.
Unless you're very like scholastically minded. I don't.
Well,
Just
that
don't. Do the 10 a.m. class.
and
Just
the
go.
worst part is those classes you get to, and they start out with 25 people. By the end of the semester, it's you and your like 7 closest
Yup.
friends, and you're all just sitting there like zombies, going, "This is horrible. What are we doing?" But we're sticking it out.
We're powering through.
We
this.
are powering.
I remember walking the little American River Trail to Sac State or whatever from my
Mhm.
apartment, and it's the morning time. I'm walking with my buddy. It's
You lived in
still kinda,
Rivercrest, didn't you?
the UVs right there.
Ah,
Yeah, and it's still kind of dark outside. We're kind of just walking like, what are we doing? Like, no, never taking a class this early again.
I'm
it's
not sure
terrible.
that's a safe neighborhood either to walk in the middle of.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's
you're
fine. Yeah,
Yeah, you
I made it out of there.
I had we're talking Sac State here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. We'll talk about sports in a minute. Stingers up. But I had a class, an economics class, where it was same deal. It was like 50 people, but on a daily basis, it was typically like 15 of us in there. I had an A- somehow. There's a long story about how I got to my A- despite getting C's and D's on all the assignments.
Okay.
But the guy, the professor, I don't remember his name, so I can't even hide his name if I wanted to. On the first test, said everybody did so bad on the multiple choice. It was I got a 50.
Yep.
That I made it out of 25, but kept everybody's score the same. So if you got 20 out of 50, you now got 20 out of 25. And then there was a question on the back, and he said it was worth like 10 points. And he goes, yeah. And because I got an A- on this test. And I'm looking and I'm like, I did not do A- work on this test. Academic honesty.
Yeah.
So I go up to the guy. I'm like, hey man, I think something went wrong here. And so he explains to me the out of 50 situation, making it out of 25. And then he goes, and then there was a question on the back that I don't think anybody saw, and it was worth 10 points. So I just counted those 10 points for everybody.
What are you doing? Going to the teacher telling him, hey, I think you made a mistake on my grade.
Because I'm trying to, because of what I'm about to tell you. So I have an A- in the class, and I go to him on the final day because he says the final is optional. It can only help your grade. So I walked up to him after class and I said, hey, I have an A-. What do I need to get on the final? Like, what am I looking at? Like how much? And he goes, you were here every day. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Great.
Sounds good.
So
I'll see you next
the
year.
first A I pulled in college, I did probably C- work in the class and didn't take a final. I got an A because I pulled up every day. That's the same class where the professor he had like a lot of flop sweat and he laughed nervously all the time. And this woman comes in to teach our class one day.
You said you have flop sweat?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. a lot of sweat up here. A lot of sweat.
Go
up
full
on the
Kenny
brow,
Thomas.
Bro. Oh, dude. It was like the hair would stick to his forehead.
Oh no.
And he was constantly moving it. And so the supply and then the demand, like that kind of. And so this woman comes in to teach us one day into our econ. I think it was macroeconomics. She is the best economics professor I've ever had.
Oh.
And old dumbass here, me, halfway through our lecture, I go, yeah, I have learned more today than I have in the previous month and a half of this class. Like, shout out to you. And she goes, oh, really? Thank you so much. I'll have to let the professor know he's my husband.
I would have walked out. I would have walked out.
Oh, God. Like, yeah, no, you guys do great stuff. I'm learning so much. Thanks, guys. Oh,
She's going
my
home to
God.
dinner. Hey, third row, fourth chair thinks you're an idiot, by the way.
Hey, that kid who's there every day, not learning a thing.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, man. I still got an A in the class, and I didn't have to take the final.
That's right.
Salute to Sac State, man. Stingers all the way.
Told you not to take your finals. He didn't have to see you anymore.
I said, get out of my class. Jerk. All right, that's James. Jesse Toppy on the 1s and 2s today. No Joe Brazil today or tomorrow, I think.
We're
Joe's
just
also out
hoping
tomorrow.
that that Jesse gets kicked out of his house tomorrow too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
no,
Hey,
she's-
tomorrow I don't
we
think
got
I'm
any more big tests going on?
She's-
tomorrow I don't think I'm getting kicked out. I'll probably pop in around 11 tomorrow.
chooses
Alright,
us
well.
over Denny's.
The 49ers played a preseason game on Saturday
Yeah.
that was mostly disastrous, and we will talk plenty about that. We've got athletic QB tiers from the Athletic, not athletic QB tiers.
Yeah.
Not
That's
a-
interesting.
not a tier of athletic
Josh Allen
quarterback.
top 2 for me then.
Lamar Jackson 1, Josh
Yeah,
Allen 2.
exactly.
Where's Jaden Daniels in there?
He's top 3, but damn it, Josh Allen's a linebacker running.
Yeah.
A tiers of all the quarterbacks by the Athletic. Our guy Mike Sando wrote up those tiers. We'll get to those. We'll talk about the NFL future power rankings from ESPN. Some interesting stuff there on the 49ers and the Raiders both. But before we get to any of that, it is day 36, folks.
Kuminga Watch.
Anthony Slater, our buddy from ESPN, had some free agency notes. Well, there was an ESPN NBA Insider free agency notes, but obviously Slater does Kings and Warriors, so those are of interest to us in regards to
Kuminga Watch.
So on the Kuminga front, Slater basically said there's no movement. It's still the qualifying offer is a better option for Kuminga, or Kuminga's telling people that he wants a qualifying offer over the 1 plus a team option.
Yeah. He doesn't want to do a team friendly deal, which
Right.
makes a ton of sense.
Totally
I
makes sense.
Again, if I'm repping him, I have a tough time saying, "Hey, let's take this bad offer they're giving us."
Mhm.
Like, because you can get shipped anywhere.
Mhm.
Like, hey, welcome to Washington.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So he's telling people that, and when we talk about leverage all the time, that's Kuminga's leverage.
Mhm.
Is I might make $13 million less than I would signing this deal, but I'm going to be in a better spot next year, and I'll still be 24 years old.
Yeah.
So I totally get it. Actually, he'll be 23 next offseason.
Yeah. 23 next summer. He'll turn 24.
At the beginning of the season,
Yeah.
October 6th, I think
Yeah.
is his birthday. But yeah, so that's where that's at. Nothing on the Kuminga front. Golden State is still viewing Al Horford as a firm part of their plan. Horford is cool waiting. That was, I think, the big potential holdup for me with Golden State in pushing a deal that maybe they didn't want, quote unquote, is if Horford was like, all right, you guys got to go or get off the pot.
Mhm.
Like, what am I? But it sounds like Al Horford, according to Slater, is cool being in a holding pattern. He also said that teams around the league view Sacramento as the most likely destination for Russell Westbrook, which is kind of interesting because wouldn't the Kings have to make an additional move to acquire him?
Yeah. I mean,
And
that's
stay under the luxury tax?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, the Russell Westbrook thing is interesting, but the only way that you're going to do the Russell Westbrook deal is if you're trading Malik Monk, in my opinion. I mean, it's possible that you would bring him in, but what does that mean for Monk? What does that mean for Levine? What does that mean for Keon Ellis?
Mhm.
Like, there aren't any minutes for Russell Westbrook at this point.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible that he still signs with the Kings for sure, but it's after some other moves,
Sure.
and they have yet to make those moves that we kind of expect. But it does, again, like listening to the videos from Domantas Sabonis' camp yesterday,
Mhm.
he still believes there's moves that are going to happen. So, like they're planning on things, but whether or not those get done or not,
Sure.
it's tough.
I'm going to be honest. I don't get the Russell Westbrook thing.
I don't either, man.
I understand the excitement of having a Hall of Famer in your uniform, and I understand that his play style. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's that just all out at all times play style that they just want.
Mhm.
And you're getting Russell Westbrook in the building, who will have a voice in the locker room and might be a lead by example type of player. Maybe that's it. But from a just like purely basketball perspective, it's not like if they trade Malik Monk and acquire Russell Westbrook that I'm going to think significantly different about the Kings this year.
No, I mean, like, I think you can get a lot of the same production that you got from Malik Monk out of Russell Westbrook. It might not be as efficient, but I still think at 37, you can still get some pretty high end, sort of stats.
Mm-hmm.
But like we were discussing this earlier, Russell Westbrook should be playing for a contender trying to get a title.
Right.
He shouldn't be playing for a team that may or may not need a second/third point guard.
Yeah, right.
Like he should be playing, like whether it's the Knicks or it's, one of these teams that you consider a top tier, potential title contender, even going back to Denver, which doesn't sound like it's going to happen. All of those make more sense to me than Sacramento. And my concern is always going to be, are you getting an additional player who's just stat hunting? Because that's not what, the Kings need. They don't need a stat hunter.
Sure.
They need somebody who's coming in there and trying to help them win games,
Mhm.
because that's still the motivation for this season, is to win games. And until that motivation changes and it becomes about bringing up the young guys, then he doesn't make any sense in that situation either.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm intrigued by it, but at the same time, I think so many things have to happen before you actually push the button on that.
It's one of those, it feels like it's one of those moves that has so much smoke around it that it's just, okay, this is very clearly a thing that at some point down the line here is going to happen.
Yeah.
Because
that's what it feels like.
Yeah. It's just a matter of maybe it's the Kuminga domino. Maybe they're working on a separate deal for Malik Monk that we don't know about. But it also sounds like, based on what Jake Fisher reported on, I don't know, whenever Saturday was when that came out. It's also very clear that Golden State is not going to be the ones acquiring Malik Monk.
No, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it is off the table because they view Buddy Hield and Moses Moody as valuable pieces of their rotation as floor spacers.
Yeah.
So if the Malik Monk deal is happening, it's with a different team, it sounds like.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that, the Kings can't go on and acquire someone for Malik Monk that would then be packaged in a deal to go to Golden State. I think there are options out there. We'll have to see. Like, I think this is going to be, like, teams are still trying to let the dust settle on the salary cap and try to figure out how they can manipulate their position in the world. And it's just really, really difficult.
Yeah.
Like, there are a ton of teams over the luxury tax or a ton of teams over the salary cap that can't do anything. And there are only 2 teams that are under the salary cap at this point, and they don't have so much money that they can go out and sign like a Josh Giddey to an offer sheet or anything.
Right. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse Tapia. We have a ton of football stuff to get into.
Yeah.
Starting with the 49ers getting mollywopped 30-9 by the Denver Broncos on Saturday. What was good? What was bad? Definitely more bad than good, but we'll get into all of it next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
You're listening to The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 HD2, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding,
Oh,
Horrors,
hell
Hauntings,
yeah.
and Mysteries is a weekly podcast
The
hosted
Ringer
by
just
me,
gave us the
Kaylin
Bill
Moore.
Simmons quarterback
Each week, I'll
pyramid.
take you on a dark journey through
Oh my gosh.
terrifying true
This is
urban
what I've been
legends,
waiting for.
bizarre true crime
Here's
cases,
the pyramids
chilling
today.
tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community
Well,
of
at
the
least you
darkly
didn't
curious,
steal your tears.
check out Heart Starts
This is-
Pounding
this
on
is
the
Bill
free
Mike
Odyssey
Sando
app or
did.
wherever
This is
you
Bill
get your
Simmons'
podcasts.
pyramid or someone at
And
the Ringers
remember,
pyramid?
stay
The Bill
curious.
Simmons NFL quarterback pyramid. Josh
If
Allen
you're 55 or
by
older
himself.
and into that
At
whole
the top?
saving
Okay,
money
I've
thing,
had enough.
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet
Wait, I
bundle
love
just
Josh
for
Allen.
you.
He's a great quarterback.
Right now,
The
get
next-
2
the
unlimited
next
phone
level
lines
down
plus
is Mahomes,
5G
Jackson,
home internet
Burrow.
for just $30 each.
The next level down is Daniels, Love, Hurts, Purdy. Daniels, Love, Hurts, Purdy. Sounds like a line from a romance novel. Then Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Matt Stafford, CJ Stroud, Jared Goff, and Justin Herbert. They're the next level down.
Where's Tua?
He's the next level down below that.
Damn it.
He's with Darnold, Drake May, Bo Nix, Geno Smith, Kyler.
Oh, we have some breaking news from our friend Sean Cunningham.
Oh,
According to sources, the Sacramento Kings will open the 2025-26 season on Wednesday, October 2nd in Phoenix against the Suns. Kings home opener at Golden One Center versus Utah Jazz is Friday, October 24th.
Yeah, schedule's coming out this week.
Yeah, on Thursday.
Oy. Always still gonna hit that. What the F?
Uh-oh. What are we at?
Format text. There we go. I'm trying something on the digital rundown.
Oh. There you go.
Might reformat how I do this. Or I'll keep this. If you like this layout, I'll keep this, but then I might have a separate one that I look at during the show. Mess around with that.
I might start bringing in an iPad so I can have this.
Hell yeah.
The future.
We're getting deep into the
Just seems like too many things to have here, though. Like, especially with the chaotic handoff.
I watched The Departed yesterday. It was the first time Crystal watched it. That movie never gets old.
It's a good movie.
It's always just a perfect. I don't watch it all the time, but if I'm bored or whatever, I'll throw it on. It's like, all right, I'm watching this movie. I'm into it.
I need to go back and watch it. Is that the only movie where Matt Damon is a bad guy? Spoiler alert.
I don't know. I haven't gone through enough Matt Damon movies, but he's pretty unlikable in that one.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg is great in that movie, so
Really good.
To the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. The 49ers lost on Saturday night 30-9. The good news is that game was done in a tidy 3 hours. We were very, very stoked for that.
Yeah. I don't know. It was not great.
Yeah. I'm in a weird spot with this because we do this every year with preseason.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that none of this matters.
It's just like Summer League.
Yes.
It's like we tell you, like, don't think too much into it, but also, this is horrible.
Right, but you have to draw, right? You have to draw. There's something to draw from it.
is there?
Yeah, but it's more, it's more, God, I don't even, it's usually not anything that has to, like, what I drew from the 49ers game, their preseason loss, was they're super banged up. And also, if they have to get real deep at any spot on their depth chart, they're going to be in a bad way.
Oh, yeah.
Like, depth-wise, they're just not great right now. But at the same time, we have seen there's mounds of data that tell us that nothing that happens in the preseason is necessarily indicative of what's going to happen in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Because even some of the bad things for the 49ers, Alfred Collins was their second round pick, defensive tackle, ineffective first night as an NFL player or in an NFL preseason game. Just constantly not getting any pass rush, getting stonewalled at the line, was never in the backfield. Just big for the sake of being big, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've heard how athletic he is now while he moves his feet. We didn't see it in game one, but it's game one. And so that I clock is a bad thing. But again, that's going to inform what I'm watching from Alfred Collins through this week of practice and in joint practice with the Raiders on Thursday. And then in their next preseason game. I'm not writing off Alfred Collins' NFL career because of this.
Mm-hmm.
But you look and you go, all right, he's got a ways to go. But at the same time, he's not playing next to Nick Bosa.
Yeah, that's true.
They haven't figured out who their other starting defensive tackle is going to be. He's not playing next to Michael Williams, their first round pick. The Bryce Huff, Michael Williams pass rush duo. And I don't know if Collins is going to play in those pass rush situations, but there's all these guys who are not playing that are going to impact how offenses attack the 49ers defense, which may make things easier for him in some way. I'm not making, this is not like an excuse like, oh, he's going to be good. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's why when you see a guy struggle in the preseason, you can't just go, well, he stinks.
I think it depends on the position, especially like defensive line. You're right. There are so many variables that directly impact how you go about your job. Right. And I thought there were a couple of players on the defensive line that actually played really well. They did a lot of 4-man rushes, and I thought they put pressure at certain times. And I also thought they played against a team that played starters way longer than they did. And then played second team guys way longer than the 49ers did. So I'm not worried about like the score and stuff like that. I think it's more about like what you look like when some of your players were on the field. And then you can start nitpicking like some of the things like, Collins, I for the guy that stood out that had just a horrendous game for me was Nick Martin.
Well,
I just thought, oh my gosh, what in the world is happening? Because that is a position where, sure, does he look different next to Fred Warner? Okay. But that doesn't mean that the opposing team can't scheme offensively to single you out and pick on you, because that's what happened in that game. I mean, he, like, every single angle was bad. Like, he didn't seem to know, like, have any direction on the field. And then his tackling was just horrific.
That's the part that concerns me with Nick Martin, their third round pick.
Yeah.
The over aggressiveness in pursuit. Okay, you can fix that.
Yeah.
The whiff in the open field on the 3rd and 12, where they completed a short throw and he had to make an open field tackle and they got the first down, but it got negated by a penalty. That was just an abominable tackle attempt. He just overran the guy.
Oh yeah.
Never broke down, never did any, and it was just a step through and he was gone and the running back goes. That the angles and stuff, okay, you can learn that. That's just experience. The missed tackles, the one where he has a running back dead to rights and hits him and just slides off him.
Oh yeah.
And then did the exact same thing on that. So that run goes for 18 yards. Then there was another play that he should have stopped short, but just slid off the ball carrier again. And it goes for 16 yards and another first down. That's a problem because Nick Martin is tiny. Nick Martin is very small for a linebacker.
Yeah.
And a guy like Dre Greenlaw, undersized, but knew how to get away with it. D. Winters, also undersized, not a lot bigger than Nick Martin, but has figured out how to play with that size. Martin being unable to wrap up ball carriers could be the difference between him being an NFL player and him being out of the league in 2 years.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so that's something that the pursuit angles were bad. I totally agree. The over aggressiveness, it looked like a rookie playing in his first
that's what it
game
looked
against
like.
an opponent.
Yeah.
But then when you get to the physical stuff of actually tackling and he's not able to do it twice, that's where I get the little red flag goes up for, oh, maybe there's more to this than it's preseason.
Yeah, and I would point out too, I mean, if he has done his homework, right, and he's watched a lot of 49ers football from the previous couple of years where you watch Dre Greenlaw and you're told very specifically, hey, look, there's a good chance you're going to play the Dre Greenlaw position in this defense. Okay, you go and you watch footage of Dre Greenlaw, his angles and timing and the speed and pace that he plays with were off the charts. And if you're trying to do that, but you're just a little bit off, it's going to look like exactly like what we saw. It's going to look like a guy who's running around like his hair is on fire,
right? And
a guy who misses tackles and who's flying, and not only that, but who will hurt his teammates.
Sure,
inadvertently hurt his teammates because he's out of control.
Right. So
you're waiting for this moment where it all slows down, and maybe that's what it is, and maybe that's why we shouldn't watch preseason with this type of like critical eye.
Yeah, and I think it's more. I think but I think that is why you watch the preseason, because that's informing what we know now about Nick Martin.
Mhm.
And this is not to say that he has no chance to be an NFL player, because frankly, Dre Greenlaw was that player that you were just talking about.
Oh yeah.
He was that guy, and you start to figure it out. Like you said, the game slows down. And so I none of this is to write anybody off.
Mhm.
But when you're looking at, wow, they lost 30-9 in a game, what happened? It's this.
Yeah.
It's, man, it was missed tackles. It was Alfred Collins not getting any push. CJ West had a couple of moments. Their other rookie defensive lineman had a couple of moments, but never didn't jump off the page for a consistent amount of snaps, and or jump off the screen. I mean, and that's fine. It's a first NFL game. It's why Ashton Genty going for -1 yard on 3 carries is like, okay, we all know Ashton Genty's hella talented. I don't need the preseason to tell me that. But the other thing that was not good that I think is a carryover thing, and you have to be careful with this too, but the quarterback play once Mac Jones left the game.
Oh God.
And this is not, I did think there was a pretty dramatic overreaction to the quarterback play, because I don't want to say no teams, because there might be one or two, but not that many teams are going 3 deep on their quarterback depth chart and feeling good about it.
No.
The 49ers, the year Trey Lance got hurt and Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt and Brock Purdy stepped in and was good, that was a miracle.
Yep.
So I'm not worried that Carter Bradley stinks. I'm not worried that Tanner Mordecai stinks. Because if those guys were going to play, you were down Mac Jones and Brock Purdy anyway, you're probably screwed.
Yeah, it was so bad though. I mean, that's what stood out to me. It was just like
alarmingly bad.
Yeah, because they kept talking about Carter Bradley has this huge arm, and the first thing he does is throw a ball right into like coverage that he should have seen the whole time. And you're like, what? That wasn't even like disguised. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Right. And then Mordecai, the same thing. I mean, I thought he was abominable.
He was so bad.
Like he was horrific. And the one interception he threw that stood out was the one where he just like he's being pressured, he flips back the other way, and then he just throws like a lob to the sideline. There are 4 defenders and 1 wide receiver.
So I couldn't decide, because you're talking about the play. He sprints out to his left, then stops and does the Brock Purdy like big spin back around to reset his feet. I can't decide which is worse here, because you are spot on. There was 1 receiver and 4 white jerseys. Which is worse? If that was his decision to throw it in there because he thought he could get it to his receiver, or if that was a really bad throwaway attempt.
Yeah.
I can't decide which would be worse. If he was genuinely like, man, I saw a receiver in there, I thought I could fit the throw in, I couldn't.
You could always appreciate a gunslinger, I guess. Like, I only tried, whatever. But if you're trying to throw it away and you can't even do that right,
yeah,
like that's always tough.
Can you get me into the 6th row? Like, just I think he was trying to fit it into the receiver.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing Kyle Shanahan, I cannot tell you how much that man despises preseason football. I think he would rather stay home than coach those games. But I'm guessing he tells the quarterbacks, like, don't throw it away. See if you can make a play. Because if you turn it over, big deal. Just see what you can do. Let it rip.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's kind of the mantra, but if I didn't think Mac Jones was bad. I thought the dot to Jordan Watkins for 50 yards, which we'll talk about, was a really nice throw.
Yeah.
His second series where Spencer Burford just getting his ass kicked by, oh my goodness, Nick Bonito, I think is his name. Nick Bonito, defensive end, all-pro defensive end. He's just getting his ass kicked by this guy. And all right, that's what happens when a player who should be a guard is playing tackle against an all-pro.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that's going to go. So I don't really blame anybody for that.
You did have the name correct, by the way.
Yeah, Nick Bonito.
Come on.
And he had a sack.
Yeah. A sack, and I think blew up 2 other plays.
2 quarterback hits.
Yeah. It was a mess. But that's kind of what you expect when it's Spencer Burford against an all-pro. But there's no Brock Purdy on this roster, who, if the Niners get to their third string quarterback, that everything's going to be fine.
Well, even if you get to your second string quarterback, I don't think anyone is super positive about Mac Jones. I mean, he can run a team.
Sure.
He's not going to win you a game.
I feel like that's pretty much every backup quarterback. I think Mac Jones is probably one of the better situations that you can have. I think Mac, if he's playing, you're hoping it's for a game or two at most, and CMC's healthy as well.
You don't feel like you're absolutely going to lose because Mac Jones is starting. You feel like you're absolutely going to lose if it's Carter Bradley or Tanner Mordecai.
Yep.
Carter Bradley does throw the hell out of the ball. Dude let a couple of throws rip, but I have no idea where it's going. That interception he threw just into the linebacker's chest was so funny.
Oh, yeah.
He threw it so hard.
It just, like, I thought Mordecai looked good last year.
Yeah, yeah, he did in the preseason.
Yeah,
for sure.
he looked like super competent. This looked like a guy who got waived earlier in the weekend, signed, and was like, yeah, I didn't do my homework.
Yeah, it's 1,000%.
Oh, the essay was due today?
I have not been exercising.
Wait
I thought my career was over.
I thought I had more days.
I am very hungover right now.
That's right. Not great. Not great at all.
The only offensive line starter who played was Ben Barch. He was whatever. It's still the backup offensive tackle situation is really bad.
Yeah.
And that's something we knew going into the year. So I'm not even going to say if Trent Williams misses games, when Trent Williams misses games,
yep,
which he has every year since he has joined the 49ers, it's going to be a disaster. I don't think they can win a game without Trent Williams.
No, I've thought that for the last couple of years.
Well, it's been the case for the last couple
I've told you, like, very specifically, he's the most important player on that team. That might change now, but just because you need other positions. But my goodness, man, they are just a different team when he plays and when he doesn't.
The other bad thing, and again, this is one of my takeaways, 33 players sat out for the 49ers.
Oh, that's crazy.
And I went and looked. The Rams had 37 players sit out, but those 37 players were all guys who were going to start or be really key rotation players for them. The 49ers, I counted, at least 20 players were out because of injury. That's like almost a quarter of their roster.
I think a lot of them, though, are injuries that you're not going to be super concerned about. You're more like, okay, we're not going to put this kid out there for game one.
No, probably.
Yeah.
That's probably the case. But still, this was a problem last preseason where, man, they cannot stay healthy. They bring in Equinemi and say Brown, he gets hurt. They bring him another receiver, Andy Isabella, he gets hurt. Actually, Andy Isabella got waived with a failure to disclose a previous injury.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was weird. But because he hurt his hamstring or something.
Oh.
But apparently it was previously hurt. I don't know. But it's just that it's a vibes thing for me. Like, man, last year they were not healthy going into the regular season. And I have a hard time believing. The good news is Christian McCaffrey's healthy. Brock Purdy, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle. All those guys were out for rest reasons.
Yeah.
And as long as you have those guys, you feel, oh, okay. But Upton Stout not playing because he has a calf thing. You have Michael Williams not playing because he has a knee thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it hurts,
Not great.
especially the young players.
Not
the young
great.
players you want to see out there. And Stout is a guy that, I mean, he's just getting rave reviews.
Yeah, he's been really, really good in camp. 3rd round pick out of Western Kentucky. This is my favorite stat when I was going through the stuff after the game. The Broncos had 17 players who caught at least one pass, which is hilarious. That's such a preseason
wild.
stat. That's such a preseason stat. The Broncos had 17 players catch at least one pass. The 49ers had 13 completions total.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
3 of those completions, though, were to rookie wide receiver Jordan Watkins. He had 3 catches for 56 yards. I was as impressed as you're going to be with a 4th round pick in his first NFL game.
I thought he looked great. I mean, he went up and got the ball on a nice play.
50-yarder, yeah.
Yeah, he's a big receiver. He's a big target. You're watching a guy who looks like he can play against a very good defense. I mean, I think that should be brought up as well. And I thought he did it like in the flow early in the game when you're actually, when Mac Jones is in the game and all that
Mhm.
stuff. So there was some positivity there that he's not just doing it during, the fourth quarter when it's a bunch of
Mhm.
scrubs and a bunch of like seventh team guys.
Mhm.
He actually was productive against a lot of their first team guys.
Yeah, because the Broncos played their first team defense, and that's going to be a really good defense this year. The thing with wide receivers, though, and this is where we get back to the whole preseason analysis thing, is how much did we rave about Ronnie Bell in his rookie year? Because
Oh,
man, he's
yeah.
making tough catches over the middle. He's breaking tackles. He got the ball in his hands. He got a punt, had an awesome punt return. Man, this guy can play. And then we see where he's at now.
We're
I
like,
actually don't know where he's at now. Is he
Yeah.
Detroit? Detroit's practice squad last year, I think.
know.
I don't either.
It was bad.
But for Jordan Watkins, you'd rather have that performance than nothing
Oh,
in
totally.
game one.
Yeah.
So that was a silver lining for me. Chase Lucas, the defensive back who was on the practice squad all year last year, was awesome.
Mhm.
I don't think it bodes well for him that he played basically the whole game,
Yeah, that's tough.
but he was pressuring the quarterback. He was sticking his nose in against the run. He had a pass breakup. A really good night for Chase Lucas. And then Corey Kiner, the undrafted running back. I was really impressed with him.
Yeah,
Wait.
it was really nice.
The way he finished runs, really good balance, good vision, not a lot of indecisiveness with tip-tapping his feet behind the line, just finding where he needed to go and going, getting north to south.
Probably a practice squad guy.
I would agree if Jordan James was healthy and performing.
Okay.
But Corey Kiner might just be better than Jordan James,
Hmm.
their 5th round pick.
Okay.
Would that shock you? With
No.
the way the Niners go?
No.
Wouldn't
It
shock
wouldn't.
me.
No, it wouldn't shock me at all that they miss on a pick.
Anyways, that's James. I'm Kyle. 49ers got smoked by the Denver Broncos, but there may be some good news within the division for San Francisco because one of the teams in the division might be cooked already. We'll tell you who it is next. James, I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Hmm. Oh.
Oh. This is done. I can't believe Nike put out that Shador ad. That's such a banger ad. And they dropped it after the first preseason game.
Oh, that's weird.
I'm rooting for him so hard, and I don't want that to jinx him.
Yeah, I kind of feel for him because, like, you can't. It's not his fault. His dad is Deion Sanders and so out in front of everything, and
But Deion hasn't said anything. He hasn't. I know he did when Shador
when he
was
was
in
at
college.
college.
But go ahead. Sorry.
I just
didn't
think
mean
there are
to
a
interrupt.
lot of people who aren't going to give him a fair shake,
Definitely.
and I think a lot of it is just because of his dad,
Mhm.
and that's okay. I mean, you gotta figure it out. If he's a ball player, he's a ball player.
Yep.
Oh.
I also think that brashness and confidence in athletes is something that people just typically have a problem with.
Yeah.
But yeah, dropping that after a preseason game is like, oh God. Oh no. I really need this guy's career to go well. That's going to get used against him a lot.
Ron, I haven't had an epidural, but I have had cortisone shots. The problem with epidurals is it takes so long to get your appointment for pain management that by the time you get to pain management, you don't have pain anymore when it's like when you have herniated discs, because eventually they calm down.
Sure.
Oh, that's, you know who that is, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Ron, I don't think it's that invasive, but it doesn't last very long. And if they miss, then it like you might not get any remedy at all. Because they're kind of searching for what it is that's causing your pain, whether it's like a nerve or whatever. Alden J, I don't take any big drugs. Yeah. Not doing any of that. I'm fine today. I'm just stretching because I actually hit golf balls yesterday. And this is true. I've been doing a ton of core exercises, which is how I can actually swing a golf club at all at this point. I don't think I could play 18, but I certainly can go hit a small bucket of balls. Oh, yeah. See, I haven't been to Campus Commons in like decades. But I don't live anywhere near there.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Tapia standing in for Joe Brazil today. Sitting in for Joe Brazil today. You're not standing. That'd be crazy. Sitting in for Joe Brazil.
All right, so it would be nice if we had like one of those standing desks here. Maybe I'm producing the show
That'd
standing
be the
up.
best.
I get so jealous of the people that work outside here.
Oh, same.
They just hit a button and you see, boom.
Yeah,
it's
they're
just
desk
perfect.
rises.
Yeah.
They don't even have to do the thing where there's the handle ones where you gotta like spin the handle like an old
these
school
ones, yeah.
old car window.
Yeah.
This desk got hydraulics now. It's crazy.
Do they even make manual car windows anymore?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I
Yeah.
feel like automatic is standard.
Yeah.
Or the automatic car windows. Electric windows. Not
That'd be-
automatic.
yeah.
Automatic's a different thing in a car. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Been talking a little bit about the Kings today. We've also gotten into the 49ers 30-9 preseason loss. I want to stick on football for a moment, but not before we hit our guy Joe in Elk Grove, who wants to talk about Russell Westbrook. Joe, what do you got for us, man?
How's it going, Kyle? Mr. Ham, really? Russell Westbrook?
Hey.
Come on. If there's a choice between Malik Monk and Russell Westbrook, I'm taking Malik Monk, and the reason a contender hasn't signed Westbrook because the contender knows he's no good. That's why they're not signing him. He had a shot to win in Denver. Nothing. I mean, he played with LeBron. He couldn't do nothing there. Why do the Kings want Russell Westbrook? Because he's a big name, and he'll keep all the fans all quiet and say, oh, we're trying to win. We're trying to do something here. If we get rid of Malik Monk, I'm done with this team. I won't talk about him no more, nothing anymore. And to all the Niner fans, how did Mac Jones look on Sunday? Respond to that.
Thanks, Frank. Hey, you kind of had some bars there.
Yeah.
I don't hate the take.
Look, I'm not a Russell Westbrook fan at all.
Sure.
Like as a player,
Sure.
As a personality, I'm not. I'm out. I have been forever. You can go back and listen to me and Damian go at it about Russell Westbrook. But again, statistically speaking, I don't think that there's a drop off between him and Malik Monk. Don't get me wrong. But there's also a financial drop off between an $18.5, $19 million player and what will basically be a $3.5 million player that you only have to pay $2.2 million of. Right. So that's where I think the issue is that whoever is running the team now does not believe that Malik Monk is a long-term fixture in Sacramento, despite his 3-year contract. And he's looking for cheaper options at that position so he can fix other positions on the court. And he's valuing a starting power forward or a starting small forward over a 6-man when he thinks he can get a different 6-man for cheaper. And that's all. Like, I don't think this is like, we don't need to overthink this. If Russell Westbrook is walking through the door, it's not on a 3-year deal. It's so he can come in and get minutes and help you play 15 to 20 minutes a night. And some nights you'll play him more, some nights you'll play him less. But you know what Russell Westbrook brings, like poor shot selection, great rebounding, a lot of power. Like, the dude can still play. And whether he won a ring with Denver or not, he didn't, but he was still a valuable member to a very, very good team.
Yeah, so. For sure. As for the Mac Jones thing, I don't know what Frank was getting at there. I thought Mac Jones looked okay.
Frank, was it Joe or was it Frank?
Oh, it's
Joe. Sorry.
Okay, I think Joe sounded a lot similar to an old caller we used to have on D-Lo and KC, where he was like, just Mac Jones was his guy, and he'd call in every weekend. Oh, Mac Jones against Trey Lance, blah blah blah. I wonder if that's the same Joe.
I get confused because the caller ID has the last name of a person named Frank, who tweets at me from time to time and does not like me at all.
Oh,
so that's where I get confused. So shout out to Joe in Oak Grove, who I don't know. I thought Mac Jones looked just okay.
Yeah, I thought he looked fine, serviceable as a backup quarterback.
Yeah. Like I said, if he has to start a game, I'm not automatically like, oh, they're gonna lose.
I don't think there's a lot of difference between Mac Jones or the Sam Darnold year or the Josh Dobbs year. I don't think there's a lot of difference. So solid NFL backup.
Yep, it's exactly what he looked like. But I don't know.
It's Mac Jones, man. What do you want?
Yeah, tell me how that went.
He's going to be a career backup for the rest of his life.
Yeah, probably. He might, if he gets in a game and really tears it up with the Niners one time, then maybe he gets one of those stopgap
Sam Darnold deals.
Yeah, 15
make good
15, 18 million for 1 year type of deals.
Yeah.
But yeah, he feels real backup-ish.
Yeah.
Career backup-ish.
Yeah, like the Steve Bonos of the world.
Sure,
yeah. Like these guys that, they're good, solid NFL backups.
Yep.
They know their job. They know their role. They're game managers. They come in, they do their thing. Doesn't have a big arm, like pretty good timing. Can read a defense, but like, again, it's about arm strength and everything else, and he just doesn't have it.
Well,
I mean, he doesn't have it like,
Neither does Brock Purdy.
No.
Like Mac Jones, like I don't know. I don't know. I don't put what happened to this is gonna make Mac Jones my guy, and I really don't want that because I don't think he's great. But I'm not putting the collapse of the Patriots on Mac Jones.
No.
I'm not putting the disaster that was the Jacksonville Jaguars last year on Mac Jones. If you told me that Mac Jones had to make 3 starts for the Niners this year and they went 2-1 and he looked pretty good, I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Nope.
I wouldn't be shocked even if I don't think he sucks. I wouldn't want him as my full-time starter right now.
No.
But if you told me that in 2 years he was on just this Sam Darnold path where he went to a team like the Vikings or something and was just good because it was a good infrastructure and coach and all that, then sure.
Yeah.
He's been in a couple of bad spots.
Yeah.
It has made him look worse than he is.
Well, there's a lot of quarterbacks that have gone that exact route where they're a top tier pick and then they end up playing for the Jags or playing for Carolina or someone like in a little bit of obscurity. They get things wrong there as well. And then they bounce back with a good organization that has a good quarterback coach and they develop and they look just different, at their next stop.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is one of those write your career type moments.
Yeah. I think that's what he's hoping for. And I think that's what the Niners are hoping for too. Let's get to TC on the Elk Grove Kia talk line before we get out of here. TC, what's going on, man? You're on the Insiders.
Hey, Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
What's going on, man?
Hey, just chilling. So listen, man. Hey, so as far as the Kings, I got Niners too. But as far as the Kings, Malik Monk is my dog, right? But we talking about Russell Westbrook. Check his cadence, bro, and his presence. We need that on the Kings. We're not talking about Russell. You're coming in playing 40 minutes a night, and we want you to go back to old Russell, get us a triple-double, 30, 10, and 10. No, bro. It's his cadence. So if we talk about cadence and having his veteran leadership and his persona on this team and his scoring ability, bro, I'm all for it. Malik, I love you, dog. But Russell, for this Sacramento Kings team, bro, is more important than Malik. I know it sounds crazy, but Russell will be more important to this team, dog. I'm telling you. As far as the Niners, we will never win anything, bro, as long as your head coach thinks the way he thinks, Kyle, what you said earlier. I don't care about the preseason. I don't care. Quarterbacks, don't throw it away. Just do whatever you want to do. I'm not worried about it. Well, bro, what are you worried about, right? The Chiefs, the Eagles, these other teams, the legitimate teams who think about winning Super Bowls, bro, they worry about the preseason, right? They take every second serious. Kyle Shanahan, I'm talking to you. We haven't won anything as Niner fans.
I don't know what to say at this point, man.
We get it. We get it,
Yeah.
TC.
You hate
Shout out,
Kyle,
TC.
you hate
Talk to you
Kyle
later.
Shanahan, man. Yeah, I got.
Hey,
It is-
I will say, like, there could be more of an emphasis on the preseason. And I know the preseason doesn't matter, but I also think that there are times where they look like they just come out of preseason and not fully prepared for game one. So, although I like his record's been great here. So
I just wanted on the record that the Eagles did not play their starters against the Bengals in the preseason. What was the other team he mentioned? The Chiefs. What did Patrick Mahomes play? 3 snaps? Whatever it was. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. I got the Chiefs right here. Patrick Mahomes did start, of course. He threw 1 pass, and he played. Wait for it. Quarterback. Oh, I'm on defensive snaps. Whoops. Here we go. 3 snaps.
3 snaps. Yeah.
Would Brock Purdy playing 3 snaps make you feel better about the 49ers? Like, no, you hate Kyle Shanahan, TC. No matter what, if they played the starters,
the whole game,
it'd be like, oh my God, why is he doing that? They don't. This is why they're not going to win a Super Bowl. Like, man, okay, we got it. You hate Kyle Shanahan, and that's fine. Maybe they don't win a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan. I don't know, but using preseason games as a crutch for that is silly to me.
Yeah.
It was like you said, at this point, because I think there is more than just TC out there, like for Niner fans. That
There's
just
a
aren't
lot
fans of
more.
Kyle. Yeah, at this point,
Yeah.
if you don't like Kyle Shanahan, you just don't like him. That's not going to change.
Yeah, they could win the Super Bowl and be like, well, they didn't do it the right way.
Exactly. I think TC has said as much before. It's like, what if they win? It's like, oh, well, then you got out the way.
I'd say
there is no correlation between the preseason and the regular season unless a major starter gets hurt.
Yeah.
That is the end of the story.
I'm with you. Yeah. And the other thing, when it comes to the Russell Westbrook / Malik Monk thing.
Can we?
Yeah,
do
let's
this
talk about
in
it
the
after.
second hour.
Yep.
We'll talk about Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk to open the second hour. We've also got more NFL stuff. And also Mariano Rivera is currently living my nightmare. We'll talk about that as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia filling in for Joe Brazil today. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Sure.
Just keep talking. That's funny. Do we have plenty of time?
This is so funny, Emiliano.
I think I need more coffee.
Okay. You got time. Like 2 minutes? 2.5? 3 minutes. Yeah, did you see his face? Preseason doesn't matter to him, I promise. That's in hearing what he has said and knowing people who speak with him, and also knowing how they function in the preseason. No, if that's what he's doing, I don't want to. Yeah, thanks. No. What is this? Brewers, good team. Really good team.
How does one become a Brewers fan? Paul, are you from Milwaukee? And I'm genuinely asking because I'm a Dolphins fan, so I get it.
That's a great question. I'm always really interested in how people become fans of their favorite teams. I don't know
been
why.
a Brewers fan before.
I don't know why. It just, I don't care. Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, I got so much crap growing up for being an A's and 49ers fan.
Yeah.
Like, you got to pick one. No, you don't. You definitely don't.
Fair enough.
Oh, well, there you go. Hey, if Drew is out on Chief of War, then I also am out on Chief of War. That's not a surprise. I love that Tyler makes music that just sounds like California music. Or West Coast music. Actually, hey, I will, Jesse. Yeah. Jeff Wilson is back.
What?
Dolphins legend.
He's back where?
The 49ers.
He just signed?
He's going to.
I like Jeff Wilson.
Amir Abdullah probably to IR.
Yeah. I thought Abdullah was just a kick returner at this point. I was surprised to see him running the ball.
He had 40 catches for the Raiders last year. There was a point in my life where I was a big Amir Abdullah guy. Let's see if I can. Wow. I apparently didn't tweet a lot about Amir Abdullah, though. You're back. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia behind the glass. And we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. Just wanted to let you know right now that the 49ers and Raiders next preseason game is against each other. On Saturday. Coverage right here on ESPN 1320 begins at 12:30.
Nice.
Tap in. Hell yeah. Yeah, I can't with the preseason stuff.
No, it's tough. I mean,
said
there are
no.
things that you can like. I think I came out of it, and my biggest takeaway was Nick Martins has a lot of work to do. It wasn't that, hey, just he's done, get him out of here. It's just like,
yeah,
man, you got a lot of work to do.
Mhm.
Overhyped.
Yeah.
I mean, overhyped not as in he's overrated. Overhyped as in he came in with too much
hyped up.
energy and he was too hyped up and he made a bunch of really silly mistakes that are going to look really bad on film.
Here's the question, and then I want you to answer the Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk thing you were going to get into.
Yeah.
Does your prediction about the 49er season change at all based on Saturday?
Absolutely not.
Same. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the case. That's true, by the way, for every single. Whatever I thought about NFL teams going into the start of the preseason, I feel the exact same way about all of them right now.
Yeah.
Except for the Chargers lost their left tackle, Rashawn Slater. That's a big deal. That changes how I feel about the Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
But that has nothing to do with preseason performance.
Yeah, I mean, like, certainly preseason can change the direction of a franchise completely because of injury.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking
about. But on-field performance, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do it. What were we saying about Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk?
Yeah, I mean, so I think there is this idea that you can switch out Russell Westbrook and in for Malik Monk and not miss all that much of a beat. But there is something that I want to point out, and it's that Russell Westbrook over the course of his career, even like the course of the last 5 years, right? If we take away like his heyday when he was an MVP and walking triple-double, he doesn't shoot that many threes. And, like 2023, the 22-23 season, he averaged 3.9 3-point attempts per game. The 23-24 season, he averaged 2.3 attempts per game. And then last season, he was at 3.9 again. Let's take out the conversation about his percentages because, like, realistically, his percentages are all over the board throughout his entire career. They range from 29 to like 34%, and there is no rhyme or reason for what he does. He's even gone down as low as like 25.8%.
And there's not like any kind of trajectory.
No, there's no flow chart.
It's a scatter shot of year and percentage.
Well, and it's a scatter shot. If you look at one game to the next, one quarter to the next, you have no idea. And that's where, like, I've talked about, like, shot selection with him. Like Malik Monk shoots a lot. Like, as far as like how many like shot attempts per like his usage rate, he does shoot a lot, but I don't ever feel like Malik Monk just took a wild inappropriate shot. On occasion, he'll take one, and it stands out because it's usually some crazy thing, but it's not all the time. Russell Westbrook takes 3 bad shots a game, where you're like, how did you just hit the side of the backboard?
Sure,
like I don't understand what just happened. So. That's one thing. The other problem is that 3.9 3-point attempts that he took last year, Malik Monk averaged 6.6. And again, their percentages aren't that different. Like 32.5% for Malik and 32.3% for Russell Westbrook. But when you already have Dennis Schroeder, who doesn't shoot enough threes, and you already have Domantas Sabonis, who doesn't shoot enough threes, and you have DeMar DeRozan, who doesn't shoot enough threes, and now you're talking about adding in a Russell Westbrook who doesn't shoot enough threes. How are you going to get to 40 or 50 threes a game? And if that's what Doug Christie wants, how do you build a roster with a bunch of guys who just don't shoot enough? Unless the idea is for Keegan Murray to average 12 3-point attempts per game and keep your number up high, like I don't get how they're going to get to the number that they need. Zach LaVine can shoot the 3. He can shoot a bunch of them. Keon Ellis can shoot the 3. He doesn't shoot enough. But now we start running into this. Okay, do you trust Nick Clifford as a rookie to shoot a bunch of threes?
Which, by the way, over his last 3 years, where he was a full-time starter for Colorado and then Colorado State, he averaged a little over 3.3 a game.
Yeah,
3-point attempts.
Yeah, it's just not enough.
Yeah.
So I mean, again, it's part of when you're building a team. I get that they're, again, Dennis Schroeder, Russell Westbrook 1-2 combo, statistically not that far off as far as players. Again, Russell Westbrook is a much, much better rebounder than any of these other guys, but that's just because he's one of the great rebounding guards ever. But Schroeder last season, between his 3 stops, he averaged 4.9 3-point attempts per game. But it was buoyed by a 6.5 attempts on a bad Brooklyn Nets team. When he was in Detroit, 3.8 throughout most of his career, 3.9. It's just not enough 3-point attempts if your goal is to get up to a certain number per game.
Yeah, man. And is that where, if this year is about establishing identity and culture,
Yeah.
if the offense Doug Christie wants to run is 50 plus threes a game, how many steps are you taking toward establishing that identity offensively?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's such a like peripheral thing, but if that's what this year is about, if that's going to be the mantra of like, no, hey, this is square one, we're building something here, and your offense is unrecognizable from what you want it to be. Now we get to, let's talk about 2027. Now you get to 2027 and it's like, okay, now we can start doing the offense we want to do. Wait, what? Then what have the last 2 years been?
Well, yeah, that. And if you've won, 32 games 2 years in a row, like that offense that you were going to put in, who's going to be putting in the offense at that point?
Sure.
Because there's no guarantee that a coach survives that or a GM survives that or anything else. And so like, I just think the structure of the team right now, it really does leave you like scratching your head a little bit. And then I would say the other piece that I'll add in that will complicate matters even more is that the Kings have been talking about trading for Jonathan Kuminga nonstop. Jonathan Kuminga averaged 3.2 3-point attempts per game last year, which was one higher than any other point in his career. Usually it's around 2.2. He shot 30.5% from three. Again, if your offense is predicated and the modern NBA is predicated on 3-point attempts and 3-point makes, how are you loading up your roster with guys who don't shoot threes and don't make them? Like, because both of those are an issue. Not making them is one issue. Not shooting them is another issue. Like the spacing on the floor as of today could look horrific with the starting lineup with three guys that don't shoot enough threes. That's not a good design.
And I think something you said there is important because doesn't shoot enough threes in the way we talk about that with Domantas Sabonis, where we're like, man, if you tick up to 4 or 5 a game, you're probably still shooting 36%. You should be doing that.
Yeah.
These guys don't shoot enough because they don't make them. I don't want Russell Westbrook shooting 8 threes a game because he's a career 30% 3-point shooter.
Yes.
I don't want him doing that. I don't want Dennis Schroeder doing that. And that's the issue. It's not, hey, just change the way you play.
Yeah.
It's, hey, if you change the way you play, the offense is going to be horribly inefficient because you have a bunch of guys who are 30 to 33% 3-point shooters shooting a combined 25 threes a night.
Yeah, I mean, again,
not going to get it done.
DeMar DeRozan last season, one of the highest 3-point attempts per season in his career, 3.3. His only other time over 3, he shot 3.6 attempts in like 2017-18. He shot 32.8%. Again, it's not just that he's not shooting enough because he's not. It's that he's not hitting enough either. And so now you're looking at like, I don't want to increase his volume to 5 because 5 at 32.8% is not a good percentage.
Nope.
So what are you supposed to do here? And that's where, like, again, I really like Malik Monk. I've said this a million times. I would keep, Malik Monk on my roster because I enjoy watching him. I know what he brings to the court, but I also think like the money thing is real. Like one of the few ways to get out from the situation you're in and actually build a competitive team this year is to save $14 or $15 million at the backup point guard spot.
Sure.
And, if you can find a taker. So it's tough.
Yeah, we'll see. Is Jesse back? I think I can do this. I think I can be the person who does this. I think I need to do that, and then this. Hey, Mitch, you're on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. What's up?
Oh, Billy, how you doing?
My bad. Sorry, that was awkward. I was pushing buttons as I was going, but this is Mitch in New Jersey on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Mitch, go ahead.
Surprised I got through today on a Monday. And Jesse, I want to apologize to Jesse. I was a little rude to him calling in, so I apologize.
Why were you? Hang on, Mitch. We need to put everything on hold. Why were you rude to Jesse?
I just didn't say hello. It's like I don't know why. It's like I didn't recognize his voice. I forgot to say hello. How you doing? And it's kind of, I'm not saying FedEx was easy,
But saying hello and have a nice day, that's the easy part.
Sure, totally.
There we go.
All right, what do you got for us?
Preseason should be no more than 2 games. Starters should be only in for like 2 quarters. And these 3 quarterbacks, Jackson Dart looks the best out of everybody. That's just me.
Okay.
And I'm hoping Trey Lance makes the team. But I'm also hoping my boy, and I wonder how you feel about this guy, DJ Youngalaele. He's got to make the team. Heineken, he's 5'10". Go play with the Pee football. Go play in NFL Europe, please. DJ's got to make the team. He had more tools coming to college than Heineken. Or even my boy Geno Smith. He better come through today.
All right,
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Mitch.
You get any of that? I heard he's rooting for DJ Ukulele. I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, do you know what I'm rooting for?
Oh?
I am rooting for you, listener/viewer, to win 2 4-day general admission passes to Aftershock at Discovery Park Thursday, October 2nd through October 5th. For a chance to win, it's super easy. Just enter on the ESPN1320.com contest page. Passes courtesy of Danny Wimmer Presents. That is 2 4-day GA passes.
Ooh, that includes that Thursday.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's basically Warped Tour circa 2003.
Yeah.
2005? Yeah, early
don't know.
2000s.
Okay.
Go relive your youth.
The Utes.
I'm so bummed I can't go. Like I said it's tough because I'm gonna be on a Hawaiian island, so I'm not gonna be like mad.
Okay.
But I'm bummed that we don't get to go experience that.
Yeah.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse, we took Mitch's call.
How did that go?
Well,
he apologized because he said
apologized
he
to
was
you.
rude to you.
Yeah.
When?
Today on the phone because he didn't say hello to you. He didn't recognize your voice.
Oh,
So he didn't say hello.
it's okay, Mitch. I
I
didn't.
told him not to call back ever again.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Don't ever. Mitch, unfollow me.
We got Chargers. We got Chargers quarterback takes. You're
Uh-oh.
starting a team. Are you taking Trey Lance or DJ Ugalele?
Just gonna sell, I guess. I'm gonna sell my team. If that's what it's down to, I'm gonna sell my team. Or am I coaching the CFL? Is that what this is?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trey Lance looks pretty good through 2 games. I mean, a Hall of Fame game, I guess preseason game and a half.
Yeah. Shout out to him, man. I think we're rooting for him.
Let's get better.
The
Let's
Niners
get better
drafted
every day.
a career backup. Yeah.
And then we're gonna draft a different career backup with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
All right.
Until they weren't, I guess.
That's a Pro Bowler, FYI.
It is.
We're the insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham's there. That's the voice of Jesse Tapia. He typically produces D-Lo and KC, but he's nice enough to fill in today.
I'm just
for
1320's
Joe
producer.
Brazil.
If
You are.
something's
You're
gone
just-
wrong, I'll help.
I'm gonna call you the executive producer of this station. That's just
There
the
it
thing I'm
is.
gonna start doing.
That works.
Okay, very good. I'll let the money people know.
A Jesse Tapia joint.
Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. I mentioned that the 49ers might get a little bit of help from a different team because there's a different team, one of their competitors in the NFC who might be cooked. We'll tell you who it is next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, we are. Let me see. I need to get this opened. Yeah. Share screen.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we gotta do that.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
No, I'm with you. I'm excited to read this athletic piece on the Premier League predictions.
Oh yeah. So this is interesting, Ricardo. I tend to agree with this, but I think the risk reward of, all right, your first couple of weeks, you're knocking rust off.
Yeah.
Is preferable to, Brock Purdy played 10 snaps in the preseason opener and got rolled up on his last snap and has a high ankle sprain, and now he's going to be out the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, especially since Trent Williams isn't playing at left tackle in the preseason.
Which you don't want Trent Williams playing because Trent Williams can't even get through a full season healthy.
Yeah.
Why are you going to tack on additional snaps? So I totally get what Ricardo's saying, but I think for teams, it's just that. The
17-week schedule, you have to prepare for it.
Yeah.
I mean, it just keeps going and going. You're like, what in the world is happening? How many more games? So
how do we think that mic is going to sound today?
Did they? Oh, they did replace it.
Oh, did they? It's a new one?
Oh,
you
yeah.
Want to go talk on it real quick?
We were here when Jonathan swapped it out.
Oh, no, but Seth, were you not there today when Seth was asking about it?
Test.
No,
Oh, it sounds a little funny. Yeah, it's hollow.
Yeah, it's
but it doesn't cut. Yeah, I don't think it cuts out like it does when Kenny. Yeah, this is like a very, very like tight cone. Like it doesn't have a hypercardoid. Yeah, I think it's
still like,
yeah, you really have to have it like super close. But
even then, it's still choppy.
Yeah, that's weird.
30 seconds. I wish.
Shout out to the chat house with the thumbs up, please.
Hell yeah. This is what I was. This is good.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Hanging out with you until noon. Hey, I kind of think the Rams are cooked.
Yeah.
This Matthew Stafford back stuff.
Everything we've seen today is that, he was expected to practice, but he's not doing that at all. He's not even dressed.
They've been calling him week to week and doing the, he's fine. They did what the Niners did with McCaffrey last year.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody remembers, but when Christian McCaffrey got shut down for training camp, they very much said, hey, it's a calf thing. We're just, we don't need him. He doesn't need to be in camp or the preseason. He'll be ready for week 1. We're just being cautious. It's fine. It's fine. That's how the Rams were approaching this Matthew Stafford thing. And then there was this fabled workout on Saturday where they were like, hey, he's going to work out on Saturday. We're going to see that his back is fine. And then he'll be back out there Monday for practice.
Mm-hmm.
And then lo and behold, today, Matthew Stafford not practicing, and he's in street clothes, according to Adam Grossbard of the LA Times. So the Rams, we are a little under a month away from the season opener.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rams starting quarterback is in street clothes during practice because of a back injury.
He's also like 37 years old, Kyle.
37.
And you're just telling me that, and again, I have a hard time counting out Matt Stafford because we've seen Matt Stafford play with like a broken neck. Or what was the game? Didn't he win a game in Detroit when we found out he had a broken collarbone?
Separated shoulder, something like that.
Separated shoulder and threw a touchdown pass. Like, all right, sure, man, whatever. Like, he's done this kind of stuff before, but he's never been 37 years old before. And it's never been a back injury that is such that when he worked out on Saturday, he's not good to practice on Monday.
Yeah.
I think even if he's ready by week 1 and he suits up week 1, this is going to be a thing all year. And I just don't think you're going to get high-level production from Matt Stafford. And if you're removing Matthew Stafford from the equation and you're dropping Jimmy Garoppolo into the starting lineup in LA, you suddenly feel a little different about the Rams.
Yeah, it's not great. This is how you want to avoid starting a season, especially when you have a quarterback who I don't think anyone is like super convinced that he wants to play like deep at like to his 40th birthday. Mm-hmm. He seems like a player who's nearing the end. And, there were question marks whether he wanted to come back this year. And all of a sudden he's got a back injury. And, again, he could show up 2 weeks from now and just be like, hey, I've been perfectly fine the whole time. I'm in great shape. Let's roll.
That would be crazy.
I just don't buy it. I don't buy it as someone who's had back injuries forever. And I know how difficult it is. And I don't get hit by 325-pound, defensive linemen. And
not yet.
Yeah, no, I hope it never happens. But if it does happen, I'm probably not getting up for a while. And I think Matthew Stafford is probably looking at it the same way. And might just at some point just go, hey, this isn't working out.
Yeah, and maybe their defense is loaded enough, because I think that's a really good defensive unit. Maybe they're good enough, and I think Sean McVay is an awesome coach, that they're going to be fine if Jimmy Garoppolo is their starter. But I was very much on it's the Rams and then everyone else in the division train. I think you could put Rams 1, and then you can give me any order of Seahawks, Cardinals, 49ers, and I would believe you. The Rams, if Jimmy Garoppolo is their starter, I think fall back into that group where you could tell me anything about the NFC West and I'll believe you.
Every bad story we hear about Matt Stafford's back, and bear with me here, I care less and less about the 49ers weak wide receiver room, in the sense where the Niners really have no excuses not to win the division and all that stuff this year. Just given the way things are, if Matt Stafford is just dealing with this back injury all season long, or he's just not healthy, I know the 49ers have a weak wide receiver room, depth issues, this, and that. There's honestly no excuses for them not to win the division this year.
Yeah,
easy schedule. At that point, if Stafford's in and out, or if he's dealing with this issue, the Texans are the best team on your schedule.
Ooh,
maybe the Jags. I guess if they play the Jags this year, correct?
Yeah, they play.
Depending on what they look
AFC
like.
South.
Whole point is it's all there in front of you.
There's got it. Tampa Bay is Tampa Bay better than Houston?
Do they play Tampa Bay this year?
Yeah, they got the NFC South as well.
I think they're about even, Steven.
All right. Are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers the Houston Texans of the NFC?
It's always got an NFC South on
That's
it.
a good question, Kyle.
Baker Mayfield's really good. But
probably,
either way, point is schedule's pretty weak
it's a
this
light
year.
schedule.
Yeah.
This is the year, and I keep saying this to Jesse's point. If Matthew Stafford's out or plays 9 games and is ineffective, if you're San Francisco and you're not winning the division in that case, it either means you were hurt again for the 8th time in 9 years under Kyle Shanahan, or your rookie class and second-year class did not produce the way you needed to. And it's at that point where if the Niners are 9-8 this year, going into next year, it's make or break time for Shanahan and Lynch.
Yeah.
Going into the 2026 season, if they're 9-8, 8-9 this year, missing the playoffs, you're going into next year hey, you're supposed to be opening a new Super Bowl window with a new group of a new young core. And if they stink this year, or if they are very mid this year, that probably means you don't have a lot of pieces of that young core. And so you're going into 2026, you're going into another draft. All right, none of the last 3 drafts have gone well. Looking for something. None of the last 4, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, it would be none of the last 4 draft classes have really borne a lot of fruit.
Yeah.
And that's where you start to wonder if the team's future is best under this current regime.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be mediocre forever. I mean, and this team has certainly not been mediocre over the last decade. Well, I mean, under Shanahan, they have not been mediocre, regardless of what TC thinks. Sure. They've been to NFC Championship games. They've been to Super Bowls. They just haven't got over the hump. And this is it's a reboot year. Last year was a disaster. This year, if it was partially disastrous, you'd be like, okay, I understand. You were relying on a bunch of young players and they didn't work out. But I think the biggest issue that you brought up there is that if you can't prove that you can, number one, draft the right guys, and number 2, develop the right guys, then there's a problem. And I think they have been able to draft and develop, and you don't have to look any further than Brock Purdy, or just go around. There are players on this roster that you have done a good job of developing. Yeah, but there's not enough of them, and there's too many drafts where you just crumple up and throw away. I mean, you're getting into danger zone, like the what we've seen in the past from, teams like the Raiders that just waste, 3-4 years of draft classes. And you're like, oh, this is brutal.
Since 2022, here's the 2022 draft. In fact, you know what? We're going to go back to 20. Man. Oof.
Yeah.
We'll do 2022. I want to try and be fair here. So we're going to go to 2022 because 2021 had Aaron Banks, who got a massive free agent contract. Got Jalen Moore, who got a massive free agent contract. Diamador Lenore, who's still on the team and a starter. Talano Hufanga got a massive free agent contract. So they got the 2021 draft is good, but 2022, Drake Jackson, I don't think he's in the league right now. Tyrion Davis-Price, Danny Gray, Spencer Burford still on the team. Samuel Womack not on the team anymore. Nick Zakel still on the team. Both he and Burford reserve offensive linemen. Kalia Davis reserve defensive tackle, and Brock Purdy. So that 2022 class is some reserve offensive linemen and a reserve defensive tackle who hasn't played much. And then Purdy. Okay, that's a good pick. But then 2023, Jair Brown, not looking great.
Yeah.
Jake Moody, not looking great. Darrell Luter, special teams guy. Robert Beal, ineffective player. Dee Winters might start this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but then Braden Willis, Ronnie Bell, Jalen Graham, nothing. Like it just the finding a nice, like maybe Jair Brown's a nice starter, but they're not trying to replace starters. They are trying to eventually replace Fred Warner.
Mm-hmm.
You have to eventually replace George Kittle. They have not done an effective job of insulating their wide receiver room.
Oh, yeah.
Where Deebo Samuel's gone, Brandon Ayuk is hurt. You have Ricky Pearsall and then Juwan Jennings, who was a 7th round pick in 2020. Like they've just not, if you're not getting production out of 2020, the 2024 class, which is Ricky Pearsall, okay, looks like he's heading the right way.
Yep.
Renardo Green looks like he's heading the right way. Dominic Pooney looks like he's heading the right way. Malik Mustafa, same deal. Like, okay, you feel okay. But if that group doesn't take a leap in year 2, and you've got question marks going into year 3, and the 2025 class has a bunch of question marks in it going into 2026, like you said, at that point, it's like, okay, how many draft classes do you get to figure this out?
Yeah.
And so this is a pretty significant year. And I agree with Jesse. If Matthew Stafford's healthy and playing the whole year, I just don't think San Francisco's is as good as the Rams.
No, but I think it's more like an 11-win team versus a 10-win team.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But I would still pick the Rams to win the division in that case. If you're telling me it's going to be Jimmy Garoppolo for 11 games and you got banged up Matthew Stafford for 6, if things go right for the 49ers, then that's a winnable division.
Yeah.
But that means Upton Stout's got to be good. Michael Williams got to be good. CJ West got to be good. Jordan Watkins got to be productive. Like there's the trajectory of the young players would beget a division title in that scenario.
But
if their young players aren't good, the Niners aren't going to be very good.
Well, then I'll point out the obvious. If Stafford not only doesn't play, only plays like 6 or 8 games, but of those games, you have 1 or 2 starts against the 49ers as a division rival, and you just don't have, your best team on the field, and you lose those games, that's going to, that has the ability to swing the division as well, just because you are playing a bunch of teams that are about the same. I'm like, I think we can all look at the teams in NFC West and go, okay, like there's some variables here, but they are about the same tier.
Yeah.
Of team. If I'm going to like look at the top 32 teams in the NFL, the NFC West, most of the teams are going to be grouped between like 14 and 20, 14 and 22. Maybe there's a little bit worse team, but not substantially.
I not to nitpick, because I think I overall agree with what you're saying, but I think in a healthy Stafford scenario, I think the Rams are probably closer to the top 10.
Okay.
But even still, you're still looking at, okay, if they're 10, the 49ers, Seahawks, and Cardinals are all probably within 6 spots of each other.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm with you there for the most part. And we've talked about this before, but to me, it could just comes down to the quarterbacks. I think you're picking the NFC West based on how you feel about each team's quarterback.
Yeah.
Like I really think that's kind of what it comes down to in that division.
I think that's how we kind of walked into this offseason, and then all of a sudden the Stafford issue has become bigger and bigger and bigger. And so it really does put that team kind of in a weird spot.
Like, yeah, he got an epidural. He's going to work out Saturday. We'll see if he's back Monday. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Feels like they're really downplaying this thing.
Yeah, I agree. Not to switch gears completely, but we did have, like, earlier in the show, we talked about it during a break, but according to our friend Sean Cunningham, the Sacramento Kings will open the 25-26 season on Wednesday, October 22nd in Phoenix against the Suns. I have that confirmed as of right now. I also have it confirmed that their home opener will be at Golden One Center versus the Utah Jazz on Friday, October 24th. Some other notes.
Hey, if they don't start 2-0,
yeah,
I'm holding people's feet to the fire.
Yes, there you go. See, I see you. You see you working.
I am.
The Kings will play against Dallas at Sacramento December 27th, and again on January 6th. What looks like an NBC game. That, of course, is the first time the Kings will likely get to see Cooper Flag here in Sacramento. The Kings play at San Antonio on February 21st, but De'Aaron Fox will make his return to Sacramento on March 17th. I'm also hearing that the November schedule is off the charts difficult. And it includes 2 games against OKC, a home and away game in the first 10. That's not a good thing for Sacramento. So we're gonna slowly get more and more of the schedule seeping out here over the next day or so. With it, I think it's coming out on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so the Kings will they'll open the season October 22nd against the Suns in Phoenix. Their first home game is October 24th against the Utah Jazz. And, again, Cooper Flag, late December, early January, which is awesome because
that's have some games under his belt.
Well, that and kids are off for winter break.
Yeah.
So the Kings always have a very home heavy December, which is spectacular because it just allows families to go see games. And I think there are going to be a lot of kids that want to see Cooper Flag play. Because he is going to be, like Scotty Barnes, one of the faces of the NBA moving forward.
Scotty Barnes?
That's him.
That's right. So, and then a long time to wait to play De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento.
Oh.
Yeah, like De'Aaron Fox.
Do you have a date?
Yeah, March 17th. It looks like that's when the Kings will play San Antonio in Sacramento. They have a game against San Antonio in late February. After All-Star break. But the first time I think he's back in Sacramento is March 17th.
All right. We'll have more scheduled stuff for you later in the week. Also, the 49ers have officially announced the Jeff Wilson signing.
Oh.
So
nice.
here's what let me see. Somebody named Travis Gibson is now on the 49ers.
Yep.
Defensive lineman. Sure. Jeff Wilson Jr. is back. Amir Abdullah goes on injured reserve with whatever injury he suffered on Saturday.
Rib injuries.
Tanner Mordecai, gone.
Again.
And Andre Dillard, the offensive lineman who was on the PUP list, has been activated.
Okay.
If anybody cares about those things. But King's schedule officially comes out
later in the week.
I
think Thursday we'll start to see it.
Can't wait. That's going to be fun. Schedule releases are the thing that I don't want to care about, but I undeniably care about them every single time. Yeah. I get so into the schedule stuff. Like writing, it's tough because it's a lot of work for, hey, there's nothing happening in the NFL. And I'm sitting here working till after midnight because there's a million different angles to write about the freaking schedule.
Yeah.
But it just as a fan, like separating my work from it, it's like, yes, we got schedules.
I know. I
can't wait.
How many back-to-backs do you have? How many 4 games in 6 nights or 4 games in 5 nights, which they don't really do anymore? How many 5 and 7s, which they still do?
The thing I get excited for with the Kings is what's that hellacious road trip that is way more complicated than it needs to be.
Oh yeah.
like Atlanta to Toronto down to Miami.
Oh yeah, that was horrible.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah, just the
It's
worst.
ridiculous.
And then you go home for 3 games, and then you fly back to the East Coast for another. You're like, why? Why are you doing this?
It is insane.
Yeah,
it's insane, and it only. I don't want to say it only happens to the Kings, but I've never seen it happen to the Warriors, and I've never seen it happen to like the Lakers and Clippers.
Yep.
But anyways, the perils of being a team on the West Coast, I guess. But anyways, that's James. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the Insiders. The handoff coming up in a moment. I think we're gonna watch a CD Lamb video with D'Lo and Casey.
Sounds good.
I have a lot to say about CD Lamb getting truck sticked by a ref and then getting flagged for it. I also want to talk about Mariano Rivera living my worst nightmare. Almost literally. We'll do that next. James Ham, Jesse Tapia, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I will be right back, I think. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh, ouch. All right, sorry about that. Steven, I don't have the full schedule in front of me. I might by the end of the week. Well, I will by the end of the week, but I might by the end of the day or maybe tomorrow. What's going on out there?
Two minutes.
So Carter, what's his name? Carter. Backup quarterback. Carter Bradley. Like, who is his dad?
Gus Bradley, 49ers assistant coach.
Okay.
I need to see tape of this.
Nepotism in the NFL running rampant.
I need to see the tape of this workout he did that got him signed.
The tape was just Gus Bradley explaining his defensive scheme a little bit more.
It wasn't him like going through all of the like they were talking about like all the throws he made last year during preseason.
Yeah.
Or something. And they said it was just like he has a cannon.
Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah.
And he stinks.
Can't wait till they lead ESPN with it.
Stevie B, we have paddle boards. I'm just not a paddle boarder. Again, back issues. It's not easy.
Paddleboarding on a lake seems way more fun than trying to paddleboard in the ocean.
Oh,
which
yes.
is the instance in which I've tried to paddleboard. It is not that good of a time.
Plus, the lake Monday through Friday during the day is super quiet. So, I mean, you can paddle all over the place. Yeah. And then we have quiet time on Wednesday night, Saturday night, and a couple hours on Sunday where you can only go 5 miles an hour on the lake. See, paddleboarding, Johnny G, it's great for your back if your back is good enough to go paddleboarding.
Matthew Stafford should not be paddleboarding.
No, Matthew Stafford should not. And maybe that's how he hurt himself, paddleboarding. I don't know. Yeah. I should probably get out and paddleboard. My core is a lot stronger than it was like 6 months ago. Eagles Pro Bowl guard Landon Dickerson is thought to have suffered a meniscus injury to his right knee.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Jesse, guess what I'm having for lunch today?
Actually guess?
Yeah.
Costa Vida.
I wish.
I don't know.
I love Costa Vida. If anybody from Costa Vida is watching wants to sponsor the program, please let us know.
There you go.
I will eat a salad on air every day. I'm eating cold pizza.
Ooh.
All right. Why didn't you just tell me, hey, Jess, I'm having garbage for lunch today?
Okay. See, now that is over the line.
It's not over the line. It's trash.
That's crazy.
No. What I do with my cold pizza when I'm done with it is I throw it away if I'm not going to heat it up.
Ridiculous. What's happening to me?
I need to go home and do the same thing, Kyle. I have cold pizza.
You too, James, huh?
You good?
Yeah. No, I thought you was in commercial.
No.
Oh, no.
We're just talking cold pizza like normal.
No, we're doing a very serious radio segment about cold pizza for lunch.
How it's trash.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm not having cold pizza for lunch today because we have an air fryer.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, this is big time for me.
Okay, no, and that's everything that you need to know about cold pizza. If you loved it that much, you would eat it cold.
No, it's not that. This is where we differentiate on this.
Hold on, Brian says Jesse wrong about a food take, super weird. Okay, I know that's a shot at the salt next thing. All right, I get it. Whatever. I'm not weird. You're weird about this.
Now, for me though, it's that I don't prefer cold pizza. It's not the preference, but when I'm hungover in the morning and I got pizza in the fridge and I can just grab it and just eat a slice over the sink without having to go through the rigmarole of taking out the air fryer and putting the pizza in the air fryer while waiting for the air fryer to heat up. Then you got to put the pizza in. Nah, brother, I'm gonna just down a slice of cold pizza and feel good about it.
You're about 34, 33 years old. Why are we eating over the sink?
He's 34. He's about to turn 35.
Yeah, why are we not throw that on a plate or throw that in the air fryer?
You're not even hungover that often. What are you
talking
about?
Yeah, but sometimes.
I'm grabbing a paper towel, cold pizza, walking around the house.
And sometimes the impact is still being felt of what I did consume.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I got you. Understood.
But I'm also, did they just discontinue microwaves? Like we can't just pop it in for 45 seconds.
See, the tough thing
gross.
about microwaving pizza is it's a very delicate line.
Yeah,
it gets all soggy.
If you're putting you pretty much
that.
have to stand there and check it. No, that ain't it. Go again, another 10, 25. That ain't it.
No,
too far. God damn it.
For sure, but I'll get it wrong before I have cold pizza.
Okay.
Oh, no way.
I
won't.
These guys are super intelligent, super cool. These are my guys. This is the worst take of their lives.
No.
This is awful.
I've had way worse takes.
No, this is awful.
I've had way worse takes. You should see what I had to say about Johnny Manziel before the draft. Holy smokes.
I'm glad we got D'Lo and Casey here to bring some normalcy to this nonsense.
Can we?
Congratulations, you played it safe.
A whole box of Colby Jones fan club shirts.
Boy, I'm working on scribbling it out.
That's one of my favorite stories ever, where I don't remember who tells it, but the Cowboys draft Zach Martin instead of a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
And Steven, Jerry slapped Steven on the leg on, well, you just played it safe, God damn it, and left. Like, yeah, he was like, it was like an all rookie, like all pro.
Oh, he was amazing. Yeah.
Like Zach Martin was phenomenal from the second he stepped on the football field and was just lambasted by dad for not taking Johnny Manziel.
I will say this, that 15 minutes or so might have been the greatest 15 minutes in the history of the NFL.
Oh, yeah, that was
drama
so great. So great.
Was Jerry going to take Johnny Man? That was fantastic.
Didn't Reggie Evans tweet about? Oh, no. The Reggie Evans tweet was about a Tony Romo contract, I think.
Oh.
Reggie Evans.
The Jerry Jones, what the hell are you doing?
Who's Reggie
Am
Evans?
I just Reggie Evans, King's Legend?
King's Legend, Reggie Evans.
He tweeted about what?
Reggie.
In March
Reggie
of
Evans.
2013.
Oh.
He tweeted Jerry Jones, Jone. What the hell are you doing? And that's an all-timer.
Knowing what we know now about Johnny Manziel, like hindsight was like literally, yeah, he didn't do anything to prepare in the NFL. None of that. He was just the same guy he was in college. Like, can you imagine if he was in Dallas and just that spotlight?
That would have
been amazing.
That would have went so poorly.
I'm so sad that they didn't get Johnny Manziel.
It already went so poorly.
Well, no, like it would have went way like 1,000 times worse in Dallas. Jerry Jones, all that stuff just mixed in. It would have been
even more poorly.
Yeah,
you can always he played for the Browns, blah blah blah. It's against the Browns.
There's that.
Yes.
Can we quickly discuss the cultural differences amongst us? Because it's really
okay.
Oh boy.
We're gonna get into it today on OKC.
It absolutely appears that James Ham has a very fresh fire haircut, and he's got the hat covering it.
That he gets once
every
6 weeks,
4 or 5 weeks.
Oh yeah, look, it's got the tight line on the side.
James, how recently did you get a haircut?
I get a haircut every 4 to 5 weeks.
This one though, like you just got this one recently?
No, like 2 weeks ago.
Did you really? Oh, that man,
he just got a good barber.
Yeah, your sides stay tight. That's crazy.
Penny gets a haircut every 2 days.
I have to show up every week to get my sides looking as clean as Hammer's look.
Have you ever been a hat guy in your life?
No.
I
My
dare
ears
that
are
trash.
way too big for that. Way too big. I have like fedoras. Like I have hats like that I'll very rarely break out. But like a baseball hat, like nah.
All right.
I will. I Mariners Cal Raleigh hat or something.
Like it's some
big Mariners guy over
here. Home run leader Cal Raleigh.
For now.
No, for now.
Yeah.
There's at some point where things with my hair are gonna change, and maybe I'll start becoming a hat person at that point.
Does Danny wear more fedoras lately?
Fedoras. What are the
flat caps?
Tango hats? Yeah. Like if I can, I just don't know that I'll look good in a baseball hat. Like I feel like my ears are too big. My forehead. I just don't feel like
if this is what your hair is now, though, I feel like it's never really gonna go away. I don't know. Like it's not gonna you're not I'm saying you're not ever gonna go bald or anything.
When my forehead is getting bigger by the year, you just see it on the videos. Like, oh man, Dino's forehead grew since the show started.
Did he get taller?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, thankfully, I have a fire barber that keeps my hair looking, fresh, and I've gotten skilled enough to keep it, looking good for the camera and pictures and all of that. But at some point, it's just ain't gonna be enough.
Come home.
Yeah.
Is that something you think about, like how you're gonna style it when the hairline starts?
Every time I wash my hair and all that stuff, it's like,
yeah. Do you have like a plan in place? Just step 1, 2, and 3, just ready to go?
Nah.
I think you'll be good though.
Yeah.
I think you'll be all right.
You got at least 10 more years.
I like how we're talking to him like he's losing a foot. Like, you're gonna be fine. It'll be cool, bro. It's gonna be okay.
Olympus good now.
You got two guys here who are already bald, and we're like, hey, it's gonna be okay.
Sometimes guys would rather lose a foot than their hairline.
That's what I'm saying. James is older than me. James got great hair.
James got good hair.
James's hair is set for life. Like he has the hair of a TV star. But
there's always like
I got out of the pool yesterday. I was like,
oh,
like maybe you can't
gotta go clean the filter.
I was like, maybe you can't post that video. Like, we're not doing that.
Damien's gonna be out there wearing a swimming cap.
Oh, watch, looking like Phelps in 08.
There's always little things that I think about with this station. I was going to say something, but I don't want to give it away. But there's things I think about with the station, like things that we could do here and there.
What station? KIFM West Sacramento. KRX.
What the hell? Hey,
no, that wasn't Joe.
Hey, if you don't put a minus on his ass real quick, pause.
I didn't even
do what you gotta do.
We don't talk like that.
Wait, we going no call? The play on?
No, that was a joke. Come on now.
We're gonna go no call.
Thank
but
you.
hey, I'm gonna need Damien to take a lap.
Oh my gosh, bro!
Take a lap.
Wow.
They referee me like the
Look,
like
bro.
Al
Hey,
Davis
look.
Raiders, bro.
I got your back, boys. It didn't land.
They referee me like Al Davis Raiders. Man. Everything a penalty with me. But
You're like Antonio Brown when he left the Bucks.
You dunked before the opening tip. Damian jumped and then laid it in.
Every game.
Andre Miller
pulled it back and then
No, every game, Casey is removing the shoulder pads and throwing them to the stands every time. There's no in between.
What I was gonna say though is one of the things we should do is we should take James to Damian's barber and let him give him like the crisp lineup
on a Saturday.
A crisp lineup, like have James go get his ears pierced. Like
no, hold on. That's fine. That's fine. But I need Damien to go to James's barber.
Okay.
Oh.
Nah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, if we're gonna do this.
If
we're gonna do this. I need Damien to go to James's place.
Next thing you know, you guys are gonna be like selling me out. Like, hey, we need James to go to Kyle's tattoo artist.
Hey,
he needs a full sleeve.
We can make it happen.
I don't even know what's happening.
That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen that way.
That's a good idea. Hey, COE, Dame. COE. Content over everything.
Content over almost everything.
COA.
Damien walks into the barber, record scratch. Everybody's like,
you're wondering how I ended up
here.
Hey,
who brought that guy?
Hey, does James's barber have like the blue and white little thing?
No. I go to a salon. Excuse me.
Do you go to the same guy every time?
I go
or is
to
it a lady?
A lady.
A lady every time. Same lady every time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I have for
James has some principles.
Decade plus.
There's just
and I had another one before that for over a decade before that.
Okay.
These are things I don't have to worry about.
No, you don't. Good for you.
It's great.
You get the beer lined up though.
Just feel
yeah,
like
when
do you do it yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unless I'm going to like an event, then I'll.
Yeah.
But with that, because it's a beard lineup for the most part, I'm just like, like, you know what it looks like.
That's $40 too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
beer lineup.
yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Wait, just for the lineup?
Yeah, for a good one for sure. Hey, we haven't watched this video yet, and I'm really excited to watch this. This is from the Rams Cowboys preseason game, and this is CD Lamb celebrating.
This is tough.
We'll get to the crux of the video first, where CD Lamb is just actively in the way.
The Yeomans on the sideline can clear things up as we look at CD Lamb on the sideline, Kyle.
Yeah, guys. So this happened right in front of me. CD Lamb was celebrating Jonathan Mingo getting behind his defender. He was
celebrating Jonathan Mingo getting behind his defender, and this is my favorite part.
No.
Oh my god!
Oh, goodness!
What do they call that? That's the Titanic.
Hat flying off.
Yo, that screen it's crazy.
You gotta throw that on the Titanic right there.
Oh man!
Hey, shout out to whoever that is on the Rams. They knew right away that was a penalty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because
he called that quick, like right there. He's like, "Hey!" Yeah.
Can we?
Shout out to the quarterback too. Who the hell was that?
Hey, CD's celebrating. 5 yards. Look at this. He's got what was that? 4 or 5 yards of separation.
Oh yeah.
Watch where this throw goes. Watch the receiver adjust for this throw.
Yeah, guys. This happened right in front of me. CD Lamb was celebrating.
Come on, man. Come on.
It might have been pass interference too.
It's definitely a little PR.
Might have been Joe. Was it Joe Milton? Is the backup right now?
Joe Milton's not underthrowing that ball.
That might have been Will Levis.
Oh man,
West Virginia, great, right?
Will Levis?
The West Virginia old
Will
quarterback?
Greer.
Will Greer, yeah. Not Will Levis.
Will Levis is on the Cowboys
No,
now?
he's dealing with the shoulder injury. Yeah, Will Greer, excuse me.
This is all set up for
there's
season
not a good screen grab.
No, that's crazy.
No, that
was good. Oh, okay, all right.
That's a good one there.
No, man, come on, man.
For those of you who are listening on the radio, CD Lamb just wandered into the path of an official who ran him over.
For those that are listening on the radio, that looked like the scene out of a prison movie.
It did. It did. Yeah.
That's tough.
Terry Crews, like, what was it? The linebacker? Uh-oh.
This one?
No.
Where is everybody?
We're back.
But I'm trying to.
Yeah,
that one.
There we go. All right, that's
That
what I
one.
was trying to do.
Yeah.
Anyways,
that feels like something that we'll draw back to all year for the Cowboys season.
Of that just being
that's the 2025 Cowboys.
Yeah, when you find out CeeDee Lamb's missing the first 3 weeks of the season with a back injury.
Did you guys see the Dak? Who was he talking to after the game? He's like, "Yeah, we'll see you in the NFC Championship."
Oh yeah.
Okay, is it just me? Is it just me, or do we get like a new Dak quote about we'll be in the Super Bowl? We'll see you there every year, right?
Sometimes twice a year.
Well,
Why
the
does
funny
he
part
do
was
this?
he was talking to the Rams. Like, hey, your quarterback ain't coming back. Y'all hoes ain't going nowhere.
Matthew Stafford not practicing today,
Hey.
and in street clothes.
I didn't see.
Not even pretending.
Was expected to practice today too.
Yeah,
that's
when was he going to try? It was
Today.
today.
They were expecting him to show up today.
They were like,
Not show up, but
he's going to
practice.
work out Saturday.
And the fact that
fine.
no news came out over the weekend was the ultimate. Oh,
He was supposed to do individual drills too. It wasn't even just practice,
that's-
but he can't even do individual drills right now.
That's what I was wondering about. He was supposed to work out, and then they would see if he would practice. Apparently, I guess I don't know. I haven't read anything, but apparently, I'm sure he worked out. And the fact that he ain't practicing today is like, yeah, that workout didn't go good.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
That did not go good.
I'm sure you don't even have to work out. You probably can't even move at this point.
Reeks of 2 years ago.
When his arm was falling off?
When his arm was about to be amputated.
Mhm. That's 1,000%. Like that was the year. Like, yeah, it's just an elbow thing. It's
They
going to be
kept
fine.
and over and over and over and over again. And I guess, I mean, maybe with an arm and elbow, I wouldn't, but maybe you can. But like, you can't go, oh, it's just a back injury.
What this reminds me of?
What you can do is listen to KIFM Sacramento,
wow.
KRXQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Always free on the Odyssey.
James telegraphed that.
I had
so
that.
bad,
He
too.
did.
That was
telegraphed
picked off,
it
man.
so bad.
That was an interception.
I caught
like that.
James glance over at that scoreboard, then look back at the screen. I was like, oh, James is ready.
I was looking at the clock. We
James
have
is
this
ready.
little
I
tiny
think my
clock.
pen's over there still. If you could just toss it.
Put that -1 on there.
It's a radio pick six right there. That's good
That
stuff.
was-
It was a good pick.
James didn't see the coverage. He read cover 2. They were in cover 3.
Nathan Peterman over here.
Carter Bradley over here.
James was CeeDee Lamb and Kyle was the
Yeah.
official.
Dang.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm wondering if CD Lamb's going to miss time after that. I mean, that looked
That
like
was
it
a tough. That was a tough shot. I mean, I imagine he won't, but I think the Cowboys have a whole host of issues.
Yeah.
Starting at the top.
Yeah.
So, okay. Let me ask you guys this.
Yeah.
Is Jerry Jones really the problem?
I think at this point,
The only reason why I
yes.
asked
Yeah.
is because
He brought you on the yacht.
Well, they tend to have good players a lot.
Mhm.
They tend to have the best of everything.
Mhm.
Like he gets in the way. Like he is in front of the cameras and all this other
Mhm.
stuff. But he's not John Fisher. Like he invests into that team,
Yeah.
talent wise and money wise. They have everything they need to be successful, and they just aren't successful.
Does he
I
still
think it's-
though?
I think it's. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they could have had Derrick Henry. He just lied. We didn't have the money, and just
Yeah, they
everyone
don't.
that said
That's
they
a
chose
good
not
point.
to.
As far
That
as
was
cash
pretty wild.
spending, they don't spend like they should.
Yeah.
But I think for me, the Jerry Jones problem, because you're right, it's not like, wow, this team year after year just doesn't have any talent. The problem for me is they held on to Jason Garrett for far too long.
Oh, yeah.
The Mike McCarthy thing went on for too long, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And then you bring in, and maybe Brian Schottenheimer is going to be an amazing coach. I'm pessimistic. It feels like Jerry Jones consistently is either trying to go cheap at head coach or finding someone who doesn't have any friction with him.
He's trying to go with someone who won't challenge him.
Yeah.
Yes.
He does not want to be challenged.
Yeah. He doesn't, because of Jimmy Johnson. Like he doesn't want that
Bill
big
Parcells.
personality.
Well, Bill Parcells
Yeah.
too.
Or Bill
And
Parcells.
He's never gone back after Bill
And
Parcells.
Bill
He's-
Parcells didn't win.
Bi-
And
right.
he was like, I'm not going to do it this way no more. Like,
Mhm.
you guys told me to do it this way, It didn't win. I'm going to go my way.
In Bill's defense, he probably quit before he had the chance to, because that Wade. I mean, I think Wade Phillips is a good coach. Wade Phillips is just a polar opposite of Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
But Wade won at an extremely high level when he came in that next year, and I think the year after. I think they were 13. I think that was the year they were 13-3.
Yeah, when they lost, when Tony Romo with Jessica Simpson.
Yeah. The Cancun trip.
Yeah. But that's kind of like my point, though. Like, even if we talk about Mike McCarthy, I think his first 3 years in Dallas or whatever, like the most wins in the NFL.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones isn't the reason why they were scared to death to play the 49ers in the wild card game.
Sure.
He also wasn't the reason why that defense, that Cowboys defense and that team was ready to play the next year when they played the Niners again. And Dak was awful. Like that's where I'm not saying Jerry's like absolved of anything, but they had
he's just a common denominator
teams, and they just didn't get it done.
Yeah,
that's all.
Right. Yeah,
he doesn't get a pass, that's for sure.
Yeah,
and then the Derrick Henry stuff like that, that's on him.
I think the cash spending is a real thing, but he is like you said, he doesn't fall into the John Fisher class of bad owner.
John Fisher's also an extreme too.
Yeah. John Fisher just is kind of by himself in terms of
alone.
being a gargoyle. Yeah. It just
I agree.
It feels very much like, honestly, just to kind of bring it back to the West Coast, it feels very much down the path of where Joe Lacob's going, where you had all this where you had all this success and you're going to spend the money, but we're going to win my way now. It's going to be James Wiseman. It's going to be Jonathan Kuminga. I'm the guy. These are my guys. Like, that's why they're having such a hard time getting rid of it.
Is this the first time Lacob has been left to his own devices, or has not had somebody there to say, don't do this? Whether it's Jerry West, whether it's
Bob Myers.
Is this the first time that Joe's been, I don't want to say in control, but they haven't had somebody there to step in front of him and be like, no, this is how we're going to do it, Joe?
From what I understand from people who know people in the front office, that's a little bit how it's gone. Like, Travis Schlenk is out of there now. Jerry West is out of there now. Bob Myers is out of there now. And you have Mike Dunleavy Jr., who's never been a GM before.
He can walk all over.
Yeah. So I think it's very much trending toward Joe Lacob being like, we're going to do this my way.
Even when you bring that up, the way that they've presented the offers to Kuminga don't make any sense at all. Like, to go out there and just blatantly say, hey, we want a 2-year deal. The second year is a team option, and we want you to waive your no trade clause. Basically, we want everything and you get nothing except for, maybe $12 million more than the qualifying offer, but you get nothing. Your rights, we will send you wherever we want. And even that team is going to be able to choose whether you're there or not. On top of that, your chances are you're losing your bird rights in any transaction. Like, the whole thing is a mess. And so I don't know. To me, it really does, like, the whole influence of an owner is all over this.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're trying to appease an owner by keeping a guy that you really don't want and create this $20 million trade chip so you can trade him later, even though then you're going to have to go back to the owner and fight that battle again.
Right.
Like, it's just a never ending cycle of strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like that's the road they're headed down.
But would you classify him as a bad owner?
Not right now.
Okay.
When you have 4 championships in, 7 years, like, you get a little bit of a pass for a minute, but at some point there has to be some form of turnover and sustained success in a new environment.
So, wasn't expecting this plot twist of trying to defend Joe Lacob today.
Yeah, this is pretty wild.
But is
very
that
funny of you.
does that start to fall on the idea, and maybe Mike Dunleavy throws a wrench into this theory, but does it start to fall on the idea of losing Steph, Draymond, that championship team, which probably includes Steve Kerr? If Steve Kerr has any sense, will be gone.
Mhm.
And so I can't expect Steve to do things the way that I want to because he's thinking about right now.
Mhm.
I have to start thinking about my franchise moving forward.
Right.
And is there some fairness to the idea of preparing for life after the Dubs dynasty?
Yeah, yes. But in my opinion, they've not done it the right way.
Okay.
They've fallen in between two paths.
For sure.
You could have gone full youth movement and gone Kuminga and Wiseman and Moses Moody and whoever else they're going to bring in. And I know this sounds inconceivable, but you're trading Steph. You're like, hey, we're too competitive with him and everything revolves around him. So they're not going to do that, but they've also not pushed all their chips in to try and win a title while they have Steph because of what you're talking about. They're worried about life after Steph, but he's still good enough that you're like, all right, we got to kind of compete, but also we're not going to trade all these picks.
But what would pushing all of the chips in and on Steph be?
I think it's something that would have happened a couple years ago where you're not holding on to Jonathan Kuminga. You're trading him when
his value's higher.
When his value's higher.
I see.
And
so is there a certain level of we missed, we were wrong, we did this wrong, so I'm going to spend a massive amount of money on going to get Jimmy Butler? Is that what that was? The idea of, okay, we've missed this, we've done wrong. Okay, I can salvage this by going to get Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, excuse me, going to get Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, you're at least, because Steph's whole thing has been just playing competitive basketball.
Mm-hmm.
He said that in whoever, I forget who did the big, was it Tim Kuhn? Did the big piece on Steph last year where he just talked about playing competitive. And Jimmy Butler allows you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You're at least like, look, here, we're trying to be competitive. I'm sure internally they think they can win a title. I don't. But that is at least a move where it's like, look, Andrew Wiggins, this is not it. Okay, Andrew Wiggins is not it. Kyle Anderson is not it. Dennis Schroeder is not it. Okay, we'll get these guys out here. We'll get Jimmy Butler in here, and then we'll try and figure out the pieces around that. Just raise the floor to being competitive, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, I can't fault them for just wanting to have a chance, because the Pacers maybe are an extreme example, but there are an example of like just be around.
Mm-hmm.
You never know what might happen.
That's their last title.
2022 Golden State.
Is exactly that. Just be around and have a good enough team that maybe, and you've got Steph, so maybe, and then boom.
You get the Nuggets without Jamal Murray, and then you get an inexperienced. What other team did they beat? They beat the Mavs in the conference finals.
Did they beat Memphis the first round?
Yes. Yeah. They got Memphis in the first round. And then, or the second round?
Was it without
second
Ja?
round.
It doesn't matter. It feels like they took advantage of.
Yeah, an inexperienced Memphis team, and then an inexperienced Mavericks team, and then an inexperienced Celtics team. Like they won the title, but that's why you just, hey, can we just be in the mix,
right?
Just in case.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like even this season, we all look at, OKC is like this freight train, right?
Mhm.
But if Shea goes down, you don't know what that team looks like.
Right.
I mean, because their entire, scheme is predicated on a guy who shoots the ball 20 something times a game and is like your one AAA.
Mhm.
Like, what does that team look like without him? And if something were to happen, you could see the Warriors like, all right, go ahead.
And the game, I think the NBA, especially postseason basketball, seems so predicated on matchups.
Yeah.
Nowadays, like teams matching up differently with other teams.
Mhm.
We talk about OKC and how great they were in their NBA championship. Needed a game 7 at home because Indiana was a tough matchup for them. Like Indiana did some things that they were able to exploit some of the things. Denver, who I didn't think was like this super championship contender, also took OKC to 7 because they had certain matchups or a certain level of experience. So you can get the right draw in the playoffs, and your path to a conference finals or NBA finals might be that of you're playing 3 or 4 teams that you just really match up well.
Well, that, and we talked about, like during at that moment, right? The Knicks were specifically built to beat the Celtics.
That's right.
They were not built to beat the Indiana Pacers. And so the Indiana Pacers all of a sudden like, oh, we've got this. Like, and it's not that you're a bad team. It's that Like your offense, everything which just
Mhm.
wasn't ready for what the Pacers were. And so they were able to make it all the way to the finals. I mean,
And to a lesser degree, and this is, I think, what you were talking about last week, Kenny, where we've kind of lost the plot on, like, you're trying to win every game.
Mhm.
I guess you have 48 minutes in game one, and you're trying to win. And then you're going to go to the next game, and you're going to try and win that one. I think that's a little bit where the Kings sit going into this year, where it's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, maybe you get into the play-in, and maybe you wind up as the 8th seed, and maybe Shea rolls his ankle in game one, and you steal game one, and then you're coming home, and you've got 2 games at home with a 1-1 series, and maybe you're all of a sudden trending toward an upset. Like, I think that's why when you have Domantas Sabonis and you have Zach LaVine and you have DeMar DeRozan, you bring in Dennis Schroeder, you're trying to bring in Russell Westbrook, and you feel good about Nate Clifford. And all of a sudden you're going, okay, well, if we got these guys, we might as well give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's a little bit how they're looking at this.
Well,
and they'll adjust as needed.
And to the point, James just brought, we've talked about this before. They won a title doing that.
Mhm.
yeah.
And it's like, we can do it again.
Yeah.
Like, that title is so valuable for so many reasons to, like, the Warriors as a whole. Obviously, it is to Steph. Like, that is just an incredible championship. But that whole, like, I was listening to a Windhurst book recently, and I just, like, thinking about the Warriors is really interesting. The 2015 title is, you know, they were the best team in the league. They were phenomenal. Like, that's all great. But they got to play a Cavs team that had kind of hit their stride at the end of the season, but lost Kevin Love to the Kelly Olynyk armbar, lost Kyrie Irving, who was playing, you know, one-legged for both, but you know, most of the postseason. And you talk about what ifs. What if Kyrie? What if LeBron hits that shot at the end of game one and that game doesn't go to overtime? Kyrie's around for game two. Now, inevitably, it's the Tyrese thing. You could survive one game, like, can you survive another? And it's never brought up. There's more discussion about Draymond Green missing one game than Kyrie and missing all but one, and Kevin Love missing the entire series in 2015. And then the big dog comes in the next 2 years. And it's like, no one ever looks at the Warriors going, yeah, could they have done it without Kevin? They just lost to Cleveland. Cleveland brought everybody back. Cleveland literally won the championship, talked Richard Jefferson out of retirement, brought the team back for a 3rd straight year. And no one said anything because there was nothing to be said. Kevin Durant joined a 73, win basketball team. And everyone looks at Kevin Durant funny for that. But no one looks at the Golden State Warriors funny for it.
Why would you?
Because you might not have won the title if Kevin Durant wasn't there.
I think they do. I think they hear that.
Oh,
they hear that. They hear that.
Yeah.
Steph hears that.
I never hear that.
Yeah, they hear that.
I hear
the story.
KD gets killed for going there.
Whether it's true or not, of Draymond, the way they tease him. You ran to the car to go call Kevin Durant after you lost Game 7. They hear that a lot. They hear that a lot, and they just. It's fair because KD gets a lot of heat for it. It's fair that the Warriors hear that.
Yeah, like if KD's getting heat for it, the Warriors deserve equal amounts of heat. But what may have permanently taken the burden off of them was winning in 2022.
Well, that, to bring it back to today, it's the reason why they don't want to give Kuminga up they want him as a trade chip, because they look at Jimmy Butler, they look at Steph, and they think there's going to be another player that comes up during the season that could be the third that might get them over the top again. You know, that's why they're also looking at Moody and they're looking at Buddy Hield. They're like, those are such valuable pieces. No, they're the only contracts you have, but between the Draymond Green at $26 million and all your scrubs that make nothing, you have 2 contracts at 11, 12, 13 million, and Buddy and Moses Moody.
What did Pods do to you?
So mean.
Well, I mean, on that team, they are playing with scrubs a lot of the time. You're like,
totally.
What exactly is happening here?
Totally.
What's the dude's name? Spencer.
He's not there anymore.
Pat Spencer.
Pat Spencer. What did Post do to you?
Quentin Post.
I'm just saying. That's why though they're looking for that $20 million trade chip,
and then what they're counting on is this young man's representatives. And I don't think his representatives would do it. I think Jonathan Kuminga would be the one to have to go, I just want the money. Feeling like this is, and I mean, there's no indication, at least right now, that he's going to do that. but that is the business of basketball.
Yeah.
That's
the
where
business of basketball.
That's where this whole thing gets kind of gross. It's like the collective bargaining agreement is allowing you to offer this kid $8 million. There are teams willing to pay him upwards of 90, but the rules allow you to do it this way. You're trying to sweetheart this offer by saying, well, we'll pay you 45 for 2. That's about the average annual value you want. But in return for that, you have to strip the rights that are given to you through the collective bargaining agreement.
Wild.
And that's where I feel like I feel like with this Kuminga thing, we just keep repeating ourselves. That's to me where the Players Association has to step in and say, no, I get it. You guys can negotiate. You can't do that, though. That's done to protect our players. You can't do that. And at some point, James, the trade chip, it's just a matter of will they, if Jonathan Kuminga doesn't blink, will the Warriors recognize you don't have one? Like you talk about, we don't want to lose this trade chip. Mike, Joe, Steve, you already lost it.
And if he signs for $8 million, you cannot trade him.
And that's it.
He's just going to sit there and say, you can't trade me. You
You're
can't
stuck.
do anything with
Yep.
me.
Yep.
It
And
feels
if my
like,
ankle hurts, then my ankle hurts.
Yeah.
it feels like there's a level of spite to this now.
And so
where
that's,
he's like, bet I'll play on that qualifying offer. That's not $8 million. I'm good off that. I know I'll get another contract. To hell with you guys.
I would
Like,
really
I think that's
and it's also a hey, Aaron Turner, you don't get a commission off this, bro. Like you, you don't get.
You
this.
didn't get this.
You
is
can
built
get
into my.
you can get the commission for my rookie deal. You don't get a commission off this one. Also, just to be safe, you're fired. just so we don't have to go through this again. I appreciate you. You're fired.
Yeah. Hey, Rich.
Yeah. We say this all the time. Would this be happening if Rich Paul was Jonathan Kuminga's agent
chance.
or Jeff Schwartz or someone
No
of
chance.
that ilk? And I think the answer is no.
And part of that,
With
you brought it up.
that said, I don't know who Josh Giddey's agent is.
Well, part of that, you brought it up last week, and you was spot on. I think Rich and Aaron and Duffy are great at what they do, but the other aspect of it is the Warriors are looking at Aaron Turner like, I don't have to deal with you. If I'm dealing with Rich, I'm gonna have to deal with you in a year or two because you have a player that I want, or Bill Duffy or something like that.
They might have a player sitting there right there.
Are you reading the same thing I'm reading?
Oh, yeah.
About his agent getting fired in 2023?
Yes.
Who's agent?
Yes. Josh Giddey's.
Who's his agent?
Well, it was Daniel Moldovan.
And he was with Octagon, which is why Trista's with Octagon. She knew some of, the Josh Giddey workings, and apparently a controversial social media post got him fired. Looking at him, I can't imagine what that post would be. It's very stereotypical of me, but Josh, yeah, there's your boy.
A profane.
All right.
January 6th was awesome.
I'm about to say in the NBA.
Oh no, there it is, right there. Josh Giddey's agent fired by agency over Black Lives Matter.
I'm about to say in the NBA, this is what you want to do. What?
In the wake of a vulgar response to a Black Lives Matter post on social media. Ah, well.
And them people didn't know how to handle themselves at that point.
No
They was
idea.
tweeting anything.
Yep.
Anything. They tweeted anything.
So that's who Josh Giddey's agent used to be.
Imagine you losing a 6 or 7 figure job because you just couldn't keep your mouth shut on Twitter. Oh, that might have been a little too close to home. Sorry.
That was tough.
What was that?
Yeah. So wait, he got fired.
Shout out to
from
Marcus Cousins.
Octagon, but did
Yeah.
he get fired from Josh Giddey?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
Jerry
think that he-
Maguire.
I don't
I
think
see
that he did
fired
either.
by Octagon.
Also, it was Jerry Maguire's situation. Ron Tidwell. Josh Giddey went with him in a goldfish.
That's
Well,
right.
in Jerry's defense, was Jerry fired or? Well, I guess he was fired. Yeah, I couldn't remember if Jerry was fired or he quit.
I know you guys
He's-
are going to think that I'm just going to go in here and flip out and everything.
I've been waiting for the Kenny Caraway, Tom Cruise impersonation.
We have all been waiting for that.
Free falling.
Mhm.
Come on, man. Come on. You just got the new deal, man.
Sing to me, Jerry. Can you imagine having one big money client in the entire league? And he says, "Sing to me, Jerry. Sing."
That'd be a bad beat.
Yeah, but I'd be singing.
Absolutely.
Whatever. What song you want? Yeah. Well, what is it, Rob? What do you want to hear? Heat Wave, Always and Forever. What you
I will
need?
drop what I'm doing to karaoke.
Yeah.
Like, you let me know. I don't even have to get paid for it. The thing with Kuminga is we're day 36.
Kuminga watch.
Yeah, no, it's very, very late. But the thing with him and betting on himself is, from what I understand, there's not a lot of cap space next year either. It's like Washington is going to have some.
There's not going to be a ton of money next year.
And maybe the Nets a little. So you're going into next year into unrestricted free agency. Man, I don't know if it's going to be out there next year.
And you probably still need the Warriors, because I believe the Warriors still have his bird rights. So you're going to need them to sign and trade you if you're going to make any money.
That's to make the maximum amount of money with a non-cap team, right? Like,
well, yeah, but I mean, if the mid-level is at 15 million, that's the most. I mean, you're going to make around 15 million a year, 14.5, something like that. Because I don't think that there's going to be a bunch of teams out there, and there's certainly not going to be a bunch of teams out there that are willing to gamble on a now 23 going on 24-year-old who we don't know what he is, and they're not going to throw a bunch of money, especially if the Warriors restrict how he plays.
But at least it would be his decision.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is what it sounds like is his biggest hang up in all this.
Would they forgive me how these things work? Would the Kings have any of those exceptions available to sign him if that was the market?
Well, they'd have a mid-level, yeah, and I guess
they didn't use that on Dennis Schroeder, right?
No, they did not. No, they still have their mid-level right now, but it would put them over the first apron. So, and they're hard capped at the first apron. Yeah, it's difficult, but they will next year.
That's what I'm saying. If that's the market for him,
that might be what it is. It might be a 14.5 or $15 million mid-level exception. And so,
but he signed up with the Kings.
He signed up like a 4-year 65 or something, as opposed to like the 3-year 63 that he can't get right now.
Hey, before we go here, did you guys see what happened to Mariano Rivera over the weekend?
I heard about it. Is there video? Is there video?
I've not seen video.
It's your nightmare.
Yeah. He was playing in an old timers baseball game at Yankee Stadium and tore his Achilles.
That's your nightmare?
That's a nightmare for me.
Oh.
Tearing your Achilles?
Have you thought about this moment happening to you a lot?
Well, sort of. Not playing an old timers game at Yankee Stadium. That would be an insane thing for me to think about.
Crazy.
But the idea of doing any kind of athletic type of thing publicly and tearing your Achilles, because it's just like, that's just a thing that happens. Even if you're throwing a frisbee around a park or kicking a soccer ball or whatever, and you just move wrong and your Achilles goes, you're the guy that tore his Achilles, like trying too hard at whatever little activity you were doing. And I just don't want that on my resume.
It doesn't necessarily have
Hey,
to be
if I came in here like this, if I came scootering in on the Achilles,
Lord
on the Achilles thing
with a boot,
right? With the boot on,
the Marvin Bagley signature boot.
Yeah, and I'm wheeling in on the one-leg scooter, and you guys are like, God, what? Oh my God, what happened? I tore my Achilles. Oh my God, tore your Achilles doing what? Throwing a frisbee around at the park and just
that's embarrassing.
That's tough.
It's tough for Mariano too, because didn't he hurt his back one time trying to tie his shoe?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure he bent over. Right. Yeah, he bent over tying a shoe or whatever. He ended up hurting his back that way.
I know Sammy Sosa threw out his back sneezing, which I've done, which is horrible. That's the worst.
You can the baseball players, they be messing up their ribs sometimes sneezing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have ribs that like slip out of place.
Oh,
and it feels like back injuries.
Oh yeah,
like because it circles around and it like
loading ribs. Yeah,
that's tough. And then that's where your stomach winds up doing like that. Oh,
all right. Shout out to Damian Ham here.
That sounds terrible.
Well, let me show you what happens when you fracture your metatarsal. And you know what is it? And it turns this way.
You know, I just noticed this week. Baldy, his finger.
Oh, you just noticed that?
Yeah, oh my goodness. And then Low Neal.
Oh, Low Neal's.
Oh. They need to get the hardball surgery, bro. That's crazy. Have you seen Baldy's finger?
Yo, he said he puts his hands up like this. And
Oh man.
Hey, Bobby
That was
Jackson. Bobby
crazy.
Jackson has some like.
Torrey Holt's got some messed up fingers too.
Yeah. Yeah.
They need to get the hardball surgery because hardballs used to be crazy. Then he got surgery, and it's manageable.
Well,
It's
good.
manageable, but chances are they fused joints, so he's not very flexible in the hands.
Nah, well, what do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
Kuminga watch.
Thank you. Ken Rudolph doesn't text me very often, but when he does, it's always just a great text.
Is this something we could talk about?
Sure. He says, trying to decipher your social media life for now, so I have some questions.
Go ahead and join the show later on.
Are you still on the radio in Sacramento? Are you dating that little fine piece of pink thickness I see you with all the time?
What?
When are we fighting Grant Napier? Those are the three questions.
Wait, who was this again?
That's Ken Rudolph.
Oh, okay. You said Ken. My mind immediately went to Anthony. I was like, wait.
Oh snap!
I was like, wait. I was like, say that again.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, that's amazing.
Just
That's great.
I was just like, I got these texts to get off.
We'll talk a little bit about Sabonis's scrum yesterday in Rockland for his camp. The news that James and Sean broke regarding schedule releases. We're actually looking for a few more notes on that as we speak, and then we'll talk plenty of 49ers preseason football, all that stuff as well. James will come back with us at 3 to do it all over again.
Okay,
Maybe we'll also at some point. I don't know if it's today or not. There's Jay Gadon broke some crazy news that the Causeway Classic may end.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, because Davis don't want to play no more.
That track Stingers up, baby.
Hey, David. Hey, Hammer, tell your school to stop being a bunch of little bitches.
I know.
Yeah.
And fix the causeway. While you're there, fix the causeway. It's the worst stretch of freeway
That's
in
awful.
No,
California.
that's facts. That's facts. It is a disaster.
Go Sacramento, and we're gonna go home. Drink water, be nice people. See you guys.
But we're not.
You guys. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
I did. It was, yeah, it said it was there. Okay. Jonathan set it up where it goes. Oh, so I just see something right now. I don't even know how to do this. Google Drive needs to be running. Yeah, Jonathan set it up where it just goes through my computer. Like he did whatever he did where I could just put it on like my computer and it'll go to the Google Drive, but I don't know if that's hit or miss or what. Okay. Aldrin, yeah, man, I did see that they playing at Baylor, which is dope, and they're playing UCLA and Cal, I believe, at the Chase Center. I think that's where those games are going to be. So that's dope.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hey. We welcome you in here. No, one more time. It's good. We welcome you in here into the Monday, August 11th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside our man.
What are you doing with him?
That's how we roll. Big shout out to the insiders for all of their great work this morning. James Ham multitasking, breaking news on the Kings schedule. While doing the radio show, of course, Sean Cunningham broke the home opener and actually the opener as well. October 22nd, the Sacramento Kings will be in Phoenix to take on Book and that new look crew after the Kevin Durant trade. And then we'll come home to the Golden One Center, which I think we did this last year. Did we open with Utah last year and then come home, or did we open at home with Utah?
We opened. That was 2 years ago. Last year, I believe the season opened against Minnesota at home. Julius Randle went crazy.
That's right. Well, that could be any.
Right.
It could literally be any game Julius Randle's in, regardless of the team that he's on. It doesn't matter. But the Kings will open up the Golden One Center portion of the schedule on Friday, October 24th, when they take on the Utah Jazz. Cooper Flagg will be in Sacramento for the first time on December 17th. De'Aaron Fox will be back in Sacramento along with Victor Wembanyama.
That's late in the game.
A late matchup at the Golden One Center for the Spurs and the Kings. Again, that's March 17th.
Damn near over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Season over in April.
Pretty much. Now, they might have maybe they got a couple in San Antonio.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to play both of their San Antonio games before they come.
I don't remember. Is San Antonio in the group? In the
I don't think so.
The playing group.
That.
I can't remember who's in the Kings playing group. Not playing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
tournament, in-season tournament.
I think it's like Portland, Oklahoma City. I think Phoenix might be in it.
OKC might have been who I was thinking too. Thinking of there, that's a monster right there. Well, October 24th, must win against the cap available Utah Jazz.
Hey man,
can't lose that game.
Hey, must around start the season off 2-0. What we talking about?
Yeah, what's
talking about? Start the season off 2-0.
What's our feeling on Phoenix?
Not good.
Bad.
Ain't gonna be no good.
Bad feelings. Yes, bad feelings.
They ain't gonna be no good. They trying to have, and this is my guy. You know, I like him.
Yeah.
They trying to have Book run the point.
Yeah. Like
what we talking about?
that's great, but also LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant aren't out there.
Right. Book is like, for me at least, he's like the Malik Monk situation on steroids. Like he's got a good enough handle. He's got a good enough heart where he'll try to be a point. He's not a point. You want him to be a finisher.
Yeah.
You don't want him creating for others all game long. Like, that is a terrible idea.
Why wouldn't they go sign Russell Westbrook or Malcolm Brogdon? Why wouldn't they go sign someone to play at that position?
I think that
they might not be able to.
Yeah, I think they're not second apron. I think they're first.
No, they're not second. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're first. We can look it up. I don't feel like there were very many apron teams. Are they, after all they did, are they still first apron?
That'd be crazy. They moved on from Brad. They shouldn't be. They moved on from Brad. They moved on from KD and got. They didn't get that whole contract back, so maybe they're not.
There's one website I go to that does such a great job of. Here we go. Boston. No. They're a cap team. It looks like I have Boston. Is that Dallas? That is Dallas. I have Boston, Dallas, Minnesota, New York, and Toronto.
Dallas is a first apron team?
Dallas is a first apron team.
Makes sense. Kyrie and Anthony Davis.
Yeah,
probably put you there.
Yeah,
and Klay Thompson.
Well, I mean, PJ's still there, right? PJ had
there.
He had a decent contract. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Who's getting paid in Toronto?
Brandon
Scotty.
Ingram.
Oh,
Scotty.
they did the Brandon Ingram deal.
Isn't Portal getting money?
There has to be a very simple way to find out.
RJ and Quickly are getting paid.
Oh, that's right. That's why there was so much. You're right. 32.5 for Emmanuel Quickly, 27.7 for RJ. You got 19.5. I'm gonna mess up his name. Jacob.
I always mess it up. I always say Portal.
Know. Yeah, it's
not
Pirtle.
Pirtle.
It's Pirtle. It's Pirtle. Yeah. Okay, that's what it is. There's literally no R anywhere to be found. 19.5.
Yeah.
Not in. Yeah, that's man.
Has Scotty Barnes' money even kicked in yet? Feels like maybe this year.
Yeah, it's at 38.5 now.
Okay.
Yeah. 38.5 now. It looks like this is the first year. Ends at 51.
Ooh.
Scotty Barnes.
And that's the rookie joint.
That's the extension.
Yeah, remember how much Casey disrespected him leading up to the draft?
Mm-hmm.
I was right though. He not your number one. He's not a 1A. That doesn't mean he's not great or worthwhile, but he's not.
What draft was that? Keegan? Who was that?
Yeah, Davion and Franz Wagner.
So Franz, bet you wish the Kings had drafted him. So the good thing about Scotty and Kenny's take was he was drafted way earlier than anyone expected.
Yeah, didn't he go 4?
I think it was 4.
Yeah.
We thought Scotty Barnes would be there when the Sacramento Kings were selecting, or at least would be in the conversation. He was not. That was one of the big surprises of the draft, if I remember correctly, was how high Scotty Barnes was taken. And this is an interesting approach from Toronto right here.
Scotty Barnes is really good. Scotty Barnes is a franchise pillar for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing that it's not unique to them, and I understand it's just like everybody's got to deal with it. But you got a Scotty Barnes, you're gonna go look for a 1A, and you're paying him at the end $51 million, and you're gonna still be looking for a 1A. That's a tough situation. You got to give him the extension. I'm not. He earned it. He deserves it. You got to, but that's a crazy situation to be in. That's not what the Magic are in, right?
Cleveland being in the second apron is crazy because you have Toronto here, who is the first apron team, but they're still $10 million away from the second apron. That's how much money Cleveland is spending.
And that's Darius making money, Donovan, Evan now, Josh Allen making money. They got DeAndre Hunter
making the same exact amount of money as Donovan Mitchell is Evan Mobley at $46.3 million.
Ooh.
Donovan Mitchell, $46.3 million.
If I were
Darius Garland, $39.4 million. This is crazy. DeAndre Hunter at 23.3, Jarrett Allen at 20, Max Strus at 15,
wow,
and Lonzo Ball at 10. Shout out to Sam Merrill, who makes 8.4. Kings legend.
I would have moved on from either Jared Allen or DeAndre Hunter this offseason. Jared Allen really good. Like he's really good at center, and he's making a little less than maybe I thought. $20 million is not bad for Jared Allen.
I like Jared Allen a lot.
I just feel like you can get a lot of what he does and brings to the table for a little cheaper.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, send him to Sacramento or something.
Hold up, Jared Allen. Yeah, well, here's why they might not have moved him. They might not have been able to. Jared's got a contract that I think kicks in next year. I don't even know that it kicks in next year.
If you make more than 15,
because he's got 20, but he jumps in the 26-27 season to 28, 30, and then 32.
At this point, if you make more than $15 million, it seems like you're damn near untradeable.
Man,
right.
Well, 18 million seems to be untradeable.
Jared, he's getting dangerously close to that RG level.
Oh, I'm with that. Let's call him RG from now on. Yeah.
You're getting dangerously close to that with that kind of number. It's not there. It's not there because that's damn near a 1 of 1. But he's getting close. And for those who don't understand, I'm talking Rudy Gobert. Paying that guy that much to do what?
Yeah, just vibe. Just put up goodbye post.
He's still better than Rudy, though. He's better than Rudy.
He's absolutely
and he's cheaper.
He's absolutely better than Rudy Gobert.
Anyone that doesn't get played off the court in the playoffs is better.
Yeah, say it. And in any basketball setting, playoffs, gold medal, World Cup, Olympics.
That's true. Yeah.
Your country is like, yo, we got to get this guy out.
Get the 19-year-old in.
Rudy Gobert will have stolen $370.5
Oh, no, that
million
wasn't very nice.
Oh, man.
When his contract is over.
Shaq Barling over there.
Shaq got a show on Netflix.
That man's, does he?
Yeah.
Shaq's doing a podcast with Mike Bibby in Phoenix. By the way, that reminds me, because I saw that on Instagram. I'm very thankful to be here today. We know that I'm in the midst of a contract negotiation.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Boy, I got nervous when I saw radio host Leezy and KC
no, that was crazy.
appearing at a basketball summit or something.
I heard about that too.
I was like, wow.
When I
started checking my phone, seeing
I want to be operations manager Jesse from now on.
I tried to send an email I just sent an email to like Complex like, hey man, what's up? Just to make sure my email still worked.
Hey.
And the way it was worded, Leezy and KC, as if Leezy just sat here into this seat right here, like, wow. These negotiations are going way worse than I thought.
I said, wait a minute, hold on.
Our newest radio host is here.
Hold on.
What's up, Leezy?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo and KC? Yo, I love the show D-Lo and KC, by the way. I want to say that first.
No.
Oh, man.
Didn't put that on social media this weekend.
You want 8 to 10?
Yo, it was news to me too, D-Lo. I was like, hey, hold on. Wait a second. Hey, I just want to give a shout out to my friend 80 Snooze and Sleep Nation. They partner with Jalen Wells. We're doing something good for the community. I'm just there filming, and shout out to KC for coming through. D-Lo, you're invited too.
Oh, it's too late now. No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's too late.
Oh, man.
It's too late.
Sorry, D-Lo.
No, that's good stuff. Get your stuff off. When is it?
It's going to be on the 12th. It's going to be Tuesday. It's going to be 7 o'clock.
7 to 9. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're out there for the community. It's for the kids and all that. So, sorry, D-Lo.
It's all right, Leezy. Hey, Leezy, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I'm so thankful that radio host Leezy called.
I said, wait a minute.
Literally said Leezy and Casey. I was like, God damn it. Hey, but Leezy looked sharp in the picture. They used the good pics too. Yeah, Leezy on the red carpet. They had KC in all black.
Shout out to them. They picked the right picture for your boy.
Man,
big ups.
They're just cold as ice.
We just trying to make it.
Cold as
we
ice.
all trying to make. We ain't got the crispy whites. You know what I'm saying? So
God, we went to
I saw that boy was stunting on him real quick.
We went to a white party on Saturday to celebrate my man Io and his girl's birthday.
That's love.
And so Katie took a 16-year-old to the mall. I was like, hey, I have some ideas, man, but could you just keep an eye out? Shout out to Katie. Went to Macy's, pulled 2 items. She was like, I think this will work. This will look fire. And my big thing with whites is the whites have to match. If it's a bright white, I need 2 bright whites. I can't have like that off white with the bright right. Like, give me, and your dress is white, so we need bright, the bright whites. And she pulled them. She was like, these are gonna work. This will work for you. And I zoomed in, and they were Motive One, which is a brand Casey and I have been rocking for the last year. So she brought that joint home. I was like, yeah, this is in perfect condition. This works. She even got the jacket. I was like, we're not going to do the jacket tonight because this needs to be cut a little bit.
Yeah.
But
that boy was
stepping out
looking smooth.
Got to the parking lot. So she's asking questions. She was like, so where are we going? I was like, he got us a table at this hotel. It's like a party. She goes, well, someone throwing the party? I was like, well, it's kind of like a one-off. She goes, oh, so is it like a club? I'm like, yeah, like kind of, but it's a little more low-key than a club. Oh, okay. So she's asking questions about the event. Yeah. We get to the parking lot, and you start to see groups of people in white. And she notices after like the 3rd group, like, oh, I'm really gonna stand out here, huh? So we park, and now I'm trying to keep from laughing. So we park, we go in, check in, like, hey, I blah 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 blah, go check in. Oh, like, yeah, he just got here, he's right there. And she looks around, and I goes, now would be a great time to tell you this party is put on by the Black Chamber of Commerce of Sacramento. But she don't care. Like, that stuff doesn't faze her.
Everybody was looking good, man.
We had a blast. No, it was a good time. Those parties are always interesting because it's an eclectic mix of young Black people, old Black people. I mean, just people just having, like, it's a, you had one room playing like Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the DJ in the room, we were ended with like the R&B joints, the Keith Sweats and the Keisha Coles, and we had a good time, man. We had a real good time.
Good stuff, man.
That was fun.
Good stuff.
Yes,
fun. Sir. Yes, sir.
Man. So as we were saying, we're chasing down a couple of games. I was trying to figure out when Mike Brown would be back in Sacramento. But we've got the regular season opener on October 22nd. We got the home opener on October 24th. They'll be in Phoenix. They'll be at home against the Utah Jazz. We mentioned Cooper Flagg December 17th for the first time at the Golden One Center. Well, I got a question about Cooper Flagg. You notice Christmas Day, those games were dropped with us last Friday. I just picking up on some things right there. And then De'Aaron will be back for the second time on March 17th. So we've got, it looks like a full schedule release coming on Thursday.
Sounds about right.
I know.
Which means you get some leaks starting tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I think they're about to drop a whole bunch of notes on Good Day Sacramento, the Today Show.
NBA Today.
Yeah, no, the Today Show.
Oh, well,
the Today Show.
NBC. Yeah, okay.
Mike Brown will return to Sacramento on January 14th. January 14th, the Knicks will be in Sacramento. Jesse, if you want to throw that on social media, the Knicks will be in Sacramento for Mike Brown's return on January 14th. In fact, you can all be insiders, so go ahead and tweet that.
That I ain't even gonna lie to you. Nah, I don't think so. I was gonna say it might be an ESPN game. I'm just kind of. It's a Wednesday night, January 14th.
Sure.
Mike Brown coming back to Sacramento. Might be an ESPN game.
Mike's under pressure, right?
Yeah, he got to win a championship.
Like that's right. That's kind of what it boils down to.
Yeah, you got to win a championship. You got to win a championship, dog. With the East looking the way that it's looking, and the team that you have, yeah, come on, man.
Well, knows what it takes.
If that wasn't nice.
It wasn't.
Hey, come on, man.
What was not nice about it? What was not nice? Tell me. What was not nice about it? You want to talk about it?
I'm going to root for Mike. if the Knicks do what they're supposed to do and they get to the playoffs, I'll root for Mike.
All I'm doing is just following what we've seen.
What Jesse said isn't not true. Mike hasn't won.
It would be.
He did get. Hey, like I know it was LeBron's superhuman Eastern Conference Finals. Mike Brown was a part of that Cleveland Cavaliers team that got to the NBA Finals.
Mhm.
You know, they ran into some hiccups against the Boston Celtics in subsequent years, but like that doesn't make Mike a bad coach.
He's a good coach. He's definitely a good coach. He's a really
Dan
good
Gilbert panicked and fired Mike when LeBron was a free agent. That man won 60 games that year.
He's a really good coach. The question will always be: does he have what it takes to be a championship coach as a head coach?
Mm-hmm.
Some of that, I'm always a big believer. Depends on the roster. I mean, you can make the argument this might be the most talented roster he's ever had. So now he's got a championship level roster, and maybe that's all he needed to be a championship head coach. You look at some of these other teams that he's coached, even when LeBron was in Cleveland, like that wasn't those teams were good for that time, really good for that time, but they weren't. I don't think they were as talented as this Knicks team is. You're talking about like you're relying on.
I agree.
Mo Williams and Boobie Gibson and Ilgauskas is cool. Ilgauskas is not Towns. Towns is better than Ilgauskas. Obviously, you got LeBron. That's the big equalizer.
Yeah, Towns is definitely better than Big Z, who was very good.
Yeah. So this may be. I think this definitely is the most talented roster he's ever had.
He's not a bad coach. I'm not saying that,
Absolutely
but also it looked kind of funny when you were one and done in Cleveland post LeBron. You got to the Lakers. You were one and a couple of weeks done after that, and then everything ended so sour here in Sacramento. And then say, "Oh, I know what it takes to win a championship. I know you won with Steve Kerr, but you haven't won with you running the ship yet."
Right.
And it hasn't ended well when you've ran the ship.
No, and really the thing that Mike Brown has to work through and get over the hump with outside of actually winning a championship as a head coach is, as likable as he seems like a great guy. Seems like a hell of a guy. But for whatever reason, like Jesse mentioned, these people that he's coaching, they be done with Mike Brown. That has been consistent at every stop. I don't know why. I'm not saying those people are right.
So
I'm not saying that they're not at fault or nothing like that. But at every stop as a head coach, the players that he's coached, they're like, man, they don't want to be coached by him no more. Or there are players on those rosters that say, I don't want to be coached by Mike Brown no more. Once again, not saying they're right. I'm just saying that's something that happens every time.
So why do the Knicks? Why is he the Knicks guy? Like, why does you've put Mike in a brutal spot? You've put your organization potentially in a difficult spot, and it's compounded by this team declined the Knicks request. This team declined the Knicks request. This team, because there is again, it is not a universal formula to how that stuff works. Not all organizations are the same, but some organizations will ask you, do you want to explore this? And I don't know how many, from the Billy Donovans to the, I can't even remember. I don't remember Ime Udoka, all of the different names that they had. I don't remember. But like, how many of those guys were like, nah, I don't want to go there. Right. And again, the idea is you don't go there to build. You don't go there to, build a winner. Like, you go there for a team that's not only are they going to have high expectations because of the Eastern Conference Finals, as it stands today, they're the only team that's healthy of that upper echelon caliber. They're the only team that's healthy. Yeah. And that is Mike going into that season with, just a boulder on his shoulders.
To answer your question that you asked, I don't know why the Knicks chose Mike Brown. Outside of, he's a good coach. He's an experienced coach. But I don't know. I don't know why. I think I would have looked elsewhere if I were them. But yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, you talk to Mike Brown. You talk to him about basketball. He can convince you that he's the right guy for the job. So he get in the interview setting. I know he killed the interview. His resume speaks, for itself with where he's been in this league and who he's worked with and all this other stuff. So he's got all this stuff in his portfolio to say yes, he should be the coach. But I don't know. I wouldn't have been sold that he should be the guy to lead this team.
So Mike Brown will be back in Sacramento on January 14th with the New York Knicks as notes continue to trickle out about the upcoming schedule. We'll come back. There's more NBA to talk about. There's more Kings to talk about, actually. Domantas Sabonis spoke over the weekend at his basketball camp. Did he say anything? I'm not really sure. Does he ever? No, but if you're looking for stuff, you might be able to find it. We'll talk. Steelo and KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Should we see if Jake wants to jump on?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll shoot him a text.
He hit that mic for me real quick.
It was a weird album. My guess is the first part's going to be an R&B album, but that's just my guess. I was kind of confused by that. I don't know why I keep turning my mic off. Leave my mic on. I'm whispering because they're over here having a conversation about something.
My bad. I gotta check it out, man. It's a
So what it looks like is it's a double disc, and he dropped one of the discs 1st, and yeah, he's
apparently the first one. I forgot, or maybe the names of them are Vices and Healing or something like that.
Okay.
And one is supposed to be all his vices, like alcohol, women, all this other stuff. And then the other one is supposed to be working through all those vices.
I see.
I haven't heard this one yet, though. I heard a song off of there that I really like. This song with Chris Brown's going crazy right now. I'm surprised we're not playing that one yet. That It Depends joint. That one's all over the place.
Let's see here. Kyle, I haven't listened to that one yet.
I ain't heard Freddie. I've heard songs from Freddie Gibbs because they pop up on a Rap Life thing, but I hadn't heard the album yet. Hey, can we get some air horns real quick?
Absolutely.
Some air horns, man. Some birthday air horns.
Oh, let's do that. Carmichael Dave, happy birthday from your biggest fan.
Is it really his birthday?
Dave's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's really Dave's birthday. I
Happy
think
birthday,
he
Dave.
turned 50 today.
Happy birthday, Dave. Salute to him.
We broke kayfabe a long time ago.
Yeah,
Dave.
happy birthday. I didn't know that. I mean, I wouldn't not give him air horns, but that's not who
I
the air
did.
horns
I
are
did
for.
have a smart ass tweet prepared with the picture, but I was like, I don't know. I think it would be funny. I don't know if everybody.
It's like you
thought it.
said, kayfabe's been kind of broken.
Yeah, I was gonna tweet "Happy birthday, Carmichael Dave. You'll always be King Casey's favorite radio show host." And then
That would actually been pretty funny.
Yeah, that
that would have
been
been got a pop for that.
I mean, it's still his birthday.
It would have upped
It's
the
Dave's
vibes.
birthday. Oh, the vibes are good. Put that post up.
But no, happy birthday, Sarah Hodges.
Sarah
Big
Hodges'
ups, man.
birthday.
Big
Yeah,
ups.
yes
Happy
indeed.
birthday, man. So yes, but the August 11th going crazy.
Yeah, I mean
Going
August is pretty strong. We got Matson at the end of the week.
Mm.
Your boy, I guess he's not my boy anymore.
Who?
Lim's birthday's tomorrow.
Shout out, Lynn. Oh, we got a nice
Them
little.
poor brothers at Sac State. Learning what a game fit workout is for the first time. Lord,
We got the
We got
legend D'Lo on
I'm about
the
to say, we
13th.
got a little three piece right here. We got Dave and Sarah, Lim, and D'Lo.
and we got Matson at the end of the week.
What days?
Kyle's the 15th.
Kyle's Friday.
Who's the 14th? We need to finish this week off.
Yeah, if you have a
We need to
birthday on the
complete this week.
14th, please let us know. This is vital.
All right, well,
Okay,
we'll find it.
Kyle says his best friend's wife is has a
I
birthday
knew
the
that.
14th.
I knew that.
So we're good.
I believe we've celebrated a birthday together before. I knew that. Yeah, August is a great month. Vonda's, whose birthday we were celebrating over the weekend, her birthday is tomorrow.
Come on, man.
Also,
When is Ios?
Ios is in March.
Oh,
which
I
is
thought-
great because Katie's is in March.
Gotcha.
So our birthdays are March and August.
Okay, there we go.
As we're getting through August too, I know we got some hot days coming up, but we just completely skipped through summer, I guess.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean it was hot this weekend.
Why are you shaking your head?
I did. I'm just saying
That is a
yeah.
good thing.
Yes.
All right, I'm just making sure
fine.
because I know you like the weird humidity and all that. Like this was a great summer we just had.
You know what happened to me yesterday?
I know you're all summer vibes too, so I get it if you were disappointed.
You know what happened to me yesterday? Reese had these baseball scrimmages yesterday, and we were out in Folsom. And I was,
It's a drive.
it was like a 9 a.m. first pitch. It was a doubleheader, 9 a.m. and like 11 or something like that.
Left that house at 7 o'clock in the morning, huh?
6:45. We were there in plenty of time though. Like we were there like 30 minutes early.
Oh yeah, it's just that drive to
Yeah.
Folsom's a mission.
Had to make sure. But see, what I do every day, damn near just a different direction.
Oh yeah,
So
super
I
day.
don't be tripping. So yeah, I get there and I'm gonna watch the game, and it's gonna get a little hot, so we're gonna move the seat a little bit. And, I'll be in the shade as the day goes along or whatever. And then shout out to my guy Andrew. He goes, "Hey Kitty, you want to be first base coach today?"
Oh.
I said, kind of called me out.
Oh.
So it's like, all right, man, I got it.
Just to be clear, this isn't a question. Because you're gonna look like a little bitch if you say no.
So yeah, I was first base coach for both games yesterday. And
What happened to putting the
it
kid
was
at first base or something?
Huh?
Putting the kid at first base, teach him something. First base
that
coach.
could have been the move too. They could have done that, but they didn't. They
And wanted Kenny out there. That's an honor.
yeah, and they ended up losing both games, and I kind of, not even the coach, and I kind of got frustrated with them.
Casey told his kids after, I was out here for what? 100-degree weather for what?
Well, look, the whole thing was they was worried about how hot it was. Now the kids are 12 years old. I understand that. I was like, hey, you out here, like you gonna be out here regardless. So let's go out here, make sure we stay focused, execute, do what we're supposed to do. And that's what I said. I said, we're out here too. Coaches is out here too. Stay locked in.
Just dump some of the water in the hat. You'll be good to go.
We ain't got no time to feel sorry about how hot it is. It's time to execute. They didn't execute. We'll work on it though. We'll get better.
Does Will because now he's the official permanent first base coach for Reese's.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That's
classic
tough.
kicking and screaming situation.
It's about time for me to get back on these sidelines though. I'm about ready. I'm about ready. It's time. Sidelines or dugout, one of the two. Sidelines, preferably.
What do you think it'd be like if D'Lo was coaching? How do you think he'd be as a coach?
Like a coach of any sport, a coach
You could
of
pick your
anything.
sport.
I think I'd be good. I think I'd be great, actually.
What would your what would your coach comparison be?
My coach comp, who would it be?
He's a coach.
And
That's
what
like
I mean by that,
Kuba.
like your demeanor, your whatever. Like there is a hint of Phil Jackson and not like success. I'm just saying Phil Jackson and Joe Mazzulla. Like I won't call a timeout. I'll sit there. They got to work through it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll like something will happen, and I will walk down the bench, cursing at nobody in particular, just so I wouldn't get attacked. But I'm just getting it all out. Just they be like, "Yo, coach be bugging."
Yeah. That's definitely Joe Mazzola. I think you know what I was gonna say. Y'all won't believe this if I say it. Is Tony Dungy. I'm just gonna be chill. Y'all think I'll scream and yell like I won't. Like I'm.
See, but
I
no,
think-
I've
I
seen
think
it. Like
it
if
would
someone's
be-
not doing their job the right way, like that'll piss you off.
Yeah, but if someone okay, all right. So let's work through this. Is someone not doing their job the right way once? Or
Multiple
is
times.
Someone okay,
Yes.
then it gets a little difficult. Then I become Tony Dungy talking about the idiot kicker. then I become that version. Or maybe I'm Spoelstra. Maybe it's that. Maybe
That's
I'm
a good one. That's a good one, I
maybe I'm
think.
bumping shoulders with the star player on the team. Maybe that's what it is.
Is Will correct here? Team goes down by 10. Great, this is fine. Y'all figure it out.
You don't want to run the plays I'm drawing up? Fine, you do it then. You got it.
Y'all make me sound like a crazy person sometimes.
Yeah, I can see Dame as a Spoelstra.
That's probably
that's
how
it.
it
I can see
goes.
him as a
Spoelstra
Spoelstra.
might be the one.
Yeah, I can see him as
Because
Spoelstra.
Spoelstra's pretty cool, but he'll get hot.
Yeah.
He'll definitely get hot.
Would you get
Who do
any-
you almost fight?
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's right. It was Jimmy Butler.
He's telling Jimmy, really, Jimmy, you're gonna fight me?
And then
really?
who almost beat Jimmy's ass? It was you,
Haslam.
Dewey? It
Yeah,
was.
Haslam.
Yeah. Okay.
Haslam.
Yeah.
Would you get a lot of technicals?
Nah, I'm gonna save my money.
You know who I would actually be like?
I'd be like KC though. I'd cry if my team played hard and fell short. Like I'd be like that.
Be tough.
Yeah.
Be
Don't
tough.
be like Willie Grant.
You know, well, yeah, that
No.
guy. This game's not even over, and he's crying. It's halftime.
Willie, it's tip off. What are you doing?
You know who I would be like to a certain degree from the stories that I hear and what I see. I'd probably be a little like Coach K.
Gosh, you guys
Be a
hate
little
playing for
like-
Kenny then. Like,
I'd be like, not that Coach K, our Coach K.
oh, okay. I thought you meant Krzyzewski.
I'd be a little.
Okay.
I'd be a little. I'm telling you to do something a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to do it a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a reason why I told you to do it a certain way.
That's right.
And if you don't do it a certain way, now you're going to frustrate me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, there may be some room for you to color outside the lines, but I'm asking you, I'm telling you to do it a certain way because I think this certain way will work. Do it this way.
And when they don't, are you gonna call and yell at me too?
Yeah.
Okay. It's only fair.
I think we're playing the wrong game here for KC, and Drew Down's kind of along the same line of thinking here. Not the commissioner, but what owner do you think KC is most like?
Oh, Jerry.
Good point.
Yeah,
probably
Jerry. Like Jerry, like everybody knows it's Jerry.
Yeah.
Hey, people get on these owners a lot. Like, just let the basketball people. Man, if I own the team, yeah, I'm in the meetings, bro. What are you talking about?
Who's the best owner in basketball right now? Or in sports? You can say sports.
It's probably Clay Bennett. Because Clay Bennett just collect the checks and let Sam Presti get all the attention and do whatever he wants.
Yeah, the best owner is the one that's out the way and just literally writes the checks.
You know who's coming to mind for me is Joe Tsai. He owns the Brooklyn Nets. He owns the New York Liberty.
Man, I saw his portfolio yesterday. That was crazy.
Yeah.
He owns a lot.
Yeah. And I was like, he seems to be fine. Like Brooklyn's, they're under the cap, the one of two teams under the cap. Letting Jordy figure he won't fire their general manager. So he's like, nah, y'all go ahead and figure it out. We're trying to do this. His basketball team is a completely different setup. His women's basketball team is a completely different setup than his men's basketball team, and he's approached that the right way too.
Right.
I don't know what sparked my thinking in this, but I legitimately was thinking about this yesterday. Like who's a good and bad owner?
And that's always such a loaded question because we make this argument all the time with Vivek. Just because the team is no good doesn't mean like what he's investing into that franchise and this community.
Mm-hmm.
That's also part of ownership. But we only look at the Sarver went to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Was he a good owner?
No.
So
we'll come back. Can we get that link to Jake Gadon? Jake's going to join us in about 30 minutes. Yeah,
because I need to know what the hell is going on. People ducking the smoke? That's what they doing?
Well, we'll find out when Jake Gadon joins us in about 30 minutes. We mentioned Domantas Sabonis. He was in Rockland at his basketball camp yesterday. He had some things to say. We'll talk about that. Steelum and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Drew down, I believe that's Ted Leonsis. But he gets a pass because he owns the Capitals.
Yeah, he knocks it out the park with that one.
Mm-hmm. Aldrin, we got something. We wrote something up for the Aces a little bit later. I'm not sure, but they're turning it around at the right time. That's for sure.
Asia going crazy.
That Asia game yesterday was bananas.
I got oh man, I was debating on whether I brought it up during the handoff or bring it up today. I'll put this out here and we'll talk about this a little bit tomorrow.
Okay.
But man, I'm not seeing this NFL quarterback debate the way others are seeing it.
What debate?
Hold on. Okay.
Should I tease it?
Is this for the handoff?
It's for anything.
Okay. I'm gonna write it in because I don't want to forget.
It's Josh Allen. I'll put it to you like this: Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Should I tease it? I won't go into detail.
I don't even know, what you're gonna say, but I think I disagree with you already. If I think I know what you're saying.
I'll tease it right now. We'll expand on it some more tomorrow, probably. Lamar Jackson is who everybody thinks Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen is. Lamar Jackson is actually that. But we'll talk about it tomorrow.
I got thoughts now. I don't even know if we're gonna be here tomorrow.
Then I'll leave it up to others to convince me that I'm wrong or I'm being too harsh or something like that. But Lamar Jackson is actually who they try to tell you these other two are. At least right now today.
I guess I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Drew Down is like always like when somebody gets something wrong, he always like, you
honestly
did this wrong. Like Drew Down said Kuminga was going to be an all-star and the Warriors are going to the finals.
There's plenty of room to work that into today's show.
If you said one of the quarterbacks wasn't like two of the others, I low-key would have been like, let's hear him out.
All right. So for those that were listening during the commercial, we're going to get to the what some will take as controversy.
Casey did that thing during the break where he's like, "Yeah, no big deal, but here's 30 minutes of content."
Oh, easily.
But
easily.
I knew it would be.
No, no. You know, he did. In Kenny's defense, he did say, "Well, we could do this tomorrow." But I'm looking at a few things we had laid out. There's some things that could be moved.
We can push the MLB home run race to tomorrow.
Right.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was really prepared to talk about Cal Raleigh today.
That's your boy tearing it up.
That's fine. That's fine.
Kyle Schwarber, he creeping up on him. He creeping up.
Hey,
So
don't leave out Shohei
here's what
Everett,
we'll do. Let's talk about Domas a little bit. We're going to talk to Jake, and then we will get to what you just said during the commercial break.
Okay,
we'll do that. Okay. So Domas spoke yesterday. Domas was at his basketball camp and spoke for like 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes. Sounded like everybody was there. Heard Jake's voice, heard Matt's voice, heard Sean's voice. I could run it for you. He doesn't like really say anything. If you listen really closely, you might be able to pick up on a few things. Mm-hmm. The thing that stood out to me the most was he kept talking about Doug and the new offense. He referenced the new offense a handful of times in his discussion yesterday, which kind of, I didn't really think much about it the first time he said it, but the second time he said it, I kind of was like, all right, it's something enough to where he's repeating it. Like it's a new offense. How different is it going to be than what we saw last year? Now, of course, Doug was, as he has pointed out on numerous occasions, he was kind of coaching on the fly, fixing the plane in the air, whatever, analogies he had. He didn't have time to prepare for this. He certainly didn't have an off season, didn't have a training camp, didn't have anything like that. So I'm not really sure what this new offense that Domantas Sabonis is talking about is going to look like. Doug talked frequently about the volume of threes that he wanted this basketball team to shoot. But with the roster essentially being the same, I'm not sure that you're getting to that number that Doug was pushing for last year, which I think was 40 plus, with DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis at least appearing to still be in your starting lineup.
Yeah.
I don't even think Dennis Schroeder is a high volume 3-point shooter.
No,
I'll pull the exact numbers. I just don't. I've never thought of him as that.
No, I don't. He's not. That's not really his bag like that. And I think that may be what Doug would like to do in a perfect world or in a perfect situation. But
3.7 attempts on his career. 3. Hold on. It gets weird when you play for multiple teams. 4.9 last year, 3.7 on his career.
Gotcha. So yeah, that's not the team that they seem to have. But I think a lot of people were looking at the Doug Christie quote or saying something like that pretty literal, and I understand that because he said it, right? Like he literally said it. But I think there's some room for how the offense is going that particular day, how it's going over a period of time. Like if you found something within the offense that has DeMar cooking from the mid-range or Zach LaVine cooking from the mid-range or Schroeder and Sabonis on a pick and roll that gets you mid-range looks, I think there's some wiggle room with what Doug is talking about. I don't think it's set in stone like this is what we have to do. We'd like to, but if we don't get there, that's cool too. I think Doug's what he wants to do with the offense as far as 3-pointers, I would say I guess would probably be like 3 or 4 items down the road of what he wants to do with this team.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wants to establish just a identity and culture with this team, with how they play basketball, a tough-nosed, hard-nosed element to how they play basketball, first and foremost. I think the second thing would be defensively being a hard-nosed team, having guys that'll get after it, pick up full court from time to time. I think that's the first 2 things on his identity. Offensively, I think that also ties in with how they play basketball, a physical brand of basketball on the offensive end. And then You talk about getting up 40 to 50 threes. So when he mentions that, I don't think it's about 1, 2, or 3 in how he wants to mold this team right now. That's why I'm not tripping that much on what they have compared to what he said as far as trying to get X amount of threes up.
Okay. Well, in the X amount of threes was last year.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to put pieces of a puzzle together. Domantas Sabonis did reference talking to Doug quite a bit through this offseason. Domas didn't say anything bad. He also didn't really say anything. Again, if you read between the lines, maybe you can pick apart some different things that he said, but I just don't know that Domas. I think we had a game of Domas answers. Like, would they ever be over 10 seconds or whatever it was? And like, I'm pretty sure you took the less, you won every time. So that's just kind of Domas. Like, he even acknowledged to us when he joined us to talk about starting 5. He doesn't like doing this stuff. And that, I'm positive, includes his basketball camp. It's just not something that he enjoys. So you're never really going to get a lot from him when he talks.
Right. And, you know, Domas, I'll stall him out a little bit with just how he speaks and how he goes about things. He's pretty gracious with his time in situations like that. It's like you just mentioned, it's not something he's always itching to do. Like you could tell like he doesn't want to do it, but he understands it's part of the game. It's part of his role on this team. So he opens up to be able to do that more regularly than probably he would like to. And like when he would speak, he said, once again, he didn't say anything bad, but he didn't say things like, yo, like what I always like to, I'm here, you know, I'm galvanizing these guys.
Yeah.
He didn't say those type of things, but I stall him out. This is where I stall him out in that respect. That's not really how he goes about things.
Yeah.
So I to a certain degree, if he were to do that, it would come off forced and unnatural based on what I've seen from Domas the 3-4 years he's been here. Like, that's not how you talk, bro. Like, you're trying to act a part as opposed to being who you naturally are. And while me personally, I may like to hear those type of things or whatever, I also look at Domas like, I understand that's not how you get down. That doesn't mean you're not a leader. That doesn't mean you're not, trying to galvanize a locker room or something like that. That's just not how you speak in public to the media like that. So, yeah.
Well, let's see what TC talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC? TC,
what up, big dog?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, baby? Hey, y'all got me. What's up with my 2 brothers?
No, we got
good,
you.
man. We good.
Oh, listen. Hey, let's check it out. Hey, so I'm scrolling X, right? Twitter, however you want to call it. Hey, that's a cold picture right there, man. With Kenny with the
it's up.
Kenny and the baby Kurt.
Oh, it's up. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's up. It's all love.
I know. Hey, I seen the boy. Hey, I seen the boy Carmen. I said, man. I started laughing. I had to tap in. I know y'all heard my call earlier, man.
I missed it. You text me. I missed it, man. I didn't see it.
I grinded Kyle's gears earlier, bro. I had his gears grinding. When I came on talking about Kyle Shanahan, he kind of got mad at me, bro. He was like, basically like, TC, you ain't got to keep calling. I know you hate him and all this because he hate people that.
Okay, that was Kyle. Kyle cut you off.
Yeah, he said we ain't having that.
Kyle just said, I don't want to hear a single word you have to say.
Westbrook, I was thinking about it. Hey, hold on. I was thinking about it, D-Lo. Man, I think we might just have to bring Brand either way, and then we might just have to figure out who we gonna move and who we not. The PT, like I get it to try to move a guard. We got 20 of them, but just to get Russ here, bro, and figure everything else out later, I'm with that, man.
Okay. Appreciate you, TC.
To sum that up, like he called in earlier, he said basically earlier that he'd take Westbrook on this Kings team. If it came down to Westbrook or Monk, he'd want Westbrook just given, I guess, what he brings as a vet and all that.
I disagree with him on that one. If it came down to Westbrook or Monk, I'd want Monk.
Why?
He's a better player today.
Is he a better player for what the Kings need?
To me personally, they're about the same.
Okay. For what the Kings need, not as players.
For what the Kings need,
Okay.
and as players today. Like they are both. I don't even want to say this about Malik because I don't necessarily think he's there, but they're like trick or treat players. You'll get a great performance, and then you'll get this awful performance.
Mm-hmm.
And Russ, at this point in his career, that is just what he is. Like there is no middle ground with Russell Westbrook.
Mm-hmm.
He's either playing a great game and he's helping you win a game 7 against the Clippers,
mm-hmm.
or he steps on the court in game 7 against the Thunder and the whole game shifts in a bad way.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's who he is. And I think Malik Monk on a smaller scale is like that, but he's a little bit more consistent at this point in his career than Russell Westbrook. Just a little bit more consistent.
Okay. All right. I feel like I could pick apart what you said. I don't know that I would use the word consistent to describe Malik Monk, but that's not exactly what you said. You said he's a little more consistent than Russell Westbrook is right now.
Right.
So, okay. Like I hear you.
Little less erratic.
No, for sure. Yeah. And Russ is, by his own acknowledgement, is erratic in a certain sense. I'll say this in terms of the case for Russell Westbrook. Putting my general joy and happiness aside, is there something to be said for it appears the Kings don't want Malik Monk?
Yeah.
I mean, and so I don't know that it necessarily works like this, but, TC talking about go get Westbrook, figure it out later. Again, not knowing how they could pull this off. Like, is it a situation where you go acquire Russell Westbrook because you can't move, you don't intend to play Malik Monk? And again, I don't know that it necessarily works like that. But I've heard Westbrook's name in Sacramento for months. I won't go so far as to say it's a foregone conclusion, but when I asked about the conversation really started about the Denver thing, because I asked, like, he has a team, right? Like that, like he has a team. And the person was like, no, he just didn't want to play another year in Denver. And I heard James this morning talking about Russ should be playing for a contender. Like he should, like what he did last year, he should be trying to go win a championship. And while I think a title would mean a lot to Russell Westbrook, I don't think it means more than being close to his family. If Doug Christie tells the Sacramento Kings, they have the day after the game off, he charters a flight and goes home and with his family the next day in Los Angeles. Right. Or that night he's with them in Los Angeles. Right. I think he'll take that over chasing being a role player. And granted, he was a really important role player for Denver last year in winning a title. That's just my opinion. I don't know that for sure. But when I listen to the man talk, like, a lot of people talk about priorities. When Russell Westbrook talks, it sounds like family is his number one priority. Not questioning the man's love of basketball, not questioning anything like that. But that's why you don't go to Boston to try to win a title or go to New York to try to win a title. It's like you don't have the ability to, Mike Brown gives this day off, which we know he probably won't anyways, to just hop on a plane and wind up in your Southern California home in 45 minutes.
Right. Some of these guys like Westbrook, I look at it as personal, perfectly reasonable. Some people may think it's selfish or anything. I don't think it's like that at all, but they want to still play basketball. They still want to be part of a team where they can contribute and, get playing time and all this other stuff. You go to the Knicks or you go to Boston, you might be seeing a bunch of DMPs.
Right.
And like, yeah, you'll be in a winning situation and that's always great too. But, you still want to play basketball. No shade to this guy at all, but not a lot of people want to be Kevin Love. You know what I'm saying? Where Kevin Love is just kind of on a team and hanging around. Like they want to still get out there.
What kind of team are the Kings trying to build towards if you're moving off of Malik Monk and adding Russell Westbrook's?
Survive.
But what does that mean?
I don't think
I don't even necessarily think that makes you any better. So I'm wondering, okay, are you trying to
build
an identity? Are you trying to build a culture with that kind of move? Like, what is the thinking here?
Maybe not, but it could also just be the idea of appears to be something about Malik that this front office doesn't like.
Like, I get that. Like, just fine. If you're not a Malik Monk guy in Sacramento, like in that front office or whatever, that's fine. But like I said, my just question is, what are you trying to build here then?
Well,
What is the culture, the identity? Like what are you adding then?
The cultural identity, I think, stays the same, but you might be adding some flexibility financially. If you can get in a situation where you move on from Malik Monk and you get maybe expirings back, or you get something that better fits your roster, whether it's like a wing player or some type of forward or something like that, and that better fits trying to win, or you get a young player or something like that, that balances the roster out a little bit. It also may potentially balance your books out a little bit more. I really do think the biggest issue with Malik Monk is his price tag for the Kings. I think if he was making $7 million a year, I don't know if we'd have the same feeling about, like, yeah, they're just trying to move on from this guy.
No, because he'd be playing under the Trey Lyles deal damn near. Like that'd be severely underpaying him. Is 18 million really that much?
It's not.
Like we talked about it a few years ago.
It didn't feel like it was a lot last year. This year it feels like it's a.
And if you shed his salary, and like what are you
it was like
adding?
A Joe Johnson Atlanta contract.
I don't believe that it's that much, but it feels like the league thinks it's too much for a non-starter.
So let me ask this question. You think Malik Monk is a better player than Russell Westbrook right now?
Yeah.
Fine. Is Malik Monk a better point guard than Russell Westbrook right now?
If they're coming off the bench,
you're thinking way too long. The answer to me is definitively no.
Well, if they're coming off the bench, like I could have Malik Monk play with the basketball in his hands for a little while, like how it was when he was at his best.
Malik's not a better point
Russ,
guard
and you know how I feel about Russ.
I understand
he's a wild card, and as a
he
point
is,
guard,
but he's not a better. He's still a better point guard than Malik Monk is. If you want to argue Malik is a better basketball player, that's fine, but he's not a better point guard. And my point in that is that's what the Sacramento Kings want, is a point guard.
They needed, well, like I can't argue with what they want, but like I feel like they needed a starting point guard. I feel like the backup spot you can kind of move with just Malik playmaking with the ball, basketball in his hands and stuff like that. I feel like you don't necessarily need a traditional backup point guard. Like starting, yeah, that didn't work out. Malik Monk is not a starting point guard in the NBA, no doubt. But I feel like coming off the bench, you can kind of work around that.
I look at this. This may take a little more time as I just go through some things, but I look at some of these winning teams, and I once again I think Malik Monk is perfectly fine at $18 million a year. But outside of Naz Reid, are there a lot of bench guys that are making that type of money?
Yeah, so I think Kyle said this whenever it was. Like, how many like contending teams have a player like Malik Monk on their team at that salary as well?
That's the salary, man. The
salary. And I don't know how many do.
Is Austin Reeves better than Malik Monk?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You answered that already.
Okay. No. I didn't mean that to like come across anyway. Like he's better. Yeah, I think Austin Reeves. Reeves is probably significantly better than Malik Monk.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. Austin Reeves really good though. He's a good ball player. He's a good ball player. No shade to him. I look at Indiana. Obi Toppin's making 14, 15, 16 over the next 3 years. TJ McConnell's making 10. I saw Isaiah Joe was making like 11. So
D'Lo's a thought.
What you thinking?
I let y'all ride with this long enough, and I'm terribly
sorry.
What do you mean? Malik Monk is not better than Russell Westbrook right now. No, he's not. He's not.
Oh, I disagree.
Nah, he's not.
Why not?
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Like, I'm just looking at numbers. The numbers are comparable. Like, and that was with the role Russ had last year. Malik did everything from start to come off the bench to be a point guard to be a two guard. Like, what is Malik? Let me ask you this: what is, man? God, I'm not trying to turn heel on Malik. Like, what is he good at?
He's a better scorer. He's a better scorer.
Yeah. Malik at his
he's a better
okay. He's a better scorer. All right,
better shooter.
Malik at his best.
The game plan will never be leave him open in the corner for any team.
We saw him in that playoff series. I mean, the one playoff series, but he turned up when they needed him. I think Malik.
Man, that was wait, hold on, that was 2 years ago.
Well,
I'm talking about Malik today.
They haven't been back since. Yeah, that's fine. Malik.
I don't know that Malik is that.
Malik last year, the starting point guard, is horrible. Like, not horrible, but like, yeah, that doesn't work. I have no interest in that. But Malik Monk, the sixth man, is one of the best in the league at what he does. Malik at his best is better than Russell Westbrook at his best at this point in their careers.
Well, I don't. Okay.
Russ can probably.
Do we know what Malik's
better.
best is? Like, is Malik's best the first year? Is that truly?
He was really good the second year too, because we were scared to death that he was going to leave. He was bomb.
Of course.
There were a number of games that he won that second year. You know, the one off the top of my head is the Orlando Magic game, the overtime game. He had like 33. Like he
had moments.
He was
for
really
sure.
good the second year too. Last year, nothing really stands out. Last year, the Cavs game with him and DeMar at home.
Last year, you had breaking case of emergency with Malik. Like, that didn't work for anyone on the team last year.
He was really good in that Dallas one where DeRozan hit the game winner. He was really, remember, he had like 10 points in overtime. Nothing.
He
really
got drowned out by the game DeMar had.
Right.
DeMar's game
He had
was
like
insane.
41.
And then Malik in overtime was crazy.
I don't necessarily believe this about the second year team because I wasn't too high on them because they just seemed pretty inconsistent. But people will tell you that if Malik was healthy at the end of that year, they make the playoffs or the play-in too, whatever it was.
I think they would have.
Yeah.
I think they would have finished top 6.
And I feel like
last year I'm going to give them
that's a lot of romanticizing. The team wasn't playing well at that time.
They were.
Now I'm not questioning.
Okay,
like
and
it went.
They took the nosedive once he left. That's kind of what happened.
I don't even know. Okay, they were barely scratching the surface of being okay. They weren't playing, and then Malik gets hurt, and then it dies.
They were. I'll find out in just a second. Because I'm not saying it like they were killing when he was there, but they were moving in a good direction.
And what do you do with a player that you clearly don't like?
Well, you move him, but I guess at this point we just don't agree with him. I don't agree with the Kings. I'll say.
It doesn't feel like moving Malik Monk should be so vital. For this basketball team, like the idea that you can't figure out, the idea that you maybe can't figure out is the wrong way. The idea that you don't want to figure out a role for Malik Monk is just it's great. It's something that about this offseason that I completely don't understand.
Maybe you guys can explain the money reasons to me for this one, but I just never once they were like, oh yeah, they were trying to move off of Malik to get Schroeder in here and send him out. It's like that didn't make any sense to me.
Can I repeat the problem? It's Devin Carter. Devin Carter remains the problem. Are we having these questions about a team that has Dennis Schroeder, Malik Monk, and Russell Westbrook on it? If Devin Carter is gone, this isn't about Devin. It's the fact that Monty screwed up the draft last year.
100%.
And now the Kings Scott Perry are stuck with it.
So you think if they were able to move Devin Carter to be perfectly comfortable with Malik Monk being here?
There shouldn't be a question about moving Malik to sign Russell Westbrook. That should not be a question.
Right.
The Devin Carter just must not be thought of too highly around the league just about the shoulder or what? Because he is a lottery pick from last year. I figure that's can't have like no value at all.
To be honest with you, if I were them, I wouldn't even be tripping off Devin Carter like that if I didn't think he was. If he doesn't play, he don't play. But I need to make whatever moves I need to. If I bring in Russell Westbrook and that puts Devin Carter further down the bench, that's just something I got to chalk up. You know what I mean? Like I can't him being there and feeling, and I don't think Scott Perry feels this way, but him being there and feeling like, man, I got to find a role for him because he was a lottery pick. If I don't believe in what he could bring to the table, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. I'm not worried about that at all.
Yeah, I think that's just a loss for the Kings at this point.
Real quick, last year, or not 2 years ago, the Kings were, I don't know exactly where they were in the standings, but they were 11 games over 500 when Malik Monk went down. They were 42-31 when he went down. He averaged 17 points, 5.5 assists that year.
Okay. Is there another footnote to that injury?
That
Herter got hurt. Herter got hurt. They were gone at the same time. You lost your entire depth at that position.
True.
Like that. True. I'm not,
that
repping Kevin Herter, but like, yeah, that matters. Like they lost everything they had at that position.
Absolutely matters.
Pretty much in one fell swoop.
Mm-hmm.
This shouldn't be a conversation. That's the other part. Like signing Russell Westbrook, moving Malik Monk shouldn't be a conversation. You can feel however you want to about signing Russell Westbrook. I'm so confused as to why moving Malik Monk is such a conversation this offseason.
Man, I really think it's the money. I really do. When you're trying
I don't understand that.
I don't know. I don't know if I buy that too. It seems like they're more eager. I feel like.
I do think it's the money. When you, like I said, and I read off some of these contracts. They're not that far off. Obi Toppin's not that far off. Isaiah Joe's not that far off when you talk about their AAV, and those are bench guys.
Well, because what are you looking for if you're trying to move off of that? Like, you got a guy at his best, like a perennial 6-man of the year candidate. Like, what are you exactly? Like, I know you can looking for a wing, but are you getting the same production or anything close?
Well, if you're getting Russell Westbrook at a cheaper rate, yeah. If you're getting Russell Westbrook at $3 million, $4 million a year, he can, while I think Malik Monk is better, he can give you a lot of that at $13 less million a year.
All right, I think I'm lower on Russ than you guys, though.
And I think that's how they're looking at it. They're like, Malik Monk provides a whole lot, but we can get 80% of what Malik brings to the table, whether it's Russ or somebody else. We can get 80% of that at a cheaper rate. That's kind of what we want to do, and take that other $14 million and go get a small forward or a power forward, which is something we don't have.
We're going to talk to Jake Gadon in a second, and I don't want this to because securing the bag. Like I get y'all don't like Russell Westbrook. The Kings were 25-20. That's what that number is when Malik Monk started at the point guard position. That's what he said. So I'm going to tell Securing the Bagley to do is to go look up when Russell Westbrook was starting for Denver and tell me what that number is. And I won't. You don't have to because I have it in front of me. He started 36 games for Denver last year and was 22-14. Now go look at Denver's record and look at what they did with Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup. You don't have to like Russell Westbrook. You don't have to like his three-point shooting, but don't talk about him like he's an inefficient point guard.
Well, not that, but also
he was a huge reason that Denver was where they were last year. Might have been a huge reason why the season ended, but he's a huge reason why they were where they were last year. Go ahead, Jesse.
Where'd you roll with that?
Can we? I don't know. How long can we go?
We go to 58.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let's bring in Jake now because he's outside. He's got his sunglasses
Where's Jake
on.
at? This guy's champagning and campaigning. It look like.
What are we doing, Jake Gadon?
Guys, did I tell you that I flew to Cape Cod?
Jesus Christ, Jake, you were in studio
what
last
the hell?
night.
We were talking to you last night.
Would you get on the red eye again? Would you get on that JetBlue red eye?
I got the JetBlue red eye to Boston, Dame, and we pulled up to Cape Cod this morning.
Do you have like a season pass where you just leave the studio and fly to the East Coast every day, every week?
Life's good, fam. Life's good.
Man, it sure isn't bad. Goodness gracious. What are you going to do when the JetBlue flight runs out and you have to find a different way to get to the East Coast?
It's a depressing state. I'll tell you that much. Hey, we have to take a stop somewhere in the Windy City or in Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to stop in Chicago.
You stop in Chicago, you never know if you're going to get out. You might be at that. You might be at O'Hare forever.
What I tell you about Newark?
Dad, don't do that. You got me worried about a flight that's 4 months away.
What did he say about Newark?
He said that flight gets canceled all of the time.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I have a backup plan in place with my beloved Delta, but you know how much anxiety that text gave me? I went right home. I was like, Katie, Jake said the flight's going to get canceled. Christmas Day, flight's going to get canceled.
Newark is a good look, too, Jake. Don't talk about Newark now.
I got no problem with that. The FAA's got to figure out their thing over there. Straight up.
Yeah, I keep reading depending on it. Oh, Newark's finally figured it out. And then you find an article a week later. No, they didn't. No, still a bit messy over there. Hey, you tweeted a bit of a if we got Woj bombs, it's a local bomb about the potential future of the Causeway Classic. Jake, what's going on over there?
Guys, it's some interesting stuff. So, of course, we've been keeping tabs on what's happening with Sac State a bunch just because they are making moves over at East Sacramento right now. Let's set the table here, right? Sac State going to be leaving the Big Sky after this year. We knew this. It was not a surprise. The original plan was to go to the FBS level and move up as an independent. That's not going to happen. So they're going to be an independent on the FCS level. So what does that mean? Well, think Notre Dame, but on the FCS level for things, right? Because of that, that means that their annual game with UC Davis that was built into the Big Sky regular season conference schedule will no longer happen. So, starting in 2026, that game has to become a non-conference game. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Unfortunately, UC Davis has scheduled all 3 of their non-conference games next year, where they play San Diego on the road, they play Southern Methodist or SMU on the road, and they play Stetson at home. They have no interest in trying to cancel any of those games. There's money tied to those games. There's contracts tied to those games. So unfortunately, they can't get out of those non-conference games, leaving Sac State with the ability to not be able to really play them next year. Now, in 2027, is it a possibility? Absolutely. The only thing that UC Davis has on their non-conference schedule is UCLA. So there's 2 other games that can fill those spots. Sac State will probably be one of them. But right now, it's not looking like they will play in the 2026 season because, 1, UC Davis doesn't have a non-conference availability, and 2, that they're not playing in the Big Sky.
Yeah, that's I understand it. I don't want to talk crazy about UC Davis, but you can get Stetson out of here. You
That's
can get,
what I'm saying, though, fam. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
The home
like
game.
you can get them out of there. And I know the way it goes back and forth, it was probably supposed to be a game at Sac State. Sac State, to make sure that the rivalry continues, they should forego that being a home game and give UC Davis the home game they would have with Stetson. And, they'd have to play 2 years in a row at Davis. That's cool, or whatever the case may be. But Stetson can go. Like, what are we doing, Davis?
I just think, again, these things are planned out 2 years in advance. There's, like I said, there's contracts implemented with this. I think if you're Rocco DeLuca, who's the athletic director at UC Davis, you say to yourself, okay, I want to honor the contracts that we've already signed. I want to make sure that, I'm a good partner to these people. But at the same time, I understand it's the 71st Causeway Classic this year, guys. Like, this is one of the most oldest rivalries on the West Coast for college football. Like, this is not like something that's just a slouch game. Sacramento gets up for this game every year. So, unfortunately, I don't know if it's the rubber meets the road with this. It's as simple as that. The rubber meets the road. You can only do one or the other.
Let me ask you something real quick, Jake, because we've talked about this. Jake's got to hear me, because he's out. I don't know where it's going on. But we've both heard and we've seen kind of the ill will that members of the Big Sky have had towards Sac State, because you think that plays into this at all? That UC Davis is kind of repping for the conference, and everybody's had a lot to say about Sac State leaving, and they're not willing to bend on this because they left the conference the way they did.
For everything I've told, it has nothing to do with that. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Sac State has ruffled a couple of feathers within the Big Sky on how they've approached heading into this season and how prideful they've been in terms of the recruiting class they brought in and how good they think they can be this first year. But when it comes to UC Davis, hey, like, they welcome the rivalry. They love the rivalry. They love how it brings everybody together. I just think that, again, this is just UC Davis didn't plan for Sac State to make these changes, right? Like, that's something unforeseen. This is something that Sac State decided to do, and it's not like they asked UC Davis's permission to do it. It's just, unfortunately, this is where the state of college football is. You have contracts, you have different conference affiliations. One team's trying to move up to the FBS, one team is staying in the FCS. There's conference changing. Like, it just, this is what college football is like. And unfortunately, I think this is where the consequences come in terms of when teams make decisions to leave a conference or to try to rise to a different level. This is the consequences. You don't get a rivalry game for maybe a couple of years because you just can't fit it on the schedule.
So there's no resolution to this. Like this like it's just
they
done.
can get Stetson out. That's the resolution. I know they got contracts or whatever, but you could pay to get them out and get the Sac State game in there.
So, and that's where my thing comes in, where it's like, I think you could get Stetson out, and I think if you're Mark or the Sac State AD, like say, hey, I can help supplement some of the money with that, and say, hey, we can bring this game in and make it happen. But if I am Mark Orr, the athletic director of Sac State, and Rocco DeLuca, the UC Davis athletic director, I am making sure that starting in 2027, and there's a 12-year or 15-year or 20-year contract, or maybe a 100-year contract of saying that we are going to play each other in a non-conference game every year. Like, for me, if we want a resolution to this, okay, we say that we don't play in 2026, but we're going to play every year after that, and maybe it is the first game of the year. Or if you're asking me as a casual fan, Labor Day weekend every year, Causeway Classic. It can be a phenomenal family annual event. It will be week 3 of the season, week 2 of the season. I think that's where it sits perfectly within everybody's schedule, and that's where you make it every single year.
Jake, are you going to get on a boat right now, or like a sailing boat or something like that? Like,
we're at Narragansett here. I'll show you. It's the lager right now. Hold on.
Jake, we don't know what that is. This is too rich and too white. What?
Do you want to say? Hold on.
I still don't know where you're at, Jake. What?
With all the boys.
Oh, yep. What's up, fellas? All right. All right.
Everyone's having a great time. We're on the. If anybody's been to Cape Cod, it's Harwichport, Cape Cod. It's phenomenal. We're gonna have a great time no matter what.
I have no doubt, Jake. I have no doubt. No one has more fun than you, my brother. So tell me, and how does this work? When do you come back?
I come back on Thursday.
That's rich, bro. That's
you
rich.
are. Yeah.
That's
yeah,
rich.
Man.
Yeah.
All right.
Jet setter.
Got the shades and the polo t-shirt, whatever. Boy, you about
Hey
to
guys,
make a
I'm
move.
already wearing come on now, you know.
You about to make a move, baby.
Hey, let's make one thing straight. I did not go to a white party this weekend with everything was wearing white. Okay, that was not me. I was a good boy this weekend.
Jake, I think all your parties are white parties. Hey, thanks for jumping on with us, man. We love you, brother. We'll see you. We'll see you back here Thursday.
Hey, see you guys. Have a great rest of your day. All right.
All right, that's our man Jake Gadon, walking the streets of Cape Cod right now.
He's just doing what he got to do.
He's talking about I didn't go to an all-white party, sir. I think all your parties are all-white parties.
I didn't see it. I'd have been with my boy Jake and Tiger a couple times though.
Well, I did. Well,
I'd have been with my boy Jake and
I
Tiger.
think the sisters love. They love them some Jake Gadon.
Yeah,
they love them some Jake Gadon.
Jake and Tiger, and numbers go up. He's doing numbers.
Yeah, well, numbers do go up. Yes, indeed. Hey, shout out to Dusty Baker, man. He pulled up to Baker Family Wines yesterday. Shout out to Zebra PT and her wife. They went out there. They grabbed some bottles of wine, took some pictures with Dusty Baker, posted those on social media. Make sure you're following at Baker Family Wines. You never know when Dusty's going to pull up. We try to tell you every time we get the drop that he might show up because that man is extremely busy in retirement. As has been stated to us, he is significantly busier since he's retired. And one of the things that he's doing, man, is making these tremendous bottles of wine like this 2022 Pinot Noir I'm holding right here. You could join Dusty's Clubhouse, find out about it, the exclusive releases they got jumping off like the 755 honoring Hammer and Hank Aaron. You can find out about tasting room specials. I posted to the stories today. They have trivia nights. They have bands performing. Like, it is just not a place that you just have to go and drink wine. It's a place that you could go sip some wine and do a full day of festivities, man. It's a great place. And most importantly, it's in West Sacramento.
Right there in West Sac, man.
Head over to bakerfamilywines.com to find out more about Dusty's journey here, making these incredible small lot wines. Again, right here in West Sacramento. Big thanks to Dusty Baker for being part of the family. And big thanks to everybody who went out there this weekend and tagged us in pictures and posted their pictures and did all of that great stuff. And if we have any more conversations about this Sacramento Kings basketball team and who should and shouldn't be here, we're going to wind up drinking all of these bottles by the time this week ends. Because I got that whole time Jake was talking, I just have Malik's basketball reference page up. And
What
it's
did
like,
you see that made you feel like Russell Westbrook was better?
they're just comparable enough. Like they're.
Are they?
I won't run with the Malik is hands down a better basketball player at this stage. Like at worst, they're comparable. Like I know you guys don't like Russell Westbrook. Like I get that. Y'all don't like him. He doesn't hit enough. I get it. But in terms of what they bring to a basketball team at the point guard position, they're comparable. And I just keep getting hung up on the fact of what do you do with a player that your team doesn't want for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Contract, because at some point this doesn't happen. You got to pull Malik aside and say, hey, got games to win. Like, I mean, and now Malik is on edge, and I don't care how locked in Malik is. You're on edge till February because you don't know where you're going to finish your season at. And we act like that's not a big deal. It is. You have to pick up and move from your job to go to another place and do your job there, which could be completely different than the one that you're asking to do here. And so Malik is going to have that little tinge in his stomach at this point from till February.
He is, but I mean, it's the nature of the beast, and he's going to have to play well.
You're right. It went great for Kevin Huerter, right?
And he didn't get absolved because he didn't play well.
No, he absolutely didn't get
absolved. Play
absolved.
well.
But we could say this over and over and over again. We said that about Kevin. He didn't.
I understand.
And the object is to win basketball games.
Does this team need Malik scoring more than anything else, though?
We will answer that when we return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah. Casey, you want to get that on the way back?
Yes,
you ready for it?
Yeah.
Local guy, is your birthday really tomorrow? Got to make sure we.
Local guy, we don't need it tomorrow.
Got to make sure we
need it Thursday.
We honor the legend.
Yeah, can you change it to Thursday?
Yeah, we need a Thursday.
How does the process of that work? Can confirm, he says. His birthday is tomorrow.
Excellent.
Nice. I've missed Duolingo for 3 days, and they're giving me an angry emoji now.
Mm-hmm.
What are you learning?
Spanish.
Nice. Oh, did you see what Kyle Shanahan said today? Like 10 minutes ago?
No.
Brandon Ayuk expected to be back around week 6.
That's.
I believe it was week 6.
Yeah, he's out for the first 4. I think week 5. So he's out for the first 4. Week 5 is the Thursday night game against the Rams. So it'd be the mini bye that they have to have him back at around 6. I would keep him out a little longer than that. But they know a little better than I do. And if the guy wants to play, and if he's healthy enough and gets cleared.
Yeah, Brian's right. So he's expected to be good around 2026 then. I hate when they do that. When they rush these guys or get these guys back at that first date, and it's like, all right, go be Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I think there also is an element of like you've got to get that you got to get that out of the way at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't want to say the earlier the better because you could hurt yourself.
Yeah.
But if they're looking at it like we won't have the true Brandon Ayuk, like how I thought about with like Dre Greenlaw, right? Who ended up getting hurt this offseason. But like you would want him to play, get a feel for playing with, this injury or playing past this injury this year so he could go in next year knowing he's already done it and he can just focus on that.
Do we want to make a little bet real quick? Do we think TC calls in at all from this point till Ayuk returns? Like, he's trying to rush him back. He's trying to hurt him.
He's definitely going to say he's trying to hurt him. I 100% think that's going to be the move. That's what he going to say about him.
Yeah, Trey Lance. He whacked Trey Lance. Now he's going to whack Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, Jesse, what was your question again?
Does this Kings team need Malik Monk scoring more than, I guess, what Westbrook could bring to the table that way?
So do they need his scoring more than
more
they
than
need
anything
like
else.
a traditional pure
Yeah.
point guard? Yeah, I think so.
Not asking you guys. I guess the Kings for
Yeah,
listen, why are you moving on from Malik Monk then?
Like, why did this all start? Because it is not the fan base. There's no reason to believe it's Malik. And I'm not sure.
Because after Levine and DeMar, it's like, when we talked about Domas enough, Keegan, we're still waiting on the aggression. I mean, you have Schroeder there, but you're going to need scoring. That's what the league needs.
Mm-hmm.
And most importantly, you need a shot creator. You know, when he went down a couple years ago, for me, one of the biggest things that stood out was outside of De'Aaron Fox, they had nobody that can create their own shot, which I think create their own shot, get to the line, all this other stuff, which I think was the biggest detriment to that time when he went down. That's why they were shooting 53s a game. That's why they would get up by 20. And because they got up by 20 by shooting a bunch of threes and hitting a bunch of threes, they were able to blow those leads because they couldn't stop a run that would come from OKC or the Knicks or whoever at that time, because there was nobody outside of Fox who could create his own shot. So they still need that. I think you have a little bit more with that when you have DeRozan and Levine now, but Schroeder, I don't look at him as a guy that creates his own shot. He's pretty crafty. I don't look at Keegan as that. I don't look at Sabonis as that. I'm not going to put that on Neek Clifford right out the gate. And I don't look at Keon as that, although he does it maybe a little bit more than any of those guys that I talked about. So you still need a guy that you can go to that can create a shot on a broken play, that can isolate on one-on-one if need be, that can get to the line, be a three-level score off the bounce. So they'd still be looking for that. If you got a Russell Westbrook, you would be able to get some of that. He's not a three-level scorer at this point, but he can get to the cup. He can put pressure on the defense off the bounce. He could give you some of that, but you'd still be missing a little bit of that.
And I'll say this again. I still think he plays here.
Russ?
Mm-hmm.
I would love that.
I still think he plays here. Whether Malik is here or not. I don't think I'd be really confused as to how it all worked, but I'm of the belief it happens. Domas said yesterday, again, if you're paying attention and trying to pick apart everything he said, obviously there's been a lot of changes. I think there's going to be a lot more changes. Oh, really? Okay. Now, this is the same guy who didn't know, what deals were going on last year. All he knew about was the deals after they fell through. So I'm not, again, if you want to really deep dive into what he said, you can pick it apart and say, oh, one of the top players on the team thinks there's more change coming.
Yeah. There was one thing that he said that I was, it depends on how you want to look at it. If you want to look at it in a negative connotation, you can. If you want to be like, I think it was harmless, and it's, you can look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But his comment about we didn't have a true point guard or a starting point guard on the roster, and now we do. If I wanted to be an S starter, I'd be like, that's a little shade. That's a little shade.
Okay. But what if I hear you. But he said the same thing immediately after the season. Scott Perry said the same thing. Like it was he's essentially repeating something that's been said repeatedly by a variety of different people.
And it could have been shade then too.
That's a lot of shade on Malik Monk. Then.
Well, who's the one guy that?
Well, I mean, this started immediately.
That's what I'm saying. Like it could have been shade from the jump. Now, the way that I would go.
Okay, and if that's the case, I'm gonna need Domas to chill. Yeah. If Domas is throwing shade at Malik, and I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say no too. I want to preference it by saying I'm not saying that's what it was, but if you want to look at it a certain way, it's there to be looked at.
However, D'Lo and KC got a redwood tree size worth of shade that we're able to throw at Domantas Sabonis at any point.
Because here's what I would say. Here's how I would have gone about it. And this is just me. It doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean Domas and everybody in the locker room doesn't feel this way or whatever. But here's how I would have gone about it. I would have said, yeah, we needed a starting caliber point guard. We didn't have that last year. We were able to get that in the offseason. That's no shade to Malik because Malik's a heck of a player. But I think he's much better suited in a finishing role and, at the 2-guard spot than him starting point guard. We could use a lot more of what he's able to bring to the table at that 2-guard spot, off guard, coming off the bench. Like I would have gone into detail to make sure D'Lo and KC weren't saying like, hey, I'm shading Malik again. I would have been like, nah, it's not a knock on Malik. He did what he could, but he's best used in da-da-da-da-da. That's how I would have gone about it. Once again, that doesn't mean Domas meant it a shade or meant it in any negative way. That's just how I would have answered it. And I thought about that when he said that immediately. I would have like, so there's no follow-up to you saying there's no, like you that's it? That's all you're gonna say? Also, given Domas like stalling him out a little bit, we said it earlier. It's not really his thing to just like he don't talk much. So like how I just explained and all that,
generic, yeah.
That was maybe 45 seconds. Like that's not what he does, and that doesn't mean that it's always some negative connotation to what he's saying. He just doesn't say a whole lot.
Nah, he doesn't, and that was definitely the case over the weekend. As he was talking as quickly as possible, and Will Z is right. An explanation like that would have required more than 10 words or even 10 seconds. But I think there's another conversation to be had about Domas is what is his role on this team now? Now that De'Aaron Fox is gone, is he the leader of this team? Is he like what it feels like to me? He's a really, really good basketball player. Maybe even a great basketball player, but he's another guy. He's a guy. He's not, and we've talked about this extensively. The Sacramento Kings don't have the guy. And I would probably go, not saying they're better basketball players, but if I looked for the guy on the Sacramento Kings or the person I would anoint as the guy, I'd probably start with DeMar before I started with anyone else.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd go Zach LaVine over Domantas Sabonis, but I definitely would think about it. Like, I don't know who has stronger leadership qualities between those two. And maybe it doesn't matter, but
I'd go another route. I'd go DeMar DeRozan being the leader first. I would probably lean out of respect to Domas, but the guy that may push him, I think, is Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think Dennis Schroeder has shown a number of different times in his different stops and the way that he plays, even in international play, to be a leading type player, a guy that brings guys together, or the vocal leader, or making sure everybody's on point. I would consider him as maybe potentially more of a leading voice or a leading presence in that locker room than Domas.
And that's a tough position for him to be in, like right out the gate. Like, all right, this is your role.
Right.
And the funny thing is, I think a lot of us would have leaned towards Malik.
We would have, and it is tough. It's tough for Dennis, but it's natural to him. That's why I don't.
That's right.
Like
that's
just
right.
what he does.
No, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the way that he approaches teammates in the game and in the locker room and stuff like that. So it would just be natural for him. Nobody would have to ask him to do it. Like
Mhm.
that's just what we do. Domas, he just I just don't think that's his personality type. Like you
I
said,
agree.
I think he's a good guy. I think he's a good teammate. Obviously a talented guy.
Mhm.
And he'll communicate to a certain degree. He's not Keegan Murray out there, but I just don't see him in that. I don't feel like guys follow Domantas Sabonis. When you talk about a leader, this is a guy that like, hey, come
Well, you're
right
not a
way.
leader if no one's following.
Be a leader of one.
No, that's not a leader. That's just a person. It's just a person. And there's a lot of persons that are back on Prize Picks.
Yeah, man.
Because the preseason football is back.
Yes, indeed.
The
Yes,
college
indeed.
football is right around the corner.
It is back. Prize Picks is back, ready for the football season. Now, I got picks ready to go for today. There's no football today, though.
Oh.
No football today. So I went all baseball. I got my boy, Ellie De La Cruz. Half of a hit. I went more. The first inning runs allowed between Matthews and Warren in the Twins-Yankees game. I went less. And then I went to the Giants. The Giants.
No.
Giants-Padres game today. I got Logan Webb. I got him having more than 5 strikeouts. And I got my boy Willie Adames getting more than half total bases. All right? So I'm going to post them. You know where to find me. We're back. We're in this thing. You must be present in certain states to make sure you're playing Prize Picks. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Put the promo code KIFM in there to get $50 instantly with your first $5 play. You don't have to win or lose. Just put the promo code KIFM in there to get $50 with your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks.
You a little rusty.
A little bit. Well, it got a little late in the game, too. I was like, oh, snap.
Yeah.
Prize Picks.
Yeah.
Run your game.
No,
Johnny G.
No, it's not.
It
it's
is.
the local guy.
No.
How the local
You
guy?
don't even know.
No, it's not. I'm looking at how the local guy not get it.
Where's his emojis at?
Thank you. It is Johnny G. He's the winner today. Johnny with the first win of the season. Zay, I don't know where Zay is at. This is embarrassing. I don't know where the champ is at.
This is Jasmine. Zabo is driving. Stop stealing his gimmick.
Hey, pull over, bro. We got to go to break.
You know what? Hey, Zay, I got your back, man. This is a circus.
Imagine not pulling over when Kenny's doing his Prize Picks reel.
That is hilarious. Johnny G, put you on the scoreboard, big dog. That's 1 for Johnny G. Start off the season. Good news for you guys is this is a Major League Baseball type season. Plenty of games. I see you securing the Bagley. Let's go over some of the ground rules right now. Local guy, I see you.
Local guy was there. He just dropped the football right before the goal line.
That's it. He fumbled at the 1. You need the emojis. Securing the Bagley with no spaces in between your run your game, you'll never get a win.
Looks bad, yeah.
Yeah, you're never going to get a win. So let's make sure we got that clear. Is there anybody else out here? Now, Chief of Wolverines, there's no set limit on exclamation points.
3 feels right.
3 feels
that
right.
what
But
Johnny G had?
but if
What
he
did
had 1 and had the emojis, he'd still get the win.
It's your league, man. I'm just kind of the co-commissioner.
Well, I'm talking to the board of governors
All
right now. Do we need 3 exclamation points?
Yeah. Johnny G had 3. We need 3.
Okay.
I think that's been the rule. We need 3. 3 fire emojis, 3 exclamation marks.
3 fire emojis. All caps.
Throw some spacing in there too.
Yeah, spacing has to happen. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Normie. Hey, it's a rook. It's a rook. I don't think the local guy.
Oh, he paid the expansion fees in here.
Yeah, he's a rook. So he's learning. That's why we're going over everything right now. And Jazz, I'm sorry. Even with the disclaimer, that would be nowhere near a win. That's a 20-point blowout here by Zay. If you should have put
all that
put the stuff
message
in
told
there.
me was that Zabo forfeits today.
Yeah. No. You know this. It's 3 fire emojis. Bro, what? What kind of conversation? Huh? Yo, we talking about Prize Picks, bro.
I don't care if the man was on a date. Be here.
Very controversial first game of the season for the Run Your Game League. We went over some of the ground rules for the Chatty House, so they know what it is. It has to be all caps.
For those,
you have to put a space in between your words, 3 exclamation points, and 3 fire emojis.
Yes, correct.
3 exclamation points.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you? Okay. 3 exclamation points. It is.
As they said in the chat, 3 and 3. 3 and 3. Just remember it that way. 3 and 3.
Mm-hmm. All for something Sabo
What
did.
is they? What is they?
This is the example right here, by the way. Just Johnny G's right here for the chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Got it right
Screenshot
there.
it. Screenshot it, everybody.
Yeah. Go. What happened? What was that question, Dan?
This game's a joke.
Whoa, hey.
Wow, Goodell. You're in competition with Google, not the Run Your Game League.
Still don't know what that means.
Competition. This is competition. All right, Roger, shut up. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk more Kings basketball with him when he joins us. KC attempted to
set the show on fire.
He did. He did it during a commercial break. Thankfully, he held off a little bit, and we are back here saying, you know what? Evergreen topics. Let's move some things around. Go ahead. Because I'm actually curious, one, for a full explanation of this.
Okay.
What sparked it? And please remember, this is completely unplanned. So I'm along for the ride just like everybody else.
Well, so this was tales of driving into the studio. That's where all this came from.
Okay.
I didn't listen to the podcast either yet. I will listen to it. But I didn't listen to it yet. Apparently, Bill Simmons put out his quarterback pyramid of 2025, whatever we're in. And at the top of the pyramid is Josh Allen, basically saying he's the best quarterback in the game right now.
By himself. No one else at the top.
By himself.
Just Josh Allen.
Josh Allen by himself, number 1, he's the best. The next tier is Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow. That's what everybody really does. Maybe you put Mahomes by himself, and I think all 4 of them are on the same tier. I do. But he's got Allen first, Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow next.
Joe got a little more work to do to get to that tier, in my opinion.
I'm
not
even going to fight you right now.
I'm not hating.
Not even going to do it. I'm not going to give in.
I'm not hating Joe Burrow. He's got a little more work to do to get in. We're talking about the very best of the best. At worst, I'm saying he's the 4th best quarterback in the league. At the worst,
undoubtedly,
he's got a little bit of work to get to that.
He looks so tough.
He is. He got more work to do to get to the top 4, or to
to say that the league is Allen, Mahomes, Jackson, and Burrow. To me, it's Allen, Mahomes, Jackson, and then Joe can be next. Those three belong by themselves. And in some cases, I would put Patrick by himself and Lamar by himself. I'd be more likely to put Josh Allen and Joe Burrow in the same conversation than anyone in a tier with those other 2.
Wow.
Wow.
Josh Allen. That part, the Josh Allen part.
Oh.
So I saw this and I was like, all right. I think Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback in football.
Okay.
I think he's the best quarterback. I like Lamar Jackson. I like Josh Allen and Pat too. Like, I don't have no problem with it, but I'm a big fan of Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
So, full disclaimer, might say I'm biased because of that. But I went to the numbers for these guys. And that's where I came up with the notion or the thought that Lamar Jackson is actually everything that they try to say Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes are. Lamar Jackson actually is that. And what I mean by that is the thought is Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, you get on their back and they'll take you to the promised land. They're carrying these franchises and all this other stuff. And I think there's a lot of truth to that for sure. But look at some of these numbers.
So as you list those numbers, let me address Mr. Rancho, who says Lamar ain't won nothing worth noting. And that's fine, Mr. Rancho. Now list all of Josh Allen's accomplishments.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You look at Josh Allen this past season. 37-31 is the yardage. 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. That's good. That's really good.
6 interceptions is crazy.
Yeah, that's good.
For someone who throws as much as he does.
Right, and it's an improvement from him. He was traditionally like a 14, 15 interception guy. He's brought that down, but with that, they've also brought down his passes. Well, I don't know if his passes, but his touchdowns have gone down. His interceptions have gone down. You look at Patrick Mahomes, 39-28 last year, 26 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. That's good too. It's not what you would think from Patrick Mahomes. It's not what you would think, right? It's a little bit like, damn, Patrick Mahomes is really good, but the numbers maybe aren't what I thought they would be.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
41-72, 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
And what was Josh Allen again?
28-6. Then you're like, well, Josh Allen, like he does, he does so much running the football.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Josh Allen, you go to his, I think he's, I can pull it up real quick. I don't have to think. He had 12 rushing touchdowns last year. But you got to account for his legs or all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen last year, 12 rushing touchdowns. But like I told you guys a number of different times, a lot of those are like, oh, it's second and goal at the 2. Oh, quarterback sneak. He gets in. Like, yeah, he's got that. He only ran for 531 yards last year.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes, that's not even part of his game. Lamar Jackson, 4 rushing touchdowns last year. He ran for 915. That's what you think Josh Allen is. People think Josh Allen because they see his 12 touchdowns and all this. They think, no, he's the ultimate dual threat. No, everybody. Number 8, that's the one. That is the one. That's the man.
I think we're splitting hairs right here, to be honest.
That could be fair too.
I think the conversation is more the people that try to say Allen is better or Lamar, not even saying you're saying this, but just one or the other, and the other is just little tear down. Like, they're the same to me. I feel like Lamar and Josh Allen are probably the 2 most talented quarterbacks in the league. Lamar's a better runner. Josh is a better talent throwing the ball.
Is he though?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he?
Yeah.
What metric? By what metric?
Now we're pulling up the touchdowns and all that. Like Josh Allen this year, they leaned into the running game a lot. Like James Cook had a monster year and all that. Like, I think there's context to it.
I'm sorry, just a quick. Who was the Ravens running back last year? Because you said
Derrick
Lamar.
Henry.
Oh. Okay.
So you would think with a guy like Derrick Henry, he shouldn't run as much.
Well, you know what I would think with a guy like Derrick Henry, if it's 2nd and 2 or 2nd and goal on the 2, I'm giving the ball to Derrick Henry.
100%. 100%. What I can't, and this is where all 4 of those guys, Burrow's not even in this conversation, but I think he's great too.
His numbers, especially the second half of last season, were
crazy.
absurd.
Patrick Mahomes, obviously, when you talk about career and winning and Super Bowl, he's the creme de la creme of this group. It's not even close. Josh Allen, who I thought he was a great player, but I had some questions about him going into last year, obliterated all those. He was a hell of a leader.
Just for fun, Joe Burrow, 4,918, 43-9 last year. 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. On what was essentially a bad football team.
Mm-hmm.
They finished 9-8 because Joe Burrow had, again, 4,918 yards, 49 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
But Lamar Jackson, that's the one. He is, like I said, Mahomes, and they put you on your back and they carry you. Actually, like you just mentioned, Jesse, Josh Allen really started popping off when he started handing the ball off, and James Cook started cooking, and he started bringing his. I'll just for accuracy, let's see if he passed less. Yes, he passed a lot less than he did the previous years. Previous years before that, 646 attempts, 567 attempts, 579. Last year, 483.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to be disrespectful, and they took the ball out of his hands. They said, let's go back into the running game, and that's how we're going to win. I can make that argument if I wanted to. Lamar is the one where they say, Lamar, whether it's passing or running, lead us. Lead us. Lamar Jackson is hear me when I say this conversation and say this word. Lamar Jackson is potentially the greatest player as far as like what you would put together as a quarterback this game has ever seen. He literally is a video game. He passes at a high level. He runs at the highest level. If he would have had 80 something more yards, it would have been his 3,000 yards rushing season as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
All this, they just give him the ball and he doesn't. Lamar actually does it. 4,200 passing yards and almost 1,000 rushing yards and 41 touchdowns, and I'm not turning it over. Only throwing 4 interceptions. Lamar's the one. Lamar is the best. Lamar's the best quarterback in the game today. I'm not even hesitating on saying that, and I'm not even doing tears and nothing. Lamar is the best quarterback in the world.
Playoff success don't matter.
Josh Allen don't have that much playoff success. They look at him as the best in the world.
We can talk about them all. Mahomes does though.
I'll say this. Playoff success doesn't factor into any conversation I'm having. I do think Lamar Jackson's the best.
Lamar's numbers do dip in the playoffs.
So that's the thing. Josh Allen's numbers aren't necessarily bad in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar's aren't great. They do take a dip. The interceptions go up.
He gets schemed out in the playoffs. We're being real.
Elaborate on that a little bit more.
Where I think you're able to force him to throw the ball a little bit more. We've seen him struggle that way, and his running doesn't necessarily take off the way it does during the regular season.
Well,
I think that's where we see the numbers dip. Where he's got to play a little bit more that way.
I think I'll call cap on the run because he has 300-yard rushing games in the playoffs. But the number that stands out the most is in 8 games. Yeah, in 8 games, he has 10 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. That is and if we just dumbed it down to ratio, that is a far cry from what he does during the regular season. He does not turn the ball over during the regular season. Josh Allen, for comp's sake, Josh Allen's played 13 playoff games, 25 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Patrick Mahomes has played a absurd 21 playoff games. He has thrown for 46 touchdowns and 10 interceptions.
That's elevation right
So
there.
what happens, what looks like happens with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes is at worst, their play stays the same.
Mm-hmm.
At best, it elevates.
Mm-hmm.
With an overall history, Lamar's declines. in the postseason. Like his play isn't up to par. That is withering down 17 games versus 1.
This is
or
our
2.
generation's Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers group right here. You can
That's a good
split
call.
hairs.
Sure,
One
yeah.
is like there's no one is
Yeah.
not that much better than the other to me. One is this is the four horsemen of quarterbacks right here. This generation, like they're all switch them, throw Burrow on the Chiefs, throw Mahomes on the Bengals, Lamar Bills, Allen Ravens. They're all the same. Like these are just the 4 guys right here. They all are individually special in their own ways and probably gonna be Hall of Famers at some point.
Lamar,
That's why I think it's kind of split hairs.
Lamar threw for 365 and rushed for 143 in a game they lost by a lot. 365 and 143.
Which in the playoff game?
Yeah.
Which game was that?
Tennessee in
Oh yeah, when they were the number 1 seed.
2020.
Yeah. They're number 1 seed at home. And that look, I get on Josh Allen for that too. Like,
But I posed that to ask this question. Is Josh Allen you could throw into this conversation? The only one you can't throw into this conversation is Patrick Mahomes. Do we look at the rest of the squad?
well, that's what I was trying to stay away from that, but you should.
I mean,
think
if
you
we've gone so far as to break down like individual numbers. If you look at a game with 365 yards in the air and 143 on the ground, do you feel comfortable that Lamar Jackson did his job that day?
Absolutely.
That's fine. There's one, but there's plenty of others where he didn't.
I don't think he was bad last year against Buffalo.
He threw for
it's over the course-
254 versus
over his-
Buffalo.
over
He
his
hit-
career, I'm saying. Though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like in that game, he hit what's in that Andrews in the gut to tie the game.
That's fine. All I'm saying is that like just what stuff we're talking about Lamar, like there's things that kind of bring them all together. I don't think Lamar is like that much better than Josh Allen or Mahomes or whatever, because you can point to his regular season numbers and also point to Mahomes and Allen show up in the playoffs. Their numbers, we just talked about it. Their numbers will either stay the same or get better. Mahomes or Lamar historically, his numbers will decline. Maybe it'll get better. Like I'm a Lamar guy as well, but that's just how it is.
13 playoff games for Josh Allen. He's thrown 4 interceptions total. We just went over that. He did that in a total of 3 games. 3 of the games he's played, he's thrown an interception. The other 10, he has not. He has games of 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Again, Lamar's probably not even worth looking at because it's just absurd.
Like the game last year, and once again, this talks about like putting a team on your back. That's what they always say. Josh Allen. Josh Allen's an unequivocal.
They all
leader.
do it though, no? Is
Josh
maybe
Allen-
the argument that Lamar needs to be included in this conversation rather than keeping him out, because like they all do the things we're talking about here.
Does Josh do it on that same level?
He just did it last year. Like, who was Josh's number 1 receiver last year? Like, I mentioned James Cook,
They
but he
took
was
the
throwing
ball
to
out of his
Shakir.
hands.
That's
They said
no,
we
that's,
gon-
that's
they said
not
we gonna
true.
start
That's
pa-
not true. Like, yes,
Okay.
they had him throw less or whatever, but also like
But-
Josh Allen stepped up. Like, he had his best year last year.
Against Baltimore in the playoffs at home. Josh Allen, 16 of 22, 127 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, 10 carries for 20 yards. 2 touchdowns though.
He did what he needed to. Like, he answered all the questions. We talked about, like, he always does too much. Like, he did exactly what he needed to, and he got MVP last year. Like, he did it. He does it all. Like, Lamar does as well. But I think that's the issue. We need to include Lamar in this rather than saying, like, Lamar does what these guys don't. They all 4 of those quarterbacks put the team on their back. When Burrow's not healthy, they're in the AFC Championship, at least.
When Burrow is healthy.
Yeah, when he is healthy, excuse me. When he's not, they're done. But when he, like last year, they scored 35 a game damn near, it seems, gave up 36. But when things are going, he's in the AFC Championship as well. They're all the same quarterback. They all do the things we're talking about right now.
In his 7-year career, Lamar Jackson has won the MVP twice, finished second in a close vote with Josh Allen once, and has been All-Pro 1 3 times. Just pointing it out.
I want to I know it's
Despite his MVP, Josh Allen has never been All-Pro 1.
I know it is like Jesse said, it's splitting hairs.
Patrick Mahomes has done it twice. Lamar's done it 3 times.
I know it's splitting hairs. And there's a turnover element that goes into what I'm about to say. But okay, you got the what does everybody say about the Brock Purdy game against the Packers 2 years ago? Like they look at that crazy, right? They're like, they just barely got that win, and they just survived.
Is that
Brock.
the game where Jordan Love
threw 2 picks, and they talked about how
they
great he
talked-
was.
yeah.
That's crazy. Brock Purdy, they talk about that as being a bad game that he won. Like Brock didn't play good, and he won. 252, 1 touchdown, 6 carries for 14 yards. Josh Allen, this is what I don't understand. Josh Allen in that game against Baltimore, he did good. Brock Purdy in that game was looked at as doing bad with that stat line, and they won. Josh Allen did good with that stat line against Baltimore.
It's context, different games and stuff.
How?
Josh Allen, I know you have to watch both games, but I'm saying
I-
like last year, Josh Allen did do less,
Yeah.
but that more was less last year. Like the Bills had one of their best seasons. He was 4 points away from getting to the Super
To
Bowl.
Jesse's point, I think we are again. We're using numbers. We don't want to destroy Will Z's whole livelihood, but you become a prisoner of numbers, and you allow yourself to block out the context of a game, of a season, of a moment. The Brock Purdy thing has always been bizarre, especially the way they talked about Jordan Love in that game. The Lamar Jackson dialogue is bizarre, given the fact we just read off some of the numbers that he's had in playoff games. It really boils down to winning and losing, except for Josh Allen. That's the anomaly in the conversation, which is bizarre. Josh gets a lot of credit for almost doing it. Like what the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have done to Josh Allen and the Bills is akin to Jordan and the Knicks, Jordan and the Jazz. Like it's just LeBron and every 1 seed in the Eastern Conference when he was with Miami and Cleveland. Like just like no matter what, you're not going to be good enough. And every year they think Josh Allen is good enough, or they think the Buffalo Bills are good enough to do it. And every year they're not. And it's Patrick Mahomes going back. Josh is the only one who seemingly gets credit. Again, this isn't to diminish him at all. He's just the only one who seemingly gets credit for almost doing it. And that's bizarre.
It's because
like even Joe Burrow's been to the Super
That might be my hang up. Joe Burrow's had more success than Josh Allen.
Yeah,
nobody looks at Joe Burrow as a better player.
It's quarterback
than Josh Allen.
conversation. It's always going to be messy. It's always going to be like Bill Simmons putting Kyle brought it up on the Insiders. He said Bill Simmons had Josh Allen on the pyramid by himself. It's like, all right, that list sucks then. Like if it's just Josh Allen, then yeah, the list is stupid. Like it's the four.
So why are we going to Bill Simmons for quarterback?
Because it's August 11th.
Like Bill,
it's August 11th. That's why.
Rank the best Celtics of all time
Bill,
and
rank the best Top Gun movies.
Write another book about basketball or something. Like what is he ranking?
They're
quarterbacks
the same
for?
four. Not the same 4 quarterbacks, but the impact they have around the league is like that's they're Hall of Famers. They're generational quarterbacks. The conversation is to be about how like that rather than like Josh Allen being better than Lamar, which isn't the case. They're not a tier above. They're all on the same tier to me. Like Bill Simmons putting Josh Allen by himself, I think is what kind of creates discourse like this.
And I'm with that. Like
so mission accomplished, by the way, on Bill Simmons' part.
Yeah,
right. But my thing is the reason why that I like look at it and like, nah, we gotta because I talk about it the same way. If Brock Purdy wins that game, like he found a way to win. I'm good with it. Like you handle business. If Josh Allen plays that same game, I look at Josh Allen, he found a way to win. Like I'm good with it. Let's get it popping. The Chiefs game last year in Buffalo, they look at Josh Allen as, man, just like you just pointed out. Oh man, he almost won, man. So he's so good for almost winning. Lamar almost winning in Buffalo doesn't get looked at the same way. And that's my whole. I think Josh Allen was great against Kansas City. I think Lamar didn't play a perfect game, but he played a hell of it. The reason why they had a chance to win in Buffalo was because of Lamar Jackson. So I'm looking at both of them like, these two are special. But one isn't looked at. Lamar Jackson looked at as a choke artist. How many? Mr. Rancho started off by saying that he don't never win a big game. He's a choke artist, all this other stuff. Well, nobody said that about Josh Allen.
See, but we've said it too. Like we've acknowledged that Lamar is one of the most disrespected quarterbacks in the league. You can't have 2 MVPs and be trash at playing quarterback. Like we can acknowledge that. But I think just those people are wrong.
I agree. We do. That's why we can have this conversation, I believe. But that's the first thing they said about Lamar Jackson. He can't win in the playoffs. He's a choke artist. Don't nobody say that about Josh Allen.
I agree. I was gonna I was gonna try to add to it, but there's nothing to add. Like I agree. Lamar's career started with 2 one-and-dones. That has stopped. He's played multiple playoff games since then. The difference is Josh Allen has played in the conference finals twice. He's lost 3 times, 4 times to Kansas City in the playoffs.
I'm thinking the year that they lost to the Bengals. What was it? 2022? Was that Bengals Rams?
Yeah.
So yeah, they've lost damn near to the Super Bowl, the AFC champs every year down there.
They lost 38-24 to Kansas City, 36-32 in overtime. The game Jesse was just referencing right there, 27-10. They lost to Cincinnati. Lost again to Kansas City, 27-24. Lost again to Kansas City, 32-20.
Josh Allen, the Bills' biggest problem is that they've always just been second best. It's just depending on if it's the Chiefs or the Bengals, I guess.
And we'll put this to bed as best we can. Lamar lost 1-score game, 23-17. Lost 28-12 in the game we just referenced to Tennessee. Lost to Buffalo 17-3. Lost to Kansas City 17-10. Lost to Buffalo 27-25. We solved nothing. We will come back.
Lamar is the best quarterback in football.
And I say they're all really good.
They are. Lamar's just the best.
I think I take Mahomes in that one still.
Patrick Mahomes is pretty good. So is James Ham. He joins us next here on ESPN 1320. Y'all have a good weekend. Everybody have a good week. I got to close all these stats, man. I got Lamar, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, Dennis Schroeder, and for reasons known to no one, I have Rudy Gobert's salary pulled up. We need to dump all this. Yeah, Aldrin, it happened last year, and it doesn't happen very often. I think they said it had happened once more, but yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Last year, Lamar was named All-Pro, and that made people think, "Whoa, either this is going to be a razor thin MVP vote, or Lamar's going to win his 3rd MVP." And obviously, Josh Allen wound up winning, and one of those rare circumstances happened. Lamar was All-Pro, and Josh Allen was the MVP. 3 All-Pros in a 7-year career is pretty incredible. My bad, Co. My bad, Co. My bad.
Have you heard about this movie, Weapons? You don't like scary stuff, though, huh? Like
That
thrillers,
doesn't
I
bother
guess.
me. No, I like those. That doesn't bother me.
Maybe it was KC then. Everyone says it's pretty good.
No, I don't think I've seen anything for that. Weapons. I know that one got a huge rating. Oh, that's old girl from Ozark.
If Lamar gets a ring at some point, he's one of the 15 best quarterbacks of all time, and that's just a rough number.
Let's see what New Line Cinema, the house that Freddy Krueger built. Anything involving kids is terrifying.
Is Lamar Jackson Jason Tatum in terms of discourse and things they've accomplished, but how they're talked about?
That's a good call.
Mm.
Yeah, he might be. I'll put it. Let me
I
ask
think
you. Tatum.
Lamar is better than Tatum.
Well, not even ability, just more like they're both top 5 at what they do or whatever. But like even Tatum won a ring, people are like, oh yeah, whatever.
No one cares.
Let me ask you guys a question. If Lamar and Josh Allen's numbers were flipped, would anybody say Lamar is better than Josh Allen? Do you guys think anybody would say Lamar is better than Josh Allen?
I don't know. Probably not. I don't know.
I don't think they would.
I don't. But yeah, I don't love the way people talk about quarterbacks.
Well,
like if the numbers were flipped, I'd assume I'd still assume like everyone's just as good. But this show's tough too because we've all been Lamar fans, so like we know what it is.
We show love to all those quarterbacks.
Exactly. So like we can talk about it, but like you said, it's just the others don't.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, are you watching the trailer or something?
Yeah.
D'Lo and Casey at the movies. Come on.
Bro, I'm telling you, anytime kids are involved in these movies, they're terrifying.
I think you would hate Sinister then, I think.
Oh!
This is low-key one of my favorite things. We're gonna have you watch like scary movie trailers like once a month or something.
You know, I think I'm at the point
Fuck is that? Did you watch this movie?
I saw like the scenes, I guess, but I don't know.
Oh, you didn't go see it?
I didn't go see it, but like I saw
Oh.
maybe I saw the cutscene that you saw. Was it the gas station one?
Yeah, there was Jesse was like, "Hey, you see weapons? Like it's getting crazy reviews."
Mm.
So I pulled up. It's got a 94% Rotten Tomatoes reference rating.
Oh yeah, pouring out for Ice Cube's acting career, maybe.
I
don't know if that's when you come back.
That was a 0, right?
Yeah, like one of the top 10 worst of all time scores, I think, or something like that.
What
Top 100.
What's it called? War of the Worlds, right?
Yeah,
oh, there it is.
War of the Worlds. I think. Can
Evil.
you believe you're watching this or something like that? I think the tagline is hilarious for how bad the movie is.
Yeah. What was the tagline? It's worse than you think.
Yeah, it's worse than you think. Yeah.
I'm trying to find. So they don't. Oh, so Rotten Tomatoes doesn't give. So it's up to 3%.
Oh. It's improvement.
What to know? I'm trying to. Critics' consensus. Ice Cube in an inept screensaver with wall-to-wall product placement. War of the Worlds will make audiences consider giving peace a chance instead.
His son tried dropping like, yeah, they filmed this during the pandemic, and that's why it's like this, brother. I don't think that helped. They said they filmed it during the pandemic and then just released it now, but I don't think that's gonna make a difference.
I'm not
That's
sure.
all bad.
I'm not sure how different an AI version of Ice Cube stars in a screen life version of War of the Worlds would be from the movie on Amazon Prime, because I refuse to believe actual human beings were involved for most of this nonsense. War of the Worlds is a film that dares to ask, what if a planet-wide alien invasion was just a series of awkward video chats? The answer, it turns out,
It's called ESPN 1320 in 2023.
is watching Ice Cube gawk around his office in front of a green screen for 90 minutes.
Yeah, his face reactions or whatever. That's a big thing on Twitter too.
Bro, what?
Yeah, this is bad.
Why would he do that?
Because he got paid. It was a pandemic. Everyone needed a job.
Why would he do that?
But yeah, weapons.
It's bad. Really, really bad. Even for a pandemic movie. Oh, man. Why would they put this out if it was filmed so long ago?
I have no idea.
This is Ice Cube, so it's like people like, I don't know, it's like the movie went viral. It's not gonna make money, of course, but
who's clamoring? Okay.
Was the thing. It's like I don't think it's gonna make money, but it's been talking Twitter for about a week.
Just make
Yeah, it's good. It's a good point too. a good point.
Just make Are We There Yet again.
Are we there yet? 3.
Yeah, just do that.
What would you even call that one?
Are we?
Well, because you got Are We There Yet? Are we done yet?
We're there.
There you go. That's why we pay them.
There you go. Huh?
We're here. Something like that. The scary movie you're talking about. You know, I'm at the point now. Not saying that you guys are like going crazy, but scary movies don't bother me.
Oh no, they don't bother me. I just don't. I don't think I was because one.
You don't like
I
the gory stuff, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not in
That's
on
what I was
that.
thinking
I'm
then,
not
yeah.
a
I think-
type dude.
I think. Yeah,
Like I
think
didn't
there's some
think
of that in that
Sinners
movie.
was gory. Like that
No.
that doesn't bother
Nah.
me. But there were a few scenes on this trailer for weapons where I was like, oh, what?
Yeah, the gas station one was kind of
Like I left Stranger Things when
Oh.
that crazy season opened up a few years ago. Like it was the first episode.
No, they were folding that guy up like a
And I was
lobster.
like, hey,
Bro, I didn't. You told me about it.
I
didn't-
think I'm out.
I'm 3 seasons away. You told me about it. I didn't even. I just stopped.
Yeah, I think I'm out.
I'm cool.
I'm out.
I'm cool. Like we ain't doing. I don't need all that, man. If you want to have a little monster, cool. But we don't need to be decapitating people.
We'll add it to the list though. So D'Lo and KC take the Everglades. D'Lo and KC take Great America.
Nah,
D'Lo and
no,
KC take
no,
Scary Movie.
no.
You know we can make money with this.
I was not here for that Everglades conversation. We're not going to the Everglades.
All we need to give you is a GoPro, and we're good.
All right, no, wait a minute.
And a life insurance policy.
Okay,
You got one, right?
I do. For the
Well,
kids.
yeah, for that much money,
But
you have to.
what? No, what the hell?
Who gets your sneakers?
What do we do? What are you talking about?
If you
Reese
that's
thinks he does, but they just gonna.
do you
go
have a
with me.
will?
They gonna.
Oh,
go
they're
with
gonna
me.
bury. Okay,
His butler's
you better
name Will.
you better put a will together.
It's also getting a little out of hand. I've actually gotten to the point where I gotta sell some sneakers. I gotta sell some.
I'm telling you, like the videos we can do. D'Lo and KC takes.
That's what I was gonna ask you. D'Lo, do we go to the Everglades or do you go to James Ham Barber?
Oh, yeah,
I'm
big
not
one,
going
big
to
one, big one,
James
big one.
Barber.
No, we're gonna add that too.
No,
Yes.
we'll go to alligators then. I'm not going. I'm not
Come
going to
on.
James's salon to get my hair cut.
I was thinking about it this morning. I didn't want to say it because I'll be nice, but hey, that might be your last ever haircut.
Yeah, I'm not going to James's salon to get my hair cut. No.
How would they have my boy looking, man? They be having my boy looking crazy.
Mm-mm. Trying to explain to them how to
No,
get.
hey, as soon as they get the scissors to D'Lo's hair, he's like, "What are you doing?"
Man,
The
why do you have
scissors.
scissors in your hand?
You spraying him with the water bottle. She's got the little comb or whatever.
Puts a little like clip in my hair.
Yeah,
to, like,
yeah, yeah.
No, lady.
They be tripping me out every time. Sports clips be like, "Yeah, get your hair cut, and we got TVs with the game on."
Well, you heard
Bro,
it.
what?
You heard it here. The same way KC could have took off OK Lake Show off the board if he would have just announced he was a Knicks fan. We're heading to the Everglades because Damian doesn't want to get a haircut from James Ham's barber.
Yeah, that's facts. Well, I'd rather go to the Everglades again.
By the way, I've got this trailer up too. They're doing some weird stuff in here that I'm not okay with.
The weapons.
Yeah.
it's wild. Let's see what Zabel talking about. He's probably pissed.
Ooh,
that he
finally pulled over.
bastardized his
They
league.
going 0-1 here to start the season. Too busy popping champagne last year.
Zabel, I'm always on your side, man.
I'm driving and I hear a prize picks read. Where was the schedule release?
Yeah, see, yeah, nah.
That's true. That's true.
It was a surprise drop, Zabel.
Prize picks pop up.
It was a surprise drop.
Now-
We found out about it last week. No one got any warning.
But
It's a
much
surprise
like
drop.
Domantas,
Get on the chat now.
yeah, she was a little slow on the draw. You're gonna need better if you want to repeat, because Johnny G, he's coming for the gusto. But much like Domantas Sabonis, if you're listening, we did mention something last week.
Oh yeah, we hinted at
you
it.
gotta
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah, we
You gotta
hinted at it.
listen.
I see. Well, Johnny needs a head start. It's cool.
There you go. Talk that
Poor
trash.
Zabel. I don't know if Zabel ever called in the show. He's so stressed.
Shout out,
Well,
Zabel.
Zabel probably hates you if we're being honest. Creating a run your game league.
Man, stressed out. Just trying to go about his Monday. Monday's stressful enough as it is. Kenny's just taking it away from him. That was true. We did a prize picks pop up today.
Yeah.
Yo, Jasmine, hey, get in the chat.
Poor
Jasmine's just
Zay.
minding her business.
They're probably
Wait.
driving back from vacation and
Zabel's like, hurry.
Polo L says, hold on, where'd it go? Polo L says Zabo screwed Zabo. That's tough. Anytime you get the Bret Hart treatment, that's
Oh
tough.
boy, Zabo said, when was the schedule released?
That was solid right there.
Oh man. I'm gonna put Zabo's name because right now I just got Johnny G's name on the list because he's the only one. But I'm gonna just put Zabo's name on the list because he is the defending champion, and I know he's gonna get at least one win.
Yeah, Maxwell, where are you at too?
Ooh, was Maxwell the one and done guy?
Maxwell, yeah, he was one and done, but also confirmed he was real after that.
He did. We weren't
Shout out
weren't
Maxwell
sure.
if you're listening.
Zabo out here listening like
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
Hey, we really like Zabo. This really turned into a big thing off of Zabo's like back and just carried it. And now,
Shout out Zay,
now the
man.
game has just passed them up.
Shout out Zabo is the
I got it.
Is Beam Team 1.
No, he's not. He's Cody Rhodes when AEW.
oh.
Zabo threw the belt out to the crowd and they threw it back.
So the Run Your Game League is AEW. Oh, that's
It's
tough.
AEW. We'll work with it. It's AEW.
We'll wait till Johnny G puts a fork in the local guy's temple. Hits him with a barbed wire baseball bat that's on
What's
fire.
the equivalent in this to someone jumping off a ladder into some glass?
Yeah, on like a Wednesday, not even on a pay-per-view, on a Wednesday. Which reminds me, I absolutely love 10 years ago, Vince McMahon said, and I'm not capping for Vince McMahon, but he said, the pay-per-view model is dying. We're going to create something else that we feel is more efficient to where technology is going. Dana White, no, that's crazy. No, that's stupid. No. Our pay-per-view numbers are great. Vince McMahon, great. We're going to sell our network that has been built off our PLEs for multiples of billions of dollars to NBC. Then we're going to sell it again to ESPN for multiple billions of dollars while you continue to write off your pay-per-views that you do every month that no one buys and has been struggling for years. Today, the idiot finally admitted he was wrong. And the great part is we're so far removed from UFC actually having Dana White in charge of everything. Dana White's boss stepped in and said, "That's cute, sweetheart. We're going to make money and we're going to sell what is essentially our pay-per-view model for $7 billion. Over twice what WWE sold for."
That's
one, that guy's a dummy. Two, TKO is getting business done, getting out of the pay-per-view business. Pay-per-views essentially do not exist anymore.
No.
Are they okay? Do they not exist, or are they kind of pivoted into something else? Is that kind of what WWE Monthly is now?
What is your app? Doesn't that air most of the big fights?
No,
I think you got to
they
pay
had
for the bigger
pay-per-view.
one.
It was like
Oh, you have to pay for it?
But it was like
UFC was with
and
ESPN Plus. Yeah,
ESPN.
you can have ESPN Plus.
Now-
You get the prelims. You got to pay for the main thing.
Does the Zone air anything but fights?
Yeah, the Zone is actually like
Is it a
it's like a
channel?
world app. They got soccer, they got rugby, they got a lot of stuff. Here in
Okay.
America, only thing we really care about is the boxing aspect.
But it's all there.
Mhm.
Okay.
They were trying to play for the NFL. Remember a few years
The Zone
back?
was?
Mhm. They
I
have
don't
some
think I remember.
type of working with the NFL, at least maybe worldwide. I don't know if it would have worked
Oh,
out
okay.
here.
Okay.
But
it's like I don't know how that would have worked.
but they they had it the same as the like Jesse said, the UFC model on ESPN. I think pay-per-view still works. It just doesn't work as frequently as it used to. If they wanted to, they could put Canelo and Crawford on pay-per-view and it would do great numbers. Just like you could put Conor McGregor's return on pay-per-view.
I don't
and it
think
would
you
do
could get that anymore.
You won't get the,
I
you
don't
won't
think
get the
I
same
don't
numbers.
think I don't think you could get Conor McGregor numbers on pay-per-view today.
You won't get the same numbers, but you'll make a lot of money. Like you'll make a ton of money on pay-per-view. But it's not like back in the day, they would put I'm just throwing out a name, Meldrick Taylor on pay-per-view. No, that you ain't doing that today. But the top of the top, you still could do it. Now, here's the thing with the UFC that's going to be interesting, and we say this all the time. It'll work having, non-pay-per-view no more and doing all this other stuff as long as those fighters continue to play into it the way they do. If they go along with the show the way they have been and keeping their head in the sand on the money, then everything will work. But if they start looking at these boxing guys making $20 million a fight and say, I'm a bigger star in my profession than Boots Ennis is in boxing, I need to be making $20 million now, then we're gonna have some problems.
Sweetie, Kieran Bagley is right for the first time today. They still gonna give them fighters like 10%.
That's it.
Because if I'm a fighter right now and I see that my company just sold the pay-per-view distribution rights for $7.7 billion, I've got some questions about how much money I make next fight. And WWE faced the same thing because there was a pay-per-view model. Like if you were at the top of the card, if you were Dwayne, you were at the top of the card, you got paid differently than, Strikeforce or whoever opened the match or whoever opened the card. You got paid differently. So when you eliminate the pay-per-view model, how do you get paid? I think they just started guaranteeing everybody's contract and you got paid on the type of performer you are. We know Sweetie in TKO isn't going to do that for the other half of the company.
Yeah, he's still the knockout bonus, knockout of the night, all that other
$10,000.
Man, please. The second they smarten up and they say, bro, I know what you're making. I need $15 million for this fight.
This is a record. James' internet quit before the segment even started. We this has got to be a record. 303. We hadn't even introduced James yet, and we lost him.
We got hit with the
Again, James never finds this funny. Never finds this funny at all.
Before the bell rang.
We welcome in our insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham here with us. Hammer, we will dramatically switch topics from underpaid UFC fighters and Dana White finally being 10 years late to something everybody else adapted. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings, and a conversation we were having, Hammer, as we got started is, should all of the Kings games be on pay-per-view? No, that's not true, Jim. We were talking about Malik, and there's the Russell Westbrook stuff out there, the Malik trade rumors, and is there why such a dramatic change in the last year? Is this and this is a thing Kenny and I were kind of going back and forth on. Is this about the amount of money Malik makes? Is this his fit with the team? Is this Scott Perry just not feeling the type of player Malik Monk is?
I think it could be all three of those things. To be honest with you, it's difficult to see how the Kings can get better by just moving on from Malik. Malik Monk is one of the best 6 men in the league. He's absolutely a dynamic player that makes your team better. And, he's one of those guys that lives on the edge, who is mistake prone, but really not that bad. And, you think that he's going to make more mistakes than he does. I think some of the things that he doesn't do is he's not a phenomenal defender. You could use a little bit more passing, although I do think that given a bigger role, he probably would do just fine. But when you look at his contract and you look at Scott Perry is the new voice of the Sacramento Kings, he's the guy who's going out there and making moves. There aren't a lot of ways to make moves that can make you better. And one of the easiest pathways to do that is to use a player like Malik, who should at least have, equal value to his contract on the open market. And the problem that I think Malik is in is that, for the Kings, he's kind of a luxury item at this point. He's a really, really good player, but he's a really good player on a good team. And he's one of those players that helps a good team become a great team and puts you over the hump. Guys like Lou Williams were this way. Jamal Crawford were this way. But here in Sacramento, they pushed the envelope. He was a big deciding force behind the scenes to try to get into the starting lineup. That didn't work out well. And now you're left with a player who is on a contract that, the Kings could realistically find someone else for a league minimum that could at least replace a portion of what Malik Monk brings to the table. And maybe they can address some of the other holes in the roster. So I don't know how we got here so quickly, but I certainly think it's a bunch of reasons why we are where we are. And I don't think any one of them is just like the sole reason. But, again, that we also went through a season where a guy who had just led you basically to the playoffs one year and to 46 wins the next year got fired 25 games into the season or whatever it was. So things change quickly in the NBA.
I know you kind of broke that down beautifully, but do you think it's as simple as if Malik was making $8 million a year as opposed to 18, we wouldn't even be having this conversation?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, even if he was on the 2-year, $20 million deal or $19 million deal that he signed initially. But again, we also have to look at this roster and say, how do you get better? How do you find the length and athleticism that all of the good teams have at the wings? And part of that is to use whatever, assets you have outside of, taking really, really high risks with your draft picks, going out the door. So again, I don't think the Kings get better by trading Malik Monk and replacing him with Russell Westbrook. And, we talked about this earlier, me and Kyle on the Insiders. There's this other thing that you don't really consider, and that's that not only is Russell Westbrook a bad three-point shooter, but he doesn't shoot enough. And Malik Monk, while he didn't have a great three-point shooting year last year, shot 32.5%. Again, I think Westbrook shot 32.3%, so they're in line with each other. But the difference is Malik shot 6.5 threes a game, and Westbrook shot like 3.9. Like, the Kings don't have enough three-point shooters. It's why Doug McDermott got a guaranteed contract. They don't have enough three-point shooters, and I'm confused. Not only is it about the percentage, it's about the volume. And if you want to be a team that's playing modern NBA basketball and shooting 40 to 50 threes a game, you need shooters. You need people who not only can hit them, but that take them. And all of a sudden, you're looking at a starting lineup that has Domantas, Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, and why am I drawing them? Dennis Schroeder. Like, those guys, they shoot like 11 threes or 10 threes per game combined. Like, how are you going to get to this magical number when the players that you have don't shoot the ball? And I think it puts an awkward amount of stress on guys like Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, and Keegan Murray. But after that, who else is going to hoist here? Like, you're not expecting Drew Eubanks to take a bunch of threes off the bench. Neat Clifford, even in his best years in college, was still under 4 threes a game. So how are you going to get these opportunities? And I think it's one of the reasons why we keep looking at this roster and going, I don't get it.
Well, maybe you need to adjust your game plan if you don't have shooters, if you don't have players who can implement that type of strategy. Like, I don't understand the value in setting a number of threes to shoot. Like, run your offense, play in the flow of the game, and if it results in the three-point shot and you got guys confident enough to take them, then great. But if you don't have a roster built for that, why would you build a game plan around that?
Well, because that's the modern NBA. I mean, you can get away with shooting, maybe 35 threes a game. But if you're just in pure shots per game, coming up 10, 15 three-pointers short of what your opponent is doing, and on those shots, they're hitting, let's just say 40%. Man, that's a lot of points you're leaving on the board. That's a lot of points that you don't have a way to make up. And so it's not as simple as oh, well, let's just run a different scheme where nobody's shooting threes. That doesn't exist in the NBA anymore. I mean, the last time we really saw that was San Antonio, like 8 years ago, when it was LaMarcus, Aldridge, right? And DeMar DeRozan. That's the last time we saw a team that just shot mid-range jump shots. Teams just don't do that anymore. So it's really difficult to keep up when, a 3-point shot is 1.2 points per possession, and you're taking twos every time. And those twos can, might range from, 0.8 to 1.2 2 points per possession, but you're falling behind all the time. Like, you have to keep up with the Joneses at least a little bit.
I do enjoy, sorry, real quick, like that you mentioned DeMar in San Antonio. Everyone is really quick to point out Chicago West and DeMar in Chicago, and forgetting completely Toronto. Like, DeMar DeRozan wasn't incredible in Toronto, and that team regularly wasn't the best in the East on numerous occasions. Ran into potentially the greatest player of all time a couple of times, but still incredible in Toronto. But no, it's Chicago West. That's it. That's it.
James, another, if this wasn't the case, maybe things would be different. Question for you. If Devin Carter wasn't here, would we be having this conversation about Malik Monk and Westbrook having to choose between the two?
No, I don't think Devin Carter is considered with any roster move that you make right now. I don't. I mean, I think that you're moving forward with the understanding that you might have something there on the bench, but you're not making any judgments on what he is. I mean, we know he's not a 1, and that's really difficult. Like, if he's your third point guard, okay, that's fine. But I mean, I think all of us watched Summer League and thought, Nate Clifford looks like a more natural point guard than what you're seeing from Devin Carter. And, maybe that's not fair, but that's a reality. Like, if the guy can't play the position, he can't play the position. And that means if he's a shooting guard and you already have, again, Schroeder and either Westbrook or Monk, but on top of that, you have Levine and you have Keon Ellis. Sure, there might be some room for play if there's injuries, but there's also a possibility that there's not any. And I think we all think Nate Clifford can slide into the backcourt and play the 2 with no problem at like 6'5.5", 6'6". Like, I just think that there's not a clear, concise path to rotational minutes for Devin Carter, which is part of the reason why the Kings have made him available multiple times, it feels like, over the last 6 months.
Is there a resolution? Like, if Malik winds up not getting traded, is there a resolution to this that will work for everybody? Like, if it's purely about finances and money and things like that, is it easy? Like, hey, Malik, this is kind of just the nature of the game. We were just having conversations, but we're ready to move forward with you, things like that. Or is this just something that's going to be lingering around if the season starts until February?
Well, I mean, I think it could be both again. Like, I think initially you just let bygones be bygones and you go play basketball and you hope that it all works out. But I also think that, you revisit this if the right player becomes available. Malik is in a weird position because while we can talk about value for position in Sacramento, that might not be the case in other places. So as far as a 6-man, yeah, is he paid a lot? Yes, he's paid a lot. He's the second most expensive 6-man in the league behind Naz Reid's big deal. So that again becomes like a luxury piece if you're the Kings. But look, there are going to be big deals that happen this season, just like there are every year. And, maybe it's possible that you're able to trade a Zach LaVine mid-season. Maybe it's possible you're able to trade a DeMar DeRozan mid-season. But you also have to look at that $18 million contract in Malik Monk and say, hey, look, can we move this thing to 2026, not 2027, this build? And moving off of his final year of his contract is one of the ways that you can do that. And so I kind of look at Malik, again, is he fully a Kuminga situation like Golden State, where he's just like a $20 million trade chip sitting there? I don't think of him in that light, but I do think that if we get into the season, it'll be very similar to what we saw from Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes over the last 3 years, where their names are mentioned all the time as potential trade chips to fill out the roster in a different way for Sacramento.
Okay. I don't know how the Kings. I don't know. Like I don't know how you address this situation with Malik Monk. The idea of just moving on like without Devin Carter a part of this, it feels like it's just becomes guys eating up roster spots when you need guys to be able to play roles. Like you don't have the 4 backup, the Keegan backup. You probably want to move Keegan to the 3. It's where the Jonathan Kuminga thing comes into play, and it just winds up being it winds up being a mess where kind of roster spots are just taken up by guys that you can't necessarily use because you have better guys in that position. And this is the one part, James, where when people get down on this team and think that they could potentially be bad this season, like significantly worse than I do, these are the things that I think come into play. The roster balance and what would ultimately turn into a lack of depth, because you might have depth at one position but not at another. And then the idea of forcing guys to play or asking guys to play out of their natural position just becomes we're just piecing this thing together at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'll add this too. Like adding Jonathan Kuminga fixes a couple of things. It gives you, again, the opportunity to move Keegan to the 3. It gives you more length. It gives you more athleticism. But let's not act like this is a perfect player for the Kings system. Again, we're talking about a guy who had 3.2 3-point attempts per game last year and shot 30.5%. Like, that's not good enough. And so if you're taking DeMar DeRozan out of the starting lineup, who has very similar numbers to that, and you're putting in Jonathan Kuminga, it just doesn't change the dynamic. I mean, yeah, you have length and athleticism, but it doesn't change the dynamic of the 3-point shooting issue. You're still going to go into every game with 3 guys who either don't shoot threes or aren't good at it, or a combination of both. And so, yeah, it's an issue. And I'd say the same thing if you're going to move off of, Malik Monk and bring in Westbrook. That's not a solution to the 3-point issue. That actually compounds it even worse. Now you'll have 2 point guards that, average a combined like 6 or 7 3-point attempts and also shoot in the low 30s. It's just, again, the ideas here, I think, to play hard and to have a system to rely on and all that stuff, they're going to be there, but you still have to have some basics. I'm not making up some number saying you got to shoot 40 or 50 threes a game. Doug Christie's the one who said he wants 50 threes a game, and he would settle for 40. But he's the one who said that. And so when you're looking at the way that this team is going to have to play, he doesn't have the horses to play the offense that realistically he wants to play, unless, like, hem for big, you run Doug McDermott out there for 18 minutes a night and say, we need 10 threes a game, man. You got to hoist. But like between him and Keegan and Levine and Keon Ellis, who can't get enough threes, even though he's one of the best shooters in the league. That's it. Like, where are you going to go past that? So kind of an interesting situation.
And I guess this is where I just don't understand. If I've pulled these numbers correctly, I believe the Kings shot 35.2 3-pointers per game last year.
Yeah.
Boston led the league with 47.2.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago was second. The Chicago Bulls at 42 threes per game. The Chicago Bulls lost in the Eastern Conference Finals, right? No. Oh, where did the Chicago Bulls lose in the playoffs? Okay, it doesn't matter. Like it's like Utah shot 39.8. The Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Are we focused on the wrong thing right now? Because volume doesn't mean efficiency.
No, I also think you shoot a lot of threes when you don't have the talent to create your own shot. That's what the Kings did when we talked about earlier when Malik Monk went out a couple years ago. They didn't have the only way you could shoot shots is because of threes. You didn't have anybody that could create their own shot. So I think that's when you get a higher volume of threes in certain respects.
And that was spreading the floor with Malik Monk's injury. Like, there was no one there to do it. They're like, oh, this dude's by himself. Oh, we're going to destroy 5. Because no one else can do what he does because Malik's gone. Right. And 2 of their 3-point shooters are gone because Kevin Huerter's out. Hell, Kevin Huerter had like 3 or 4 assists per game that season. They lost distributors as well. So I think there's more to it than just the amount of threes taken per game.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like they have to shoot X amount of threes. I'm saying that that's
Yeah, you
what
are. You're
the modern
James
NBA
Christie
is.
over here.
That's what the NBA is, though. It's a bunch of 3-point shots. I mean, and
like Brooklyn is a top 10 team. In fact, 8, 9, and 10 is Brooklyn, Washington, and Charlotte in terms of 3-point attempts per game.
Where's OKC? Because I thought they were 10.
37.9. I have them at 12.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, look, you're gonna have to hoist threes. You are, and even like getting to the 36 that they shot last year. Losing Trey Lyles, at 3.4 attempts per game, that doesn't help you. These are like the secondary guys that, again, they need to shoot more. You'd hope that Keegan Murray can shoot better than 34.3% from three, but, we're talking about a guy who averaged 5.9 attempts per game. The Kings need him to be closer to 8 or 9, like without any question. And so, I don't know how they're gonna solve this riddle, but it's certainly, like, again, if we're looking at the way that they're building their roster, your spacing is just going to be really tough to deal with. Like, I don't know how you
James is right.
space the floor.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna beat this point into the goddamn ground. Sacramento finished 22nd. Detroit finished 23rd. Did Detroit make the playoffs?
Yes.
24th was Orlando. Did they make the playoffs?
Yes.
Yep.
New Orleans, don't answer. Dallas, don't answer. Toronto, don't answer. The bottom 3 teams were the Knicks, the Clippers, and Denver at 32.3 attempts per game. I'm just pointing it out. I'm not even making a point anymore.
The other thing I'll ask is, I get what's being said, but how much different when you talk about not having guys that shoot threes or anything else, how much different is that from the team they already had?
I don't know.
So the thing is, we don't have here in Sacramento right now, we don't have the guys that shoot the 3 ball, and that's going to be the problem. How much different is that from Beam Team 2, Beam Team 3? De'Aaron Fox was there. He's not the 3-point shooter.
No, but he shot a ton. He shot a ton of them.
He shot around Beam Team. I got the numbers in front of me. He shot almost 8 a game. Beam Team 1 year. Other than that, it's about the same as what Schroeder does. Schroeder shoots 4 or 5 threes a game. Fox is around 5 threes a game for the majority of his career. You look at DeMar DeRozan. He upped it once he came here to Sacramento, stepped his game up in that respect, shot 3 a game. Harrison Barnes was around, depending on the year, 2 to 5.
If I have this right, Sacramento was second in the league at 39.3 the year they lost to the Pelicans a million times. And the year they made the playoffs, they were 37.5, good enough for 6th.
And I think that
so
year,
obviously a far cry from 22nd.
That year they shot a bunch of them. That's what they did. Like you look at De'Aaron Fox, that year he shot 7.8 threes a night.
Yeah.
He's never been close to that. He's 4.2, 5.0, 5.4, 5.5.
Well, no. It wasn't before that. After that, he's 7.8, and then last year with the Kings, he shot 6.4. So, I mean, he did shoot a lot more threes.
I mean, now we're getting into math, and I know the Daryl Morey school of thought is that 32 doesn't matter as much if you're taking 6, but the point being, he's not like you could just tell DeRozan to shoot 6 threes if it's about shooting the threes. If he's not a 3-point shooter, not respected as such.
I think DeMar took the most threes he took in his career last year.
Did he?
Did.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.1. Yeah. And it wasn't good. I mean, again, it was diminishing returns. The more he shot, the less he shot, percentage-wise. So it just, again, it's not great. That's the problem, though. Like, this is modern NBA basketball where you need to try to. You have to have something you can hang your hat on. Like you brought up the Knicks. Well, the Knicks can play defense with the best in the league. They have length and athleticism at every position. So if they're not shooting threes, that's a problem, to keep up with everybody. But if they can hold their own defensively, that's another thing. You can look at some of the other teams that you mentioned at the bottom of the 3-point shooting. Like, that's fine, but there's also really, really good teams who shoot a ton of threes. And, I just think that the Kings, if the idea is to shoot threes and the idea is to not cramp your spacing, again, I think in a perfect world, it's Domantas Sabonis and 5 shooters. And that's not, you're looking at Domantas Sabonis and 1 shooter in your starting lineup, 2 shooters in your starting lineup, with Levine and Keegan. So you're going to need a lot out of Levine. You're going to need a lot out of Keegan, because those are the guys who are going to play major minutes who shoot the 3.
And all I was saying is that's cool, but like Levine doesn't shoot as many threes as Kevin Huerter. But what are you getting in shot creation? What are you getting in being able to get to the bucket, get to the free throw line, get out in transition? Like, if it's not saying this is what you're saying, James, but if it's just about like having 3-point shooters, then Zach Novak would still be in the league, because all he did was just shoot threes. Like, you got to be able to do other things as well. And Kevin Huerter, was on that team. Let's not romanticize Kevin Huerter, the 2 years after the Beam Team 1 team. Like, let's not romanticize that. He was awful. He was not good those next 2 years. He was a 3-point shooter. He spread the floor in theory, but it didn't matter because he wasn't knocking down the shots.
No, I'm with you on that. And, again, Kevin Huerter's last year in Sacramento, his last year and a half in Sacramento, was not good at all. But even it's the tertiary players, right? This team can't afford to go from the 3.4 or 3.8 3-point attempts that Trey Lyles shot the last 2 years to 1 from Isaac Jones coming off the bench. And that's if he's the guy coming off the bench. Like, that's another like 2.5 or 2.8 3-point attempts that you're just losing. And you can't lose all those attempts at every single spot, because, again, teams will just run a zone. They'll just plug everything up. If we talk about creation, how are you going to get to the basket when there's no running lanes? There's nowhere to go. And that's the problem. Sure, in transition, that's fine. But outside of transition basketball in the half court, if you don't have spacing, they're just going to encircle Domantas Sabonis and say, okay, somebody else beat us, because none of you guys are shooting threes. It doesn't space the floor. So I think it's interesting. I did not expect this offseason to look like this, where not only did they not make a major move, but they didn't make a major move to bring in a player that can actually help you space the floor better, because it's about volume a lot of the time. So I think we're going to have to see how it all works out in the wash. But for right now, this is tough. Like, the Kings don't have 3 and D players. They have some defensive players, and those guys do shoot threes, but for the most part, that's it. That you've got Keegan, you've got Keon, and then the list starts to wane very quickly.
We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk a little bit about the schedule release notes that we got here today from James Ham, with James Ham, when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're clear, James.
Zach Novak or Steve Novak?
Steve Novak.
Zach Novak, Michigan Wolverine, though.
That's what I was thinking about him. That was my guy, Zach Novak. Steve Novak. Good call. The news with KC. For the first time ever, Texas, UT, is the number 1 team in the preseason AP poll. That kind of surprised me. That's the first time ever.
Horns down.
Hey, don't do that.
Don't do that. My favorite thing.
Don't do that.
Are we talking football?
Talking college football.
Okay, I didn't know if college football or college basketball.
Yeah, first time ever.
What is it, like Texas, Penn State was up there then?
Penn State number 2. That's crazy.
So wait, doesn't Texas have, who's their quarterback?
Arch.
Oh yeah, it's the Manning. Yeah.
Top 5 is Texas number 1, Penn State number 2, Ohio State number 3, Clemson 4. My boy Joe Klatt, he's really big on Clemson this year. He said they might make it to the finals. In Georgia 5. Sac State is in the others receiving votes.
3 top 10 matchups in the season opener.
It's gonna be crazy. Hey, oh my gosh, it's gonna be crazy. I can't wait. Me and Reese started watching that. Did you see the SEC show on Netflix?
No, is it good? Is it good?
I'm like half the first episode in. It's cool. Like I'm definitely gonna watch. We're gonna finish it. They locked in on your boy Brian Kelly.
My family.
They locked in on Brian Kelly so far. So he I'm tapped in. I'm definitely gonna watch that.
Brian Kelly's an odd guy.
He is.
To say the least.
He is. Hey, check this out. The 49ers led the NFL in ticket revenue last year. Despite winning just 4 games at Levi Stadium in 2024, the San Francisco 49ers led the NFL in ticket revenue for the 3rd consecutive season. They are more than $40 million ahead of the second-ranked Dallas Cowboys, and with the Philadelphia Eagles, Denver Broncos, and Miami Dolphins rounding out the top 5. So would that say to you guys that their tickets just cost more?
Hell yeah. I've always wanted to watch a football game with a Levi or whatever, just like I do baseball game or whatever, but at least 150 at
It's
least.
tough to get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have so many tech companies that pay out, to just pay a ton for boxes, for luxury boxes and everything else. That's always been like the downfall to Sacramento. It's the corporate base. Like if you've got a bunch, let's say you've got 100 really high end companies, high volume, high income companies, right? And you've got, what do they have? 50 boxes? Like you're not going to sell 1 to half of those big time companies. So it just makes it difficult to figure out how to, fill up the stadium when you're competing against places like that.
Jesse, how much time we got?
About a minute.
Okay, I'll read that. This one's interesting. Netflix reportedly eyes MLB's home run derby.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. They're trying to do events now instead.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
The ESPN's media deal and MLB coming to a close at the end of the 2025 season. A new report from Bloomberg suggests that Netflix is looking to pick up the streaming rights for the league's annual home run derby.
Yeah, Netflix wants to do like more one-off events rather than maybe however many games per season or be someone's streaming partner.
That's interesting.
I think that'd be good for the home run derby. Did you see they're doing the Dallas Cowboys documentary on the 90s Cowboys?
No.
August 19th.
People have been asking for that for years.
Yeah, August 19th. Jerry versus Jimmy
August
Jones.
19th this year?
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson. Yeah. Jerry versus Jimmy
Wow.
Johnson was a big focus on the trailer.
You mean 8 days from now? You said August 19th?
Yes, August 19th. Yeah.
They snuck that out. Wow.
It's a documentary or whatever. Troy Aikman's in it, blah, blah, blah. Michael Irvin.
Is this part of the Untold series?
I don't know if it is, but it's similar, I think.
If it don't open with Michael Irvin and a pair of scissors, the whole thing is fake. We're coming back, James. Yeah, I missed this. A little Dallas Cowboys 1990s team documentary coming to Netflix.
Wasn't there a story? I don't think this is the same thing, but wasn't there a story about Jerry Jones having a Netflix doc?
That's the documentary, I think.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if this is like a puff piece or whatever, but
So that I think that's what Jesse is referring to as the Jerry Jones joint.
but a lot of it was focused on the 90s. They're talking about, oh yeah, Jerry and Jimmy were fighting for power, blah, blah, blah. So I'd assume a lot of it focuses on that time.
Like I said, if it doesn't open with Michael Irvin and a pair of scissors, the whole thing is fraudulent.
Look, all I know is they better make sure they put me in a good light. I was talking to them when they interviewed me, and we were at the private room at Morton's when I did it. And I just told him, I know what happened in the 90s, and I just want to win a Super Bowl so bad, but CeeDee Lamb keeps getting in the way of the referee.
Sorry about that, James. You tweeted earlier today that the Sacramento Kings will open up their season October 22nd in Phoenix, and then they'll open up a couple of nights later at the Golden One Center against the Utah Jazz. In your mind, do the Kings have a true marquee game this year? One that you're like, I'm excited for this one. Obviously, opening night will bring in excitement, both on the road and at home. But after that, is there one where you're like, okay, I'm circling this one?
Yeah. I think Kings fans should really be excited late December, early January when Cooper Flag rolls through, because I think he's going to be a player that everybody kind of globs onto, and he becomes like one of the faces of the league pretty quickly. So those are 2 games. Marquee games outside of that, there's a San Antonio game in March where De'Aaron Fox rolls back through. Was it you that put out the game where Mike Brown comes through Sacramento?
Yeah.
Outside of that, like, I don't know if we should be looking at marquee games. I don't know where the Kings are going to rank against a team like Golden State, and whether those games are going to be like extremely difficult for the Kings this year or not. I do know that in the first 10 games, it sounds like the Kings play OKC in Sacramento and at OKC. That's not a good thing because that team is a buzzsaw, and even early on, I think they're going to be extremely motivated. So, like, I think the early schedule, especially November, from what I've heard, is pretty rough. But I haven't seen the entirety of the schedule.
Yeah, we'll be getting that, I believe, on Thursday. Of course, we'll get leaks from now until then. And what's the number one thing you look for when the schedule drops?
My biggest thing is always where is the longest road trip? It's always in January, but like, where do they go? How difficult is that schedule going to look? What is the final 15 games of the season look like? Because, there's the haymakers that the NBA schedule makers threw in a couple of times in recent history, where all of a sudden the Kings have a East Coast travel late in the season, which doesn't make any sense at all. That's usually done way earlier than that. It's usually taken care of with the January trip and maybe a short trip in March. But to pile on and have a team, in the last 3 weeks of the schedule, start flying all over the country again, it's just not fair. You should, if it's a playoff team, you should be ramping up for the playoffs and not getting your sea legs taken out by, a bunch of weird flights all over the country. And then the other thing is, how many of those rough, like 6-game stretches that you look at where they might win one, like how many of those are there? Because you have your 5 games and 7 night stretches. You've got your schedule where literally just takes you to like every bad team that you don't want to face. I could see something like even like going to New York and not playing Brooklyn, but playing the Knicks, flying up and playing Boston, who probably isn't going to be all that good this year. But then, hitting Minnesota and then hitting some of these other very difficult teams. And then, oh, by the way, we're going to stop you on the way home in OKC in the middle of at the end of a road trip. And so you end up with one of those road trips where they don't have a chance to win hardly at all. And then outside, I think the last thing I look at is like back-to-backs. Like how many back-to-backs you have? It's usually around 15. But, are they road back-to-backs, home, road, home? Those actually make a difference as well.
James, have you found, in all the years you've been covering these type of teams, that the organization, when I say organization, I mean, so like the coaching staff and stuff like that, the organization and the players kind of put any type of emphasis on the schedule coming out, or are they kind of, hey, we already know there's going to be flights, there's going to be 6-game road trips, so they're not really as hyper focused on that type of stuff the way maybe we are looking at the schedule?
No, I mean, the players do look at it. I don't know that like scheduled day, it really becomes an issue, but during the season, you'll have players who are looking around like, what exactly is happening here? Like, I mean, the classic example is Zebo. Like, we came in the locker room and Zach Randolph is there, and he's used to playing in Memphis in the middle of the country, so there aren't 5-hour plane flights, from Memphis. There are some 2.5, 3-hour plane flights, but you're bouncing around relatively close to where you're at. And we got a couple of weeks into the schedule, and he sat down in his locker after a game, and he goes, "What in the world is happening with this schedule?" He's like, "Is this what it's like every year here?" And we're like, "Yeah, this is what it's always like." He's like, "Oh, this is horrific. Like all of the travel, all of the miles that, you're putting on your body during a season where you're trying to, recover and rest up and try, a guy in his late 30s, you're trying not to have your knees swell up and then hop on a 5-hour flight and you have no idea what your legs are going to look like by the time you land. So yeah, I mean, certainly the California teams face a little bit more of it than most of the other teams.
Yes, Debo. The Sacramento Kings have a 6-hour flight to New York every year. It's unfair, I know, but yes.
I think, yeah. And then we got to come home and fly back to Brooklyn. It's crazy. I mean, I think they have done a good job of breaking down the East Coast road trips into like 2 trips where you get like, whether it's, New York, Boston, whatever. And then maybe on the other one, it's Brooklyn, Washington, Charlotte. Like, I think they do a relatively good job.
Catching some teams on the way back, like stop in Chicago.
Yeah, and like that's always the tough part is you don't want to stop in Oklahoma City, right?
Right.
Or what's the tough one, James? Utah is like they hate Utah on the second night of a back-to-back. Obviously, Denver on a second night of a back-to-back is always tough. I'm sure they're equally as difficult at the end of a long road trip as well.
Yeah. Okay. So Denver, the problem with the second night of back-to-back is that it's at such high elevation. Utah is a huge elevation as well, but it's just really difficult and it's not an easy plane ride. And so what I don't like is very rarely do you see a road and home back-to-back in Denver, where the Kings play in Denver one night and then at home the next night. But for some reason, the league thinks it's okay to do that with Utah. So the Kings will play in Utah and then have to fly home and play again the next night. That's a brutal stretch because it's not easy to get in and out of Utah. And the same thing going from Sacramento to Utah. The easy ones are like the Portlands, Golden States on the back-to-backs playing the Lakers or the Clippers or even Phoenix, because Phoenix is relatively easy to get in and out of. But it's the Utah one that just stands out, Utah and Denver. And again, the Kings always play Denver on the second night of a back-to-back. I don't remember where the Kings played Denver, like where Denver flies to Sacramento on a back-to-back, or when they play in Denver and then fly home. That doesn't usually happen.
Are there any specific, just personally, are there specific things that you are looking for, want to see, players you want to see, games, maybe road games for the Kings, or anybody coming here anxious to see when they come to town?
I don't know. This is kind of a different year, right? I think so many teams are walking into the season just wounded. Like how many star level players are out for most of the season or all of it? Whether it's Tatum or Halliburton or, Dame Lillard, like there's just a lot of teams that are already beat up, or a lot of like star level players that aren't going to play. I don't know when we'll see Paul George, if, again, Embiid will play how many games this season. I don't know that there are a bunch of marquee games that I look for. But again, I do think like watching Mike Brown come back in the door is a cool thing. Seeing how fans react to specific players that have left. I don't think we're gonna there's not a bunch of roster turnover like what we've seen in the past. Maybe some lower level players, but like the core group of these guys are still together. So I'm kind of interested to see what that looks like, because it's not like, if Malik Monk gets traded between now and training camp, that all of a sudden becomes a game that we circle and we go, oh boy, what's Malik Monk going to do in his first game back in Sacramento? Is he going to try to go for 50? I just, we don't have that because there's not a bunch of players who have left who are the top end of the roster. And you're worried about, like, again, will fans boo Jake LaRavia? Or will they just be ambivalent? But I wouldn't doubt they do boo, because he's a guy who looked like he was coming back to Sacramento, and at the last second, the Lakers cleared out some roster space and went out and got him. But if that's the worst that it's going to be, yeah, you think so? I'm always intrigued. I mean, Josh Giddey rolled through Sacramento and was booed the entire game every time he touched the ball.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's for different reasons. I get that. But then Miles Bridges rolled through Sacramento and he heard a little bit of boost, but not much. And so you're looking around like, what exactly is happening here? Like it is very interesting who gets booed and who doesn't when they roll to Sacramento. And so, you're kind of like, I don't know. Like I know Buddy Hield is going to get booed every time it touches the ball, but outside of, I don't think that there are a lot of other players that the Kings fans are going to boo anymore.
Could you imagine every time Jake LaRivia has just confusion on his face? Every time he touches the ball, boo!
He'll think he's back in Memphis again. Yeah.
That would be so hilarious. That kid came here and averaged like 2 points per game.
Yeah, he's just trying to play in the league and is getting booed out the building.
Just getting booed mercilessly. I just had the greatest debut in the history of a Sacramento King and just getting destroyed.
8 points in like 90 seconds. Yeah. Now he gets booed every time.
What was Mike's thing again? Was it 5 game increments or 10 game increments?
I think it was 5, but that's
okay.
standard. Yeah, because you do kind of want to look at your team at the 20 game mark. You want to look at your team at the 30 game mark. But when it came to like giving an idea a chance, he would always say it was like maybe a 5 game look. If they're going to install somebody in the starting lineup or give someone a rotational look. But he didn't stick to that very often. It was usually like, well, you're going to get 5 games, or you were so bad in the first quarter, I'm not going to play you in the second quarter, and your 5 game stretch is over like day one. So, yeah, but I remember Dave Yeager specifically. It was always like 5 game increments, and you want to go at least 3-2 in every 5 games. And keep a winning record the whole time, and then they would assess and kind of like look and see what's next.
Does Doug have a similar philosophy?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I'm sure he will. I'm sure that it's just a way for them to digest the season in smaller bites and see progress or a lack of progress, try to track things like in the moment. But yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to be one of those, incremental guys, or if it's going to be hyper focused on one game at a time. We've seen that as well.
Mike told Keon, I'm going to play you after this 82 game increment.
Maybe.
After this 82 game run, then it'll be your turn.
He said, Terrence, let's go. Never mind, Terrence. Sit down.
That is who we would do.
I always forget. Is Terrence on the roster?
Technically he is, isn't he?
Terrence Davis is,
yeah.
He's with Kings, right?
TD.
Right.
Yeah, he's on a non-guaranteed contract, and it probably has a small amount of money that takes him through training camp. But it's a way where he can be here in Sacramento and working out in the gym and part of your off-season program. And that way, he's covered by insurance and everything else.
So you think it's unlikely he's here?
I don't know what I would say unlikely, but I definitely think he's got an uphill battle just because you don't need depth at that position really, unless he really comes out and plays extremely hard. I mean, it does depend too. If Doug loves him, then maybe they keep that spot open. But like I checked in today, and I can confirm that Doug McDermott and Drew Eubanks contracts are 100% guaranteed contracts. Even last year, Doug McDermott was on like a $750,000 guarantee until January. And that's not what he has this year. Like from what I know, it's fully guaranteed contract. And again, that part of that is the difference between one general manager to the next. Like we remember the Ken Catanella special, the 3-year deal, but the third year is always a team option. Mm-hmm. Then we get to the Monty and Wes era, and they did a lot of non-guaranteed deals coming into camp. They always did. And so, you're always balancing how long someone's going to be there. And now, Scott Perry just probably has a different mindset on that stuff.
Did the Kings owe Drew Eubanks' agent a favor?
Feels like it.
Why would he be here? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, I got a quick question before we get out of here. Russell Westbrook.
Bro, we have like 5 minutes.
Well, this might be a long answer. I don't know. Russell Westbrook.
I just looked up career earnings for Drew Eubanks. Go ahead.
Dude.
Season's over. You lost so bad.
I'm about to come up with a guess.
Oh, I can come up with a guess.
7 seasons, peak earnings. Well,
it doesn't matter. $8.5 million.
Peak earnings will be this year.
$8.5 million.
How many seasons?
7 seasons he's played.
I'm going to say 17 million.
17 million. You went.
He said 8.5.
You went 8.5. Jesse.
I guess I'll go in the middle. 12.
Well, Jesse wins even the exhibition matchup.
Bro, this is because we're having different rules. What is going on?
$13.2 million.
What the hell's going on here?
He will end this current contract at 16.3, as James just pointed out. It is completely guaranteed. So Jesse wins the current value. James wins the future value, and KC just loses.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. Go ahead and get your work in winter ball, okay?
Yeah.
So wait,
this is
with this contract for this season, he would make 16 point something.
His career earnings will be 16.3. Yep.
Oh, come on now.
Like a Hammer's trying to change the rules now.
Hammer, you won the future earnings. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
The rules weren't even how we go about this.
You lost. Like James is a winner. Jesse's a winner.
Some people are calling me the GOAT.
We are winners. You are not.
Yes.
How he the GOAT? He got the same amount of championships as me. They treat him like Josh Allen. They treat me like Lamar Jackson.
Hey, some people are calling me the GOAT. That's all I said.
That's it.
Some people.
Jesse and I have hair. Kenny doesn't.
Me and Kyle don't have hair. That's what happened. Real quick, I guess maybe we could think about this tomorrow. What if they signed Russell Westbrook and looked at him as more of a wing player? He's 6'4". At this point in his career, I think he does fine against guys that are 6'6". He's physical enough for it. What if he was able to play that role? Obviously, backup point guard. But like I said, at this point in his career, I think he could guard small forwards.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think about that. Is he 6'4"?
Mm-hmm. That's what Basketball Reference has him as.
Yeah, that seems tall. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first of all, that would block Nick Clifford from ever playing a game, if that's what your idea was. But like, I don't know if they want to run like a 3-guard set the entire game. Maybe that would work. Because I mean, to be honest with you, that's kind of where they're at right now. You're gonna have to run a ton of 3-guard sets, and I don't even think DeMar you can count as a small forward, but he's a 6'6" small forward. Him and Zach LaVine are both 6'6". You're gonna be small as a team, and especially when your center 6'10", your backup center 6'10", and then your power forward 6'8".
Russ rebounds really well though.
He does. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the greatest rebounding guards ever.
Yeah, maybe he's physical enough maybe to get by on that off your bench.
Yeah, I get that. I just think it's like this is a really, really weird roster build, even right now as we sit. And if you swap out Monk for Westbrook, again, I think you're going to have a bunch of issues there as far as just, purely 3-point shooting and spacing on the floor. It's going to be interesting to see how, because you're going to have an offense to somehow work through this stuff. Mm-hmm. And that means you got to craft a really, really complicated offense that doesn't match what we're seeing in modern NBA basketball.
Well, Doug's got a tall task ahead no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've talked about that several times. Like Doug is going to have some things to figure out, whether this team is shooting 40 or 50 threes per game, or whether they're, playing 3-guard lineups, or, if they make a trade and Jonathan Kuminga winds up on this team, or they enter the season with this roster. Doug has got a lot that he has to figure out when this season gets underway. And we got a couple of notes about that. The season will begin officially on October 22nd in Phoenix. The Golden One Center portion will open October 24th against Utah. Obviously, we're quite a ways away from that, so we'll have plenty more to cover here as the day progresses. We thank you so much for being with us. Make sure you're back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Drew Eubanks.
I just had to guess. I didn't know what time you wanted me on. That's fine. Very good. All right, guys. Almost run your game. We'll celebrate the local guy tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Appreciate you as always. We will see you at 10 a.m.